Testing. Are we live? It's Friday. Is it live? Wait for it. There it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat and hit the thumbs up, baby. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. But happy Friday. Good morning. Today is very exciting. We got the non-farm payrolls. We waited a long time for this. It's been a wild week. We got a nice recap there yesterday. There's been a lot of back and forth since Monday, if you remember. You had debt ceiling issues, Facebook whistleblower, then Facebook whistleblower spoke, and then everyone was chill, but then the energy crisis, and then it dropped, and more debt ceiling, then debt ceiling, you got a potential deal, then yesterday they're like, we got a deal, and then the oil's not crazy, and now they were like, wait for the jobs report. Now we waited for the jobs report. It was supposed to be good, but it came in negative. However, the market is still somewhat liking it. The jobs report was bad, but it was not bad enough to deter any of the tapering talk, which makes it interesting. So your non-farm payrolls came in at 194,000. Expectation was 500,000, so it came in very, very low. The revised number came in lower as well, but manufacturing jobs did good, manufacturing payrolls, and then unemployment fell to 4.8. So there's a lot of good in it, a lot of bad in it. Very surprising to what a lot of us were expecting, or I know I was expecting a lot. And there was a lot of analysts who were expecting a higher number. So, gonna be interesting to see how the market digests this. We're gonna get a lot of this. Do we get used to bad news? Kind of. And it feels like the market could like bad news sometimes a little bit better. Sometimes, but overall, nothing too crazy, but we got to see for the digestion, and then we're waiting for any more updates. You did get the debt ceiling extension passed last night, so that was very good. Other than that, it's just getting ready now for earnings, and then we're going to see how the market takes inflation. You can see TLT, not doing anything too crazy just yet, but let's see what's about to happen next, okay? Woo! But good morning. I'm sorry. I got right into it. I'm sorry. I got right into it. Oh, yeah. My bad. I don't think they're going to raise rates in November, but I do believe they will still taper. Again, it seems like this didn't change anything. So, yeah, unemployment fell, though, actually, more than expected. So even though non-farm payrolls, it's a different sector, overall unemployment did drop, which is a positive. But the non-farm payrolls was a huge miss. So there was that. But good morning, YOLO Chad, Najee Wolf, my man, Jordan, Babinski, the great Babinski, baby. Hey, man, good morning, Jazz. Good morning, Mr. Howie. Oh, Jay, Saucier, Janie, Mason, Robert, YOLO Chad, Mr. Ballinger. Is it, dude, your name's Ballinger Band, dude? Oh, and a little bit of Fibonacci, dude. Oh, Mr. Malone, David, good morning. G-Unit. What's up, Mr. Billy, Dalton Davis, my man. How you? I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good, but I'm feeling cold. I feel cold this morning, man. It's like it's raining right now. I told you I don't know how to act. I'm from California. It starts raining and it gets cold. I'm like, it's so cold, man. I don't know. Woo. I feel cold today, but it's good. It's a good cold. Other than that, it's still a good morning, man. It's Friday. We made it through this week. We got our data, our exciting data. So that's all that matters, man. That's all that matters. So let's see what's about to happen. I hope you guys are locked in. I hope you are ready here for the day. Let's get you up a couple of things. I'm probably going to be a little slower here this morning. I'm just cold. I'm telling you. I told you this yesterday. I am just cold. You know what I'm ooh. New York Fang. Let's see this spy. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm in the call. Hey. Hunting for some plays. Let's see. I'm sure there's going to be a lot. Again, people are going to, you're going to watch a little bit of digestion in the morning, and then a lot of people are going to start pricing in earnings. Again, I gave you that video there for earnings yesterday. I hope you guys watched it just so you could get ahead of the game right now, just because there's a couple of things popping off just in the next week or two. So, you know, the market is very, very quick. You see how we get focused, and like it seems like the market focuses on stuff. Sometimes it ignores the bad news. Then all of a sudden the market likes to hyper focus on a couple of factors, starts to mess around, and then it could quickly go away, and then the next thing comes up. So a lot of what we're dealing with still applies. It's just kind of either been kicking the can or push down the road. Remember now, you know, we have a lot that's going to happen in between now and November 15th. That is when Powell is going to speak, and that's when any updates would occur. What are these numbers? How did the professionals get it so wrong? That's just because people were looking at the trends of other stuff and even seasonal and everything we saw. And I think, you know, this year, I think you've seen more economic analyst misses than any other time. Or at least in a long time. Usually economic data is not like it's very easy to predict to a degree when it comes down to consensus, but they keep missing because, I mean, this last year has provided such a wild up and down with all of the data and everything else we've been getting. So let's see this. Maybe I don't know. We could talk a little bit more about it. Let me see some of the top headlines here today. And then we could even answer some more questions on it and go from there. But the jobs report fizzled, dashing expectations for a print that would give an obvious green light to taper in November. Non-farm payrolls came in at 194,000 in September, way below a revised 366,000 for the previous month, and less than half of the 500,000 consensus forecast. Unemployment fell more than predicted, to 4.8 from 5.2. This isn't weak enough to forestall a taper, and if anything, the drop in unemployment rate is suggestive that firms may have to pony up if they want to attract workers. Futures and Treasury struggle for direction. Stocks in Europe's decline, while shares in Asia rose as China returned from holiday. The dollar slipped as oil and gold rose. Bitcoin traded around 55,000, and Ethereum surpassed 3,600. After years of waiting for U.S. Bitcoin, 4 may come this month. SEC once again has to approve, reject, or delay a set of applications for Gary Gensler to review. They'll hold Bitcoin futures rather than the token itself and are filed under the Investment Company Act in 1940, which offers more investor protection. Senate raised the debt ceiling by $480 billion until December 3rd, pulling the U.S. from the brink of default. The House will probably pass the bill on Tuesday, allowing Joe Biden to sign it. Janet Yellen repeated her call to ditch the limit. Janet, stop it. Stop it. Yeah, the jobs frizzled. That's what they said. The jobs frizzled. And I was like, oh, man, shout out to Peach, bro. Shout out to Peach, you know what I'm saying? Hey, man. Hey, man. The increase may give the Treasury a grace period for a few weeks after December 3rd, but not much more. Wrights in ICAP said it assumes a sizable chunk will have to be used day one to reverse earlier special accounting measures, so the actual amount may be less than $350 billion. The Treasury may run through to November when Janet Yellen would have to declare a new debt issuance suspension period and invoke extraordinary measures all over again. The 10-year yield is up more than 40 basis points from an August low, is close to completing the right shoulder of an inverted head and shoulders, which may point to further gains. The neckline originating from November 2019 sits at about 1.7. That would clear a path for the yield to rise above 2% in 2022, said Paul Ciana, technical strategist at Bank of America. Tesla can maintain sales growth in excess of 50%, provided it is able to address shipping and computer shortages. Elon Musk said the company will move its corporate to Austin, where a new factory for the Model Y and Cybertruck is near completion. A shareholder resolution asking the company to provide more data on diversity appeared to pass based on preliminary results. Samsung's profit rose more than 25% in line with expectations. China fined Meituan $533 after a month-long probe found the company violated anti-monopoly regulations. Chubb will buy Cigna's life, accident, and supplemental business in 7 locations for about $6 billion. Momentive surge after people said the owner of SurveyMonkey is exploring options. A U.S. nuclear-powered submarine struck an unknown object while submerged in international waters in South China Sea. U.S. Naval Institute said 11 sailors suffered minor to moderate injuries. China, a city a city unit acting as trustee to Evergrande dollar bonds, hired law firm Mayer Brand to help navigate the crisis. People said sales at big Chinese developers plunged more than a third last month as Evergrande woes deepen. PBOC drained the most short-term funds from the banking system in a year, reversing moves that helped ease liquidity. What else we got? What else we got? You still got wholesale inventories today. And I think that's pretty much it. Again, very, very straightforward. I think a lot is just going to be how the market takes it, the interpretation. You're going to get a lot of opinions on this, and then we need to see how Europe and China is a mixed bag right now. China's good, Europe's bad. So we'll see the bonds. Canada added 157,000 jobs. The RBI suspended its version of QE. The PBOC seems reluctant to add further stimulus and may need help from weaker onshore yuan to help stimulate the economy. Jeffrey said RRR cuts seem too directed at the property market, which may be why they're holding back. Policymakers also find it difficult to ease a shortage of electricity into 2022 that creates stagflation. Russia offered again to help Europe ease natural gas crisis, but repeated any additional supplies be tied to long-term contracts. Oil headed for a 7th weekly gain. 7 weeks? Jeez. As WTI neared $80, gold edged higher. Apple supplier AAC led losses among peers after saying third quarter profits may fall up to 61% on factors including supply chain disruption, rising costs, and the cancellation of certain phone models. Japan will introduce ESG considerations for foreign reserves. James Bond leads the movie slate, making October the new July for cinemas. Apple supplier TPK sees production affected by China power limit. Disney target lowered at Guggenheim on streaming headwinds. Apple suppliers after AAC slumps. Apple new iPhone launches in South Korea. 3M co-rated new equal weight at Wells Fargo. Price target 179. Home Depot cut to hold at Loop Capital. Price target 325. Apple and Amazon rise after jobs report pushes yields lower. Let's see. Let's see. New York real estate tax breaks are now a rich kid loophole. Shoeless Joe Jackson. Let's see. The Great Fire of Chicago began in 1871. That was today. I think that's pretty much it. Very straightforward. Honestly, I want to see the whole market reaction here to the jobs report. Again, I think this first 30 minutes is going to show us a lot. Let's see if we got any pre-market movers here. I have a couple of stocks that I'm going to be looking at. Please hold. What do we got? There it is. So you got a couple companies here. AGRX tumbles 28% after the women's healthcare company said it intends to offer and sell shares of common stock. Allogene Therapeutics, ALLO, plunges 34%. Early stage study sale was put on hold. Camber Energy jumps 28%, poised to rise further after a furious rally on Thursday. SDTX Sidara falls 17% after offering shares. Vector Therapeutics, EFTR, jumps 21% after announcing positive preclinical data. Hellbiz, HLBZ, rises 7% after announcing accelerated global partnership where they expand the integration of electric vehicles with the Move It app. Oshkosh OSK drops 4% after company reported preliminary net sales. Plug Power gains 2% after being upgraded to equal weight. Sundial shares 15% of the Canada producer, said it will buy liquor and pot retailer Alcana. Vaxart gains 5% after oil vaccine candidate cut COVID spread in animals. Oh, Vaxart. That was the first COVID pill. That was back in the day. I thought they were going to do good, man. But that seems to be everything here this morning. Again, jobs report came in pretty whack, but should not affect anything too crazy. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. All right, baby. It's that time. Woo! Yo, tell me, come on. You feel blessed right now, right? I know it. I know you. I know it, man. You feel blessed right now. It's hard not to feel blessed. Sometimes it is, but sometimes it's not when you just realize the facts. And the facts is, ladies and gentlemen, you live in the greatest country in the world. You are surrounded by opportunity, especially here in 2021. You could accomplish anything and you can make more money than you could wildly have imagined ever before, than any other time in history. And you live in an amazing place. So before we do anything here, ladies and gentlemen, we like to take a second to just acknowledge this and acknowledge why we have this opportunity. And it is because of the people who sacrificed more than most of us ever have to give us this freedom. And that is the veterans of the United States of America. So before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we got to give a huge and special shout out to all the veterans, all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. God bless you and thank you for doing what you have done. And shout out to the police officers, the firefighters, the doctors, the nurses, the teachers, all the other public service out there too, baby. God bless you and thank you for holding it down. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Son of the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or not. Let's go. Let's go. I hope you're locked in. The Jets have been sent. It's Friday. You waited all week for this. You got the data, and it's been a crazy week. A lot of it. A lot of different things. So, before we get popping here, make sure you guys call out any plays. Make sure you source that info, and I will do the same. I will never ask anything from you that I will not do myself. Okay, so I got plays for you too. So I need you to call them out. I'm going to be watching the bank stocks here, just with bonds and everything else. XLF, Uber, Netflix, and Roku earnings plays from yesterday. Disney, they got the downgrade, but that could be a potential earnings one. Walmart, I also like them for earnings. DraftKings, just with the momentum. Tesla for the follow-up, and then AbbVie for some of the biotech dividend and getting ready for potential purchase. We'll see. It all depends on the price. But that is it. Call out any place. Make sure you guys are awake. Congratulations for waking up on this cold day. You are blessed. You're up before a good portion of America. So take some pride in that. Be positive today. Enjoy Friday. What's the point? Please go back to bed if you're not going to enjoy your Friday. Sounds like a waste of a Friday to me. So just stay in the game and call out anything. Show some love to the chat. Yeah, you're awake, baby. You're awake. Oh, you're here. You're awake and typing. You know how hard it is to be sleepy and looking at like a bright-ass screen and typing? You're awake. You got like 5 seconds. Get ready. Call it out. And let's go, baby. Where are we at? Round 1. Fight. Grand Rising. My friend. Where's Disney? I know Disney got downgraded, but I wonder if they held up. Again, bad jobs report. We're up 0.3. Historically, in the last 12 non-farm payrolls, the market has not, what's it called? The market has on average is moved at least 0.5%. On the downside, the market barely goes negative on some of these days. So we will see if that trend breaks today. Airbnb 171. My platform feels really slow today. Clove on the high, Airbnb 1.3, Oatly breaking out. They had a little move there yesterday. Disney got upgraded? I thought they got downgraded. Maybe I'm tripping. It was Roku, Disney. Bro, Uber's up another %. That's crazy. TLT, yeah. TLT actually really fell big there. That's great, considering. Again, you're only up about 0.1% here. Dow might go negative. Spread is wide. Airbnb, bro, 171. Tough level. If you could get past there, that'll be good. Market is not closed on Monday. Bond market is closed on Monday, but the stock market is going to be open. Amazon founder Jeff Bezos speaks remotely to B20 Forum. Bezos says we need to envision a completely different economy. Ford is up. Square. Roku's down. Where's Netflix? Netflix about to go negative. Yeah, Baba's doing up good. China's doing very, very good. Again, you had the Charlie Munger news yesterday as well, too. Bank stocks are up 0.25%. CRISPR down 2%. Man, bro, I can't believe Uber is just gassing like that. I wanted the little one. Yeah, there you go. Airbnb 172. That's crazy. I thought honestly, that last purchase we made, I thought was very, very high for the stock. And now it's like already like what, $6 higher than that? These guys are crazy. Used car prices. I wonder, I mean, I think it has some effect. Used car prices are so high, people start to Uber, but like, I feel like Ubering every single day is like just as expensive as a car in a weird way. Jobs number was bad, but again, the main consensus here today is that the jobs number surprisingly wasn't bad enough to like confirm that taper won't happen. So pretty like essentially the odds of tapering by November are still pretty just as high as they were yesterday, which is kind of surprising. Again, you know, it seemed like the debt ceiling and a lot of other stuff the last week kind of took over the headlines here and even was pushing the market. You know, we started chilling out a little bit. So it's a mixed bag, both good and bad. Palantir 0.32. Where's Tesla? Come on, Elon. You were just at 800. We need that news. Become an Uber driver, order a ride for yourself, and man, this is why, bro, I'm telling you, Chad, we are getting so progressive. It's amazing. Now you're talking. Now look at that. That's how you change the world right there. That's it. Respectfully, you have not worked on cars and bought many used ones. You respectively have no idea who you are talking to, my friend. This guy. What do you think? What do you think this is? This guy. Man, he don't know about the Honda days. He don't know about that. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. It's okay. Sub. It's early, man. I don't think we've ever had to sub anybody out within 4 minutes. I don't think we've ever subbed anybody out in 4 minutes. That's crazy, bro. Just get some rest, okay? Just go back to bed. It's okay. It's okay. Tesla's coming down now. So is the SPY. Overstock up 0.9. I still like that one. Again, I still have the Leap we sold, and then we still have it on the long term. I think their earnings will be key. Any of the e-commerce as well, too. Airbnb, where's the dollar? Again, watch oil, too. I want more overstock. What price? I think anything below 80. I mean, my price, I was at 72 on those last shares. So I think that 72 price, I was up on it more than I was down. I think it's a pretty fair level. MA, coin flipped. How about silver? Silvergate. SI is still up 3% again. So at least that one's holding up. That one, I really want to watch it, but I just don't know how long it'll hold up, and I feel like it can move 30-40%. Hey, happy Honda days. My friends tell me they don't want to hear stock market rap, but I know they need it. Who are your friends? What do they want? I just call rap music, and, you know, different vibes to it. But, like, are they like, I want that murder on my mind? Or, like, do they want, like, drill music? Or, like, I thought most people just vibe. Like, what's weird? Just tell them, be like, hey, man, you're weird. So, it's like, I'm not the weird one. You're the weird one. Okay? What do you, just like stop being so strange. Apple's coming down. SPY's now, everything's red, actually. Dow Jones down 1/4. SPY down 0.1%. And then NASDAQ just over 0.1%. Next year when the meme coin is announced, so I jump in right away. You already missed out on Doge. Fool me once. No, I knew about Shiba back in the day. I mean, again, so my friend, I said, do whatever you want with it. All of those stuff, it's like fun, but I'm not really like too into it. Again, I miss Dogecoin. I miss Shiba, but I bought 6 figures of Ethereum and Bitcoin in January before Elon Musk did. So at the end of the day, all of those assets, and then not to mention whatever happened prior. So it's not really like I didn't really miss anything. I just took the blue chips. Disney. I haven't even checked the other coins this morning. Disney. I like Disney a lot. I like Disney and Walmart. Can you at least put 100 on the next coin for the chat? Yes and no, but I don't think it would be good for the chat. If anything, more people got mad at me for even buying other stuff outside of it. I mean, everybody gets real bipolar with it. I just think it's better if I just do me. I stick to what I think I like. If I see a gambling opportunity, I'll call it out and I'll say it. But if it's not compelling enough for me to even put $100 in it, I mean, it's just that. But, you know, I get weird vibes with different stuff. And I think I'm just gonna do me and call it a day. Roblox selling off. Damn, back at 72. Roblox is at a low-key danger zone right there. Viacom still up. Viacom back at 40. I think we need like 41, 42. That thing starts cooking up again. SPY's below VWAP, but it's kind of bouncing. Yeah, that BNB is holding up. Banks are bouncing. Uber came down. Oh, wait, where'd it go? How do I get Thinkorswim on desktop? Just go to thinkorswim.com and download it. Ethereum is down right now. Ethereum and Bitcoin. And then Shiba got clapped, but it's still very high. Shiba looks like Silver Lake's chart. I like this. So, see, I like this stock. I think this one's going to be a hype play. But it's just too expensive right now. Chop test, Ford gas in. Airbnb's making a move there, too. Ford day. Uh-oh. Ford, yeah, Ford, again, Ford was up 5%. Ford is at $15. It's actually a huge level. Yo, this is a very big level for Ford. What was that food stock yesterday? USDF? Was that it? What was the one? USAD? You sad? No, you mad? No, we're not sad. We're happy. What was that one yesterday? USFD? Because that one looked like, that chart reminded me of Ford. I want to see a little bit. I guess not. Ford's crazy. Yeah, Ford's a lot crazier. Why you mad, huh? Huh? I'm not mad. I just I see it. It's like a value play, but Ford's I'm very, very surprised with that. That's a huge one. Watch even GM. Proverbs 3, I read it today. Proverbs, that hits all the time. You can't go wrong with any Proverbs. Yeah, bro, that's Airbnb. You did good, man. Airbnb, I'm proud of you, man. I'm proud of you. Facebook, Ford is still killing it. GM's going up too. Facebook is now on the high. Facebook almost 1%. Indexes have flipped green now. Looks like big tech is leading it. Microsoft, Amazon, Apple. They're up 0.5%, while the Nasdaq's only up 1/4, and they're running up. Everything except Apple, but even Apple is outpacing the Nasdaq right now. UWMC pop. Do those words even like work together? I feel like it was just like I feel like you can't even say that in life. But I'll take it. I'll take it. I forgot we got big drip yesterday. MO candles, the Becky ETF like Starbucks, Chipotle. I wonder where is Chipotle again? You know, I did it. I bought the tacos yesterday. I'm not gonna lie to you. Why is Chipotle look damn dead right now? Huh? Nobody trade this stock? Yo, does anybody see volume on Chipotle stock, or am I tripping? You sound addicted. Nah, it's called commitment. Big difference. Big different. Oh, no stream alert at open? Ah, shit, it didn't send? I forgot to click send. I apologize. It will now come to you later. 6K volume. It's very weird. It's not really moving then. Financials, credit cards are on the high right now. MasterCard and a couple of others. I think Visa as well. Yeah, and they're killing it. Nike's down. Disney, I can't believe Disney's down. And then Walmart, this is what I was saying yesterday. I like Walmart for the earnings play, but like days like, you know, yesterday shoots up and then it slows down. This is what makes the options like, I would just look at the option prices because that's going to slow them down a lot. Ater in the Ater. Yeah, so you got that boost yesterday. They already came down. The TBT play is good so far. I mean, they're not – the two of them, the one with a lot of time is holding up very well. The Januaries are still up 20%. And then, again, you know, imagine how much time has gone by. And then all of the whiplash for those to be up 20%. I'm really about that. And then the Novembers are still down 26. The far out the monies. And then the average down is up 60% now. So – it's a weird bout. The ones with time and average down are doing good. The one in the middle, far out the money, short amount of time, that one's the only one doing bad. Yeah, I'm seeing the yields. I mean, look at TLT. This is what we were expecting, and like not only that, like it's snitching. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to watch bonds keep going crazy, and then kind of just the market's going to play out the same volatility towards the beginning of the year. But then if it does start going down too much, this is creating a divergence. But TLT is snitching, and even after today's jobs report, you have to think about it. That jobs report was so shitty, and bonds are still down another 1%. What is that telling you about November and tapering? Are you saying good morning or GM? Either way, good morning, and GM is going crazy with Ford. Yep, they're up there. Is that Redfin on the high? Affirm's on the high again. Citi. That rates are going up. Well, that rates are going up, that that tapering is still on the table. Again, if they are going to taper and slow down bond purchases, that would reduce demand in bonds, and that means yields would climb up a little bit. They did pass a debt ceiling resolution yesterday, about $400 billion to fund till December 3rd, and Janet Yellen still says we need to remove the debt ceiling forever. That's what, Janet, she goes from we're going to have a catastrophe We got to do something. We should just remove it altogether. You give them an inch, they ask for a mile. All the nations, yes. Peru, Korea, yes. U.S. is late to the party. I'll give you one up. The best example you could use, who's already raised rates, and they did it last week, is young New Zealand. And New Zealand has a very close track record of leading the United States on foreign or on monetary policy. BAC pop. Watch the bonds there at the bottom. Getting GM4. Yeah, banks are doing really good. Ford at 15.14. And then the TBT calls are gaining a little bit more. I just need those other ones to come up. Good. God bless you, Ford. Ford doing good. Oh, you're watching New Zealand from before to see. Remember, exactly. Remember a couple weeks ago, we were talking about New Zealand a couple months ago because they were supposed to raise rates and they didn't at the last meeting, and that kind of signaled what was happening with us. And then they finally raised the rates about a week or two ago. Didn't Jamie Dimon suggest removing it? I don't know if he did, but Jamie Dimon is also the same guy who he recently said he was like, I can't even take less money. He said my board of directors would be offended if I asked for less money. So that's why I got to get paid so much. But nah, Jamie, I don't know if he said that. A lot of people have called for it in the past. It's not that crazy, but it is. I'm just teasing Yellen a little bit. I'm just being a little harsh on Yellen. Do you like more Diz? I'd like Diz. Oh, you're saying for even the long term. I could. I mean, we only had that one share, but it is up a lot, and I remember we were down on it for a while. But that one could be good. How's the rain treating you? I'm cold, man. I'm cold. Ford keeps going. Bank of America. Uber's coming back down. Airbnb holding. Myrna. Vaxar ended up dropping. MRK chilling. If Fed presidents couldn't participate in the market, wouldn't we be eliminating capitalists from eligibility of the Fed? No, it's just it's a public position. So it's just like there's a difference between working for a publicly traded company and then versus becoming a public servant. So usually if you're going to be a servant to the public, you're expected to give up certain privileges more or less. So it's just like if you want that position and role, you just would have to not trade for 4 years. I don't think it's that you can't hold stock. Again, like even Jerome Powell, like his purchase, I don't think was sketchy, but overall, like you still need to, like you wouldn't be able to trade for a couple years. Netflix, there it is. So that's leading up there. NASDAQ is red, but again, big tech is leading the way right here. So interestingly enough, rates are going higher, but big tech is liking it today. And then the market is not, it's still very, very early and it's still very, very minor. So just get ready. I mean, we're going to get a lot of swings here today. I could already tell this early on with these, we're going to it's either going to be a wide range or you're going to just bounce between barely red, barely green, barely red, barely green. TMC Metal Company? I do not know. I'm not checked. Day down. How's even like United Steel, gas? I don't even know how commodities are today. Anyone notice banking lockups, people not being able to get access to their accounts? One bank moving to ATM withdrawals only. I've just seen, I know a couple of banks, they had some technical issues this last week. And then I had some, I've heard a lot of people saying they're just running out of like cash and ATMs. But other than that, nothing crazy. When increased rates help mortgage companies and house selling companies, they would make more money, but then it would lower demand. And then it really depends on the margin. And then for some companies like UWMC, it could affect the refinances, because then that's a big, you have to realize like 30-40% of the mortgage market is refinances. Not everybody is just buying a new home, right? So there's a lot of people who already had a home, and when the rates get lower, it offers that the big opportunity to refi. So that's where a lot of it comes down to. But so there's like some will win, some will lose. Again, this is like UWMC's earnings. You know, they've guided for different scenarios, different rate scenarios. It affects their business, but a lot of them have been getting better at learning to kind of survive in any environment. Essentially, when the rates go up, they focus on the margins. When the rates go down, they focus on supply. Cash out refi close at the 25th. Let's go, baby. Be wise with it. Be wise with it. You YOLO'd in Shiba, and I somehow knew. It's good. That's good. That's good. At least be careful. Be careful. Be careful. Get some long-term assets at the same time. The Shiba, you could hold it in my honor for me. Just make me proud, okay? Just make me proud. That's all. Okay? And you didn't, if you bought it, you didn't fail me. Just make me proud, though. Just how do you handle it? Just make me proud. That's all. Shiba Inus be looking bad. I told you that's like the angriest looking dog. Always trying to beef. Oh, but Bradley Frizzle makes it all okay. That's the friendliest looking peach I've ever seen. Oh, on a Friday. Oh, no. Oh, let's go. Amen. Amen. Wow. Good morning. Good morning. Whew. So we need. That's what we need. That should fix the jobs report. GM is still going 2%. Ford was up 5% the other. Bro, this is the damn reopening trade. This is straight up damn cyclical reopening trade. These type of companies. And then you're low-key getting a pre-earnings run-up. They might have pulled a fast one on us. Weird that rates aren't coming down while the market. Well, the rates are going high, but then the stock market's kind of dropping, but surprised. The weird part is tech is not getting totally clobbered today or in the last couple days, especially as we've seen a gap down there, a gap up in rates. No updates with Evergrande. There was that one this morning. I forgot what they said. They're trying to do something. One of the U.S. companies hired a lawyer to handle it, but so far it's been positive. But technically Evergrande is still halted. No update on that deal just yet. Ford, yeah. Ford, I'm glad. Remember, we just have the shares. I was just looking at that. I was surprised. I just wish they paid dividend. Well, that thing is working good. That's a big, big move. SpaceX is $100 billion valuation after secondary share sale. Evergrande, I'm waiting for a credit event. I mean, it's the shadiness out of China. It may make this situation harder to observe, but then it also, I think it creates an opportunity for where there will be some lag. You just got to wait till a credit event happens. That's all. So there has to be either a real default or a bankruptcy. And then from there, you could play this stuff related, again, the banks, and then any secondary exposure through anybody lending to them, or the effects of a large real estate turn down in Asia Pacific. Tesla's dropping. That clapped me. You missed the Ford bag. Well, I mean, I put a decent amount into Ford. Like, I have like a $10,000 position, and it's not really like we've held it from the beginning. And it doesn't really like do much. Like it's not bad. Like it's money. Like it's up $2,000, but you know, I bought 600 shares at $12 a share average. Like we got them at various different prices here, but it's not like you oh, this is back when they paid a dividend. See, there's 100 shares were gotten at $10 and then another 100 at or 500 at 12, but it hasn't really moved that much. If that makes like it's not like it's a big move, but just don't underestimate it's a slow mover. Oh, it's my birthday, Josh, Mr. Watson. Happy birthday on a Friday, baby. God bless you. How old are you? How old are Boeing is popping? A little bit. A little bit. Why are my charts tripping out? Happy birthday to you. You're in a coat. 22, bro. That's so crazy. That's so crazy, man. Get the law term, man. My mind was blown when that one kid, he was like, I was 13 in 2015. So, man, all you 20-year-olds out there, let's go. Get that law term. And y'all better be in the game. You could do everything wrong and just play the time to your advantage, and you would still walk away a very, very large winner. Oh, they don't feel me. They don't feel me. They don't feel me. CCXI, yeah, a little bit of a red. This thing's up 68% already. Just turned 21. Had the long term 4 years. Woo! There you go, baby. Your future self is proud. He said, that's my guy. That's my guy. Any updates? Not on the Merck COVID pill. There was one today, Vaxart. But it was they had a study on animals that looked positive. Other than that, nothing too crazy. A firm pop in. SPY at VWAP. Again, we're down on every index except this SPY. Dow's bouncing right between negative and not right here. Yeah, firm's back up 3%. $20 just got in the game, never too late. Oh, yeah, even if you're just getting into the game in your 20s, you're still early. And that's all I say, man. Just take advantage of it. Just take advantage of it. Play what is in your advantage. Yeah, overstock all the way to 77. Why don't you sell calls on Ford? The Ford calls are shit, usually. Like, it's just not like, I don't know which ones I could sell. Like, these Decembers, like, I could sell these 18s, the stock's at 15. They were up here a little bit, but, like, even if I sold these, I get, like, $100 to agree to sell my shares. So it's not like, I don't think you really get too much. Maybe some of the longer dated ones I'd be down to sell. Maybe like a January 23. But even then, like the further out the money, like you're just not getting that much money. No, Josh, how are you today? Oh, I'm blessed. I am blessed. I'm surprised. I think that jobs report really, you know, I was even expecting a big number. I don't know how. I mean, I do know how, but I don't know how. I don't know how. I just know some factors, but jobs report, very surprising. I'm glad that it didn't create too much confusion in terms of the tapering, but and that could be reflected through rates, but still very, very surprising so far. It's great to be with the call. Amen, baby. Amen. It's great to be in the call. It's great to be aware. It's great to be positive. It's great to have a goal. It's great to be locked in for the long term, and then also just living life in the short term. They don't feel me, man. SPY, little bit of a big bounce there. I think we got some data. I know there's one more data point today that we were going to get. Yeah, wholesale inventories 1.2. Trade sales month over month down 1.1 versus the expectation 0.9. So oversight says Trump provided misleading information of financial situation and annual disclosures. Yeah, they voted. They passed the debt ceiling. It has to be signed, though. So it either has to be signed today or on Monday or Tuesday because of the holiday. Young Biden needs to sign it. Yeah, only till December. I get your email. I did. Were you the one with the Shiba? I was just making a joke. Y'all don't need to send me Shiba. Like, I was just making a joke about how everybody got 1 million of something and nobody wanted to give away one. The irony, you know, but nah, it's cool. You keep the Shiba. If it hits, you buy me a house. You know, I only want the big shit. That's it. I just believe in you, man. So once it hits, I don't know if I believe in Shiba, but anything, once anything hits, you know what I'm saying? Like that, just get me on the back end. I'll invest. I'll take the back end. I'm going to roll over any investment into you because in 10, 15 years, I think you'll come clutch. SNDL pop. They had something. They're buying a company that has a certain exposure. When are the non-farms already came out? They came in 50% below expectations. Awful print. But good enough to keep the market up, and it brought bonds down. Bro, the freaking bounces on Uber. I'm literally just waiting for this thing to go red so I could like look at the premiums, see what's up. But I don't know why I'm mad because I have the shares. But still, Uber, man, it keeps doing it. RKLB, Rocket Labs, these guys get a contract with NASA every other week. Let's see, you said Lulu. They had good earnings. Remember, they have really good earnings and they've held up. This one could actually be very interesting. Maybe both ways. I would actually look at that for an earnings play, considering last time. And then remember Nike. Nike already reported earlier, though. Actually, wait, Lulu may have already reported, I think. Yeah, I think this counts for this quarter. BA still going. Ren settles SoFi stake for 300 mil. Uber is just getting big candles right there. BA, Quantum Scalar, Bowen's going. Yeah, Quantum Scalar, QuantumScape, QS up 7%. I think you cure this inflation not with higher rates, but with Pfizer, Moderna, and J&J. Yeah, Kramer. I get what you're saying, and I'm pro-vaccines, but that's a lot of money in the system. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's just, I've read a lot of economics books. I studied a lot of history. I don't think they ever did that once. I know it's an unprecedented time, but yeah, I'm going to pass on that one. I would have believed that. I would have believed that a year ago. I would have believed that end of the year, like end of last year, maybe beginning of this year, because you guys don't remember that. You remember when we were in the shitstorm of COVID, people were talking about vaccines creating the economic rebound. That was one of the big things. Even Powell said it. I just think now, after seeing the recovery go on, I'm pro-vaccines, and vaccines are important, but for the most part, the market really lost. It's not getting the same, juice off of the vaccination rates, because we've already seen data with most of the population vaccinated so far. So that's why I don't believe it. So as much, it's not even that political. I think it's just economical. Yeah, the supply chain disruptions are the worst. That's why the inflation problem, this is what's happening. Like, this is how you know it's real inflation, because nobody could describe it and people don't have a handle on it. That's like, again, inflation is a demon. I think a lot of people don't understand that. You know, you literally, like, inflation, that's why I remember the first time we were talking inflation and people are like, it's scary. It's like, this is why. Because it will start to, prices will go up and you're like, oh, it's because of this. Wait, it's because of that. No, now that went away and now it's this. And then all the while the prices keep inching higher and higher and higher. I mean, think about this year. It started with Chick-fil-A sauce. You couldn't get your Chick-fil-A sauce, and then that went normal. And then you're like, oh, 8 months ago it was the toilet paper. Before that, you're like, no, it's fine. Then the house prices started going up. Then the Bitcoin started going up. And then you're like, no. And then it was the lumber. And then people freaked out for 2 months. And then what happened? All of those things came down for 2 months. And then what happened? Everyone's like, oh, no, it's going to be deflation. No, never mind. And then the prices still stayed elevated. And then another 3 months later, a whole nother set of different factors now are factoring in. Now it's this country. Now it's China. Now it's because of the supply chain. Now there's a boat stuck off there. Now it's the shipping costs. First it was we don't have enough workers, and now it's the unemployment benefits. But now the unemployment benefits get removed, and now they're still not going up. And then people say the weather, and then now there's another variant. So do you see why inflation is so insidious? Is because you can't really put your finger on it, and now it causes massive confusion because you're literally watching for the last year and a half everybody try to explain it and be wrong about it to some degree. And that's it's sticky. It's sticky but insidious. It's not like, it's very it's like the devil in the sense of, that basic church analogy. You know, if you took a water pot, a boiling water pot, and threw a frog in it, since the water's already boiling, the frog will jump out of it immediately. But if you stick a frog in a cold pot and then you slowly turn the heat up, he won't get out until it'll fully boil, and he'll get boiled alive. That's how it is, where it's just like, it's like it's a slithering snake through the economy, and this is why people have often been so scared of inflation. You see what I'm saying? Because it's hard to explain. It's hard to make policy behind it. You see how it affects people, even public perception, So that's where, like, inflation essentially has just been the boiling pot, just little by little. It was hot in the beginning. It was boiling, and we kind of jumped out a little bit. But for the most part, it's just been slowly turning the heat up. And now, it's getting hotter and hotter, but you don't know where it's really coming from at the end of the day. Like, if we did fix the supply chain stuff, I would not be surprised to see, okay, the boats unload, and then 3 months later, we're looking at another issue. Again, you have 50 different industries from oil to food that are all getting affected. So it's this is where it gets, again, to the theory with even TBT, like I said, just runaway inflation. But a lot has to do with psychology of the public. Airbnb, Uber, man. Bro, that was a good pickup for Colt's sister on there. I'm just amazed. I had to sit through Uber and do all that. Her Uber's up 20%. Even her Airbnb. This is crazy. Good thing we got UMC to humble us. That keeps it humble. Otherwise, she might have gone crazy. TLT's hitting another low. It's going. The greatest trick the devil has is making you think he doesn't exist. I'm telling you. That sounds like inflation. But in the exact same time, amen. That was great about Volcker. He held the rate high till inflation. Oh, yeah, I think Volcker, didn't he get fired? I think he was one of the only people to get fired or like resigned or forced resignation. But Volcker was crazy. Volcker, sadly, I don't think you'll ever get somebody like him, especially like if inflation did go crazy, there's nobody who would do what Volcker did right now. There's nobody, I don't think, in this. There's too much social media. There's too much politics. I don't think anybody could raise the rates that high and stick to the plan and give an aggressive plan to do that. But again, some people would even argue, though, that you could accomplish what Volcker did using a different method, less aggressive. You see what? So that's that would be the thing. They should have started a taper. I think they should have too. I mean, we saw it this whole year. We saw we saw like I just said, from the Chick-fil-A sauce to the house prices to the home building to now things not getting in here to the employment stuff to the wages. Like there were so many things inflation-wise that were pointing towards it. But like I'm saying, that's why I bought the puts, the TLT, the TBT play after last meeting, because now I think the fact that they painted themselves in such a tight window, I think they see imminent inflation right around the corner. For the most part, we'll see. Ford is still killing it. They're always late. Not with COVID. Powell was early. He was early, or he was fast. I'm first at the DMV. Ooh. That is actually an accomplishment. Amen. Being first at the DMV, bro, is like you gotta like put in work and then you feel like a champion. So congrats. I feel you, man. I feel you. You better live that up. I mean, like number D13. D13. Actually, has anybody, all right, this is a weird one. Don't judge me. Has anybody seen the movie Zootopia? Has anybody seen the movie Zootopia? If you haven't, it's a cartoon. Oh, my God. That shit slaps so hard. That was a great movie. Yeah, the Sloth DMV. That's all I think. Every time I see the DMV, that's all I think about now. My kids I love that movie, man. I love that. The movie was so good. It came on, and I just kept watching it. And I was like, yo, bro, this is such a good story. Mm-hmm. Another good round of equities, inflation. I mean, you're gonna get a lot. I really think you're gonna see peak inflation by like 2024, maybe 2023. Like it's gonna play. I really think it's like I think we're gonna see another fat run up in inflation, and then it'll drop again like it did, just like the beginning of the year, and people are like, okay, now it's chilling, and then the third wave is just going to be brutal. And then that, like I'm saying, it'll take 3 or 4 years. That's when you'll be in the middle of it. And then it'll take another 3-4 years to come back down to normal. Like, again, I said this is going to take 7 to 10 years to play out through the system. And again, anytime you ask them about the budget and what they're planning to do, even Psaki, what she said, this is a 10-year plan. This is for the long term, is what they say. They say it's a 10-year plan. It's a 10-year plan. They raised rates in 2022 and stopped QE. Wouldn't inflation come down? Yes and no. But chances are inflation will probably rise a lot more before then. And even then, those will be to combat inflation. But a lot of it is psychology. Even at one point, that's what they're scared of. They don't want to make it look like they're tapering and cutting rates because of inflation. Because then what would that do psychologically? All it would do is confirm everything. So if they started doing like a Volcker move, or if they're like, yeah, we're cutting rates, and it gets interpreted as if they're cutting rates or they're raising rates and they're tapering to because the prices are so high, people are going to be like, okay, that means there's inflation, people's expectation, consumer business, it stays up. Again, the big thing people are worried about is the psychology of inflation. That is the key. You know, the supply side is already there. Like right now, you would have a lot more inflation. The whole world just hasn't picked up on it yet. Not everybody has agreed to it. But that's why little by little, these headlines, when things slow down, when it's like this, it's, you know, again, think about the items, and then you now have to wait and just different stuff. That's where people get these ideas, and then the news media, and then the company earnings and all of that. Then people start to change their expectations, and that's really where inflation gets wonky. Yes, he said the new inflation regime, exactly. So the new level of it. Like right now, you're experiencing this you're experiencing going from normal levels of inflation to highly elevated at 4%. But that's step one, right? Some people make it out of that. If we don't make it out of that, and the psychology changes, the regime shifts up to a higher level. Now we're talking 4 to 10% CPI, not 0 to 4. How does psychology raise inflation? I don't understand. Because it's your attitude. So it doesn't even matter if they stop printing dollars. That's why I'm saying supply is part of it, 1,000,000% of it. Supply is a big portion. But if the society feels a certain way, that is going to change consumer behavior. Remember, economics, people are going to be rational. You are going to maximize pleasure and minimize pain. So how can you do that as a consumer? You're going to have an expectation. So whatever you're expecting, you're going to act rationally on that. So a good example in reverse is Japan. So Japan, they had that big crash in the 80s, the 90s, the lost generation. So what happened is that a lot of people they saved a lot of money. They started saving and saving and saving. They didn't like to spend money. We've talked about this. Japan is not really a consumer society. They have one of the highest savings rates. So that right there is psychology. You know why? Because guess how much fucking money Japan pumps? More than you can imagine. Japan is pumping money left and right. They've been buying bonds. They got negative interest rates. They're doing everything they can to create inflation there. But it's not happening. Why? Psychology. You can't convince a 65, 70-year-old Japanese person to start spending their money like they're an American when their whole life they're worried and they're scared about prices going down and not having money, so they're holding their dollars. They're not worried about inflation. So that's why that's psychology. That's the reverse. So it'd be the same thing. If they all expected, and some other people in different countries where they do have inflation, if they're expecting it, it starts to set things off. Again, like following World War II, and after Hitler, and after you got the little wheelbarrow pictures with the German francs, you know, there was 2 or 3 different inflation waves after the great hyperinflation because people were worried. It was on the back of their mind. The minute people think something's going to happen now, they were more jumpy, and now they start charging more. They're not letting go with certain stuff, and then it creates these effects. So psychology is a big part, but supply has to do with it. But like I'm saying, in the case of Japan, you have massive amount of monetary supply, but you have a strong, stable currency because the people they save the money. They're not spending it. They're not expecting inflation. They don't want to spend. They're expecting the worst. Oil over 80. Most since 2014. Bonds bounced, Airbnb. I think Uber is crazy. I like the Uber. What do you think about Kathy Wood's perspective technology is deflationary? I think she's a couple years early. I agree, though. I mean, I'm more worried about deflation in the long run. But right now you're getting there's just very rare instances we've put this much money into the system, and now you're watching the effect on society. You're watching the effect on supply chains. You're watching that effect, but eventually deflation will in fact hit, and technology does have that effect. But I don't think you were going to see that in 12 months. You know, she was saying that middle of the year here, and a lot of things chilled out after she said that, but you know, it's just not the case. I mean, she's right in a longer, you know, just like with anything, Kathy Woods, she's probably going to be right with enough time, but I don't think anything immediate. So what's the stock play for inflation? It's going to be value plays, value stocks that, you know, things that pay dividend will be that much better, and even owning equity in general. I mean, as the years go on and inflation ticks up, you're going to have to see how the companies, you know, corporate profits is going to be the key. But owning assets is probably it's the same logic that I had from back in the day, or beginning of the year. You're better off owning assets than owning a dollar, and then high quality assets. But now the problem is inflation has already brought prices up. So now you're going to be buying some overinflated assets to a degree. Baba, JD, are they popping still? Yeah, they killed it. But Baba's up like 10% almost the last couple days. Back to 150. That's the first big bounce in a while. But again, we have not heard anything out of Evergrande. They literally said, we halted it. We'll let you know. XOM. Everything except precious metals. Yeah, even then, there was a report yesterday that a lot of institutions are dropping gold and switching to Bitcoin for an inflation hedge. You see rates dropping, TLT having another run. I don't know what could cause it. Again, if you remember, like in July, I was saying this was the top, or this was the bottom on rates. So even though you know, I was right, but it took 3 months because it still bounced around here. I was very surprised by this. I think it might come back up here, but I don't think it could break this point unless there's a crisis, unless there's a reason where we cut rates and there's an emergency response type of vibe. I don't think we're going to come below this. Not for a couple years in the cycle, but we'll see. I mean, right now the market, anything could happen, but for the most part, I mean, this top did hold through. A firm 140. Yeah, Baba, JD, Baidu, all killing it. A firm pop, emergency response type beat. All right, so we have it. I don't know if you guys want to do it now, but we have the news quiz available. Should we do it now or should we save it? Chad, we got like we got 4 wrong last time, and we still hit the top 100 or the top 1,000. Oh, you guys want it now, huh? Okay. Okay. All right, let me go to the bathroom real quick. We got to be ready this time. I need you locked and loaded. It wasn't my fault. Okay, the first one was my fault. Okay, it's all my fault because I'm the one controlling it, but still. Okay, I wish I had the leeway to blame somebody else, but come on, man. Why you got to do me like that? Why you got to do me like that? But we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. Spies dropping below VWAP. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick, and then we are going to take a news quiz this week. If you guys want to partake in it, it's really, really fun, and you get to see where we stack up against the financial world. Oh, yes, some of the top analysts and institutions. Oh, this is the game, baby. This is the game. So let me go pee. I'll be right back. Say hello to each other. Greet somebody, and I got a positive message for you, okay? I got a positive one. It's still raining? Is it raining? What's happening? What's happening? Lock and loaded, Chad. Locked and loaded. Are you ready? See what we got. Okay. Look at, see, these guys cheat though, because they got 3 people in the same firm, so they just know that they're taking the quiz multiple times. Who else has the Bloomy terminal? Let's just cheat. No, I'm kidding. All right, you guys ready? Here it is. So we need to answer these questions. This is this week's news quiz. I'm gonna be respond. We'll try to. We're based on time, so you gotta put. You go take the news quiz real quick. Let me. I don't know. I don't want to cheat though. We gotta earn our right. These Cantor Fitch cheaters. You know what I'm saying? So if you know the answer, post it as soon as possible. Let us begin. OPEC and Ally agreed to raise production by how much? 400,000. There you go. There you go. That's easy. Facebook said this caused hour-long outage, ransomware, network configuration. I think network. Yes, there you go. Okay. We're doing good. This one's easy. Yeah, you just put the number, too. The car maker ordered pay $130 to damages to former employee Tesla. Oh, yes, 26. Come on. U.S. Treasury, Yellen said, inventing a solution, a joke. What did she say? A gimmick? A joke? A backup plan? Oh, a gimmick. Damn it. Oh. I thought Yellen was, a little cuckoo. I thought Yellen was like, that's cuckoo. One of them said it was a backup plan. Damn it. S&P Global predicts the global debt will hit this level by the end of the year. I think 260 or 230. Which one? 1 or 4? 1 or 4? 3? Oh, come on, Chad. Oh, we got 2 wrong. The name of the Chinese developer that failed to pay mature and bond, Fantasia. Jamie Dimon said the board would do if he suggested. They would be shocked. They would take offense. Oh, I told you that this morning. An Israeli study, the COVID-provided vaccine weakened significantly in months. Moderna, right? Oh, Pfizer. Damn it. I'm pro-vaccines, but I'm not up on this. UK bank faces a fine of $460, pleading guilty for charges of money laundering. Who was it? Barclays? Who is this one? Barclays? Lloyd's? 4? Oh, NatWest. Oh, what do we get? Top restaurant in the world according to the world's 50. Who's the top restaurant? McDonald's? Noma? What the fuck's a Noma? Oh, we missed 5. We missed 5? Yikes. Oh, we did worse. 1,700. Oh, this is our worst one. Oh. No, last time we were top 1,000. They got us. Cantor Fitch cheaters. Dude, what's Noma? I'm good. Wrong answer. We tried. It'll be okay. I just wanted to win. I've never heard of Noma in my life. But how is it the top restaurant if nobody in here has heard about it? Some of you know. I'm just uncultured. They got foraging ingredients. What does that even mean? Interesting. Open jump. McDonald's top restaurant. Dog, I'm American. That's what do you mean? That's an easy American answer. You gave me 3 names I didn't know, and you said top restaurant? Get Ronald up there, bro. Silver Lake popping again. That's weird. Crypto's not even like popping. Oh no, Ethereum's about to go positive. It's at 3,600. So this is higher than any time in September. So middle of September, Ethereum run up. It's now higher. That's crazy. Bond's still at the bottom there. Surprisingly, we haven't moved much. Again, you're looking at the average. Remember what we showed on the watch list. I could even pull it up here. So again, on average, we're going to be closing a little bit lower. I think it's factoring in here today. So first 30 minutes, above average response. Are we in first hour mode? First hour mode, you can see where it's holding up. And then right here, this is where we are on average. So 6 hours from now, we probably are going to end negative. You can see how today's result compares to the average distributions of any other release for non-farm payroll. So we're holding in the middle. I think we're going to, again, we're going to play this little dance game between positive and negative. There's been no other updates yet, but this is partly the key. RSLS up 33%, $3 stock. Ford another high. Watch bonds. Bro, this is massive on Ford. At least, and then even GM's kind of responding to the news from yesterday. Again, GM's up even more. Remember, GM said they were going to double revenue, and then the stock didn't move. Would I buy Krispy Kreme? Not really. I don't think they have the... if it was a lot cheaper... Again, Krispy Kreme is one of those names that was public before, went private, went public again, and now they got a lot of money at their current valuation, but I think it's like 700x sales or something. It's something ridiculous. But I love the donuts. I would take and that's what makes it a difficult situation, because you could look at the financials or you could look at the product. But I do like Krispy Kreme donuts, but I've only had it once in probably the last 5 years. But it was fire when I did have it. It sounds like LT with Airbnb. I think LT is just like raging against the system, Like LT sometimes he'll just be like, he's just like, how do they even make money like this? How are they scamming us? I don't get it. Why would anybody buy this? LT's trying to figure out how people have all this money because of the he's like, how is everything broke and everything rich at the same time? That's why I think his conclusions come from. Huge orders on Ford call. We still have a random play on the Ford. Non-farm, it affects the SPY usually 6 hours after the response. It's mostly a positive impact. There's, it could create some big fluctuations. That's what this chart shows here. This is the market impact analysis. It's showing you, following the report, how has it played on a above average response. The market ends up by the end of the day up 1%. The average response is a 0.5% positive move, and then the lower response would be just a 0.1% loss. So again, here's how we played last time. That was the last non-farms. That was the non-farms before it. Orange is where you're at. Here's July non-farms. Here's June non-farms. And then here's May non-farms. And then April non-farm. All of them did. April did nothing. And then March was a little bit wacky here. March and January were the last like crazy ones that we saw. A lot of activity for a firm. Yeah, it looks like we're like slightly above average for now, but we haven't really moved much. So I think there's still a lot in the tank. People wake up. It's Friday. I mean, honestly, you should probably like sleep. I mean, he always saying Friday. He always say, I was like, yo, it's Friday. Get to work. Wait, I thought it's Friday. Hold on. All right, fair enough. Silvergate is a crypto bank, but it's like they're partnered with Facebook. They have a smaller float, and they've recently been squeezed. That's why some people are saying it has like memeability and short squeeze potential. But then overall, just as a pure crypto play, it's pretty fire. Nominal yields are rising slowly than inflation, so yields are actually collapsing. This is extremely bullish for gold. I believe the real yields are actually skyrocketing. So the nominal yields, because again, related to the dollar. Where is it? So this is one of them. This is based off of core CPI, and this is what people have been talking about, but this is the real yields based off of the core CPI on the 10-year. Saying it's at negative 269, but again, here's the point. In the last month, where was it? See, this is a slowed down time frame. But pretty much since August here, you see August. Oh, and this isn't giving us an update. This is only going until September, but they have been on a small rise. There's another chart, though. The one I posted on the watch list. Let me see it. Right here. See the 10-year break-even rate. That's what it is. I'm thinking break-evens, not yield. Yeah, so this right here, this is, again, related to the real yields, but this is the problem. SPY's coming down. So, again, the rates are the United States breakdown inflation rates. They're calculated by subtracting the real yield of inflation-linked maturity curve from the yield of the closest nominal treasury maturity. The result is implied inflation rate for the term of the stated maturity. For members, use inflation curve link, but essentially, this is showing you your break-even on a 10-year. Yeah. So like it's saying, you're taking the real yield subtracted from the nominal yield to find out your break even, and then you're looking at it on the time frame. So the 10-year break even right now is at 2.5. Okay? So when you're looking at it, this is what I'm saying in the last coming days here. This is why it's been so important, because this is literally flip TLT upside down. That's what this is actually leading TLT. So look at in the last year, again, this is where we were high in May. You had break-even starting to come up, but so far since May till right now, when was this? September? You didn't watch anything move. So now they're climbing, though. So this is literally an inflation gauge. So again, a lot of like analysts in the market right now, any higher level person who understands this, this is literally calculating inflation. Again, that's what it says. The pricing is used for inflation. What does it say? The result is implied inflation rate for the term of the stated maturity. So this is the break-even rate is literally showing you the implied inflation rate for 10 years. So you could do this on the 2-year, the 1-year, whatever. I mean, let's do they have the 1-year break even? See, so even then, take a look. This is the 1-year break even. And now, do you guys see? Look at what happened. Do you see it? Look at what happened in February. February, everybody was shitting themselves because of inflation. You saw houses go up. You saw crypto. You saw meme stocks. And then what happened all of a sudden? They dropped. As the bonds kept moving and then people chilled out with inflation, the 1-year break-evens lowered substantially. So why I'm showing you this, the 10-year break-even, that has more importance. Oh, wow, we did just sell off heavy here. A little bit. We're coming down into, again, you're still following the non-farms. A lot of things selling off right there now. Watch big tech. You're down 1/3% on the NASDAQ. Amazon just plummeted, bro. Amazon just went straight down. So this is, okay, so you have to think about what's happening right now. This could be, no, I thought the bonds were lower. I was like, this could be the market catching up here to bonds. But essentially, what this break even here is showing you, even on the 1-year, as of now, the market is pricing in based on bonds, inflation, and rates. The implied inflation for the next year is at 3% still. So again, over 10 years, it's now above 2.5%. So just keep that in mind. But this is what people are looking at here as an inflation predictor moving forward. We bounced it off the bottom. That was a very interesting move, though. Seems like some of the bigger names. Amazon just looks hideous. Yeah, Snap got clap. How about Uber? Uber? Give me Uber clap. Roku clapped. Yield at 1.6 on the 10-year. Did it really drop that much? I remember I said 155. I wouldn't be surprised. Remember I was telling you, if it breaks this level right here, it would go below 155 would go to 175. So right now we are at 1.599, 1.6. But now 1.7, 1.75 is the next realm that we need to enter. Fed has to taper. It's weird because today's jobs report, you could make the argument that you wouldn't have had to. 1.6 is bad. 1.7, we had huge tech sell-off. That's what people are getting worried about. I mean, we'll see with inflation, but yes, I mean, what's even scarier is this time, if we touch 1.7, you know, you're either going to do your little double top or whatever, but there's a good chance if that flow brings us there after being so low and doing it this quick again, it's probably going to burst through there. The credit default swaps chilled dramatically. So on the 1 year, I guess it came right back up to 18.6 on the 1 year, but it is substantially lower. Yeah, it's still dropping, but it's still elevated. But it seems like the credit default swaps was a result of China's are still up and the rest of the global world got affected, but it seemed like it was a result of the debt ceiling. Yeah, 14th. Yeah, they chilled out. Ay. Roblox, is it below 70? That's the danger zone. Oh, no, we still got some time. That's crazy. The Roblox had some crazy moves the last couple days. Yeah, I'm holding TBT, not the shares, but we have the options. Bitcoin over 55. Is Bitcoin moving right now? Yeah, Ethereum just skyrocketed. Bitcoin is not above 55. Not playing Roblox. Roblox for the long term. I might be down with it. I actually might be down with it. Roblox trash. You have to wait like 5 months to say that. You know that, right? I'm just let's just make that clear. That's all. Because at first everyone's like, "Yo, that shit sucks," and then I didn't hear anything for like 6 months. And, you know, now y'all don't waste a minute. Y'all don't waste a minute, huh? All the while y'all still like, "Nah, man, trust me." I'm like, Neo. Small accounts start yet. We had the new one. We haven't added to it yet. We have the deposit. We did add some Airbnb earlier to the other accounts, but for the small one, you know, picking and choosing a little bit more. Remember when they didn't love me last year? Huh. IRM drip. My IRM shares are small, but I'm down. Yep, I got 0.15 shares. They used to pay me so much more. So much more. Why not sell more cash secure puts? If I want to tie them up there, I mean, if there's stuff I really like, I've done it already with a couple ones that I got forced into. But it just really depends on really what you want to do. Again, on some of them, I don't really want to tie the capital up if the premiums aren't offering me too much. Like in some cases, it's a couple hundred. Like I know I like the Roblox. We sold cover calls on that before, but it has to be enough in there. Sell puts on Uber. Uber is going to be volatile, like I said, even on the video yesterday. Uber still could move a lot. Again, if their earnings isn't good, it's going to come back down here. This might be the cushion, but if not, it goes crazy. But we already have a lot of Uber, and I still have the Uber Leaps. So those are up now 2%. And again, it's a pretty sizable position. So we have shares on the long term. We got 300 shares via the Leaps in the money. So just ride it out. Uber earnings are November 4th. GM new high. Wow. So we had that little bit of a shakeout there, but GM and Ford still killing it. GME. The stock is still at 175. That's great. Am I worried about Tesla autonomous driving taking out Uber in the future? Nah. That's like, I don't know. I feel like that's like saying like Chris Paul is going to replace LeBron James in a way, where what I'm trying to say is that they're both good players, but they'll probably work together as opposed to one of them kind of taking the other out. That's what I've always said. It makes more sense to partner with Uber and do something like that. But even if they didn't, I don't think Tesla self-driving is a threat to what Uber has built. Can Uber just and Uber could just buy Teslas. Again, that's the simple, like they will probably partner, but like I'm sure if it ever got that bad, somebody would be like, "Dog, Tesla's autonomous driving is killing us. What do we do?" Buy Teslas. I think that would just be it. Top right chart is Uber. Bottom right is Airbnb. They look almost exactly the same. Bottom left is GME. Ford and GM are still going. Yeah, GME does have a lot of cash. They have cash, and I mean, I remember when I looked at their revenue, I was pleasantly surprised. It's not like they were not as bad as I really thought they would be, but it's still like, still kind of shocked that that's still holding up the valuation it has. I mean, same thing with like AMC and all of the other ones, but welcome to the new world. GT, Goodyear, they're popping. I mean, it seems like autos and certain materials are doing good, but Verizon pays one. I like Verizon. I like AT&T too, but Verizon's always a good pick. China's 5-year regulatory plan. Which one? They got a lot in there, but China, I mean, we'll see. I feel like it was just 5 years ago, China's quote unquote regulatory plan was to free up financial markets. And right when they hit the 6-year mark, they reversed everything. So I just think they're going to be, China is just a wild card right now. Uber makes money not having a service in their own fleet. They'll never go self-driving. I personally just think the self-driving thing, comparing it to Uber, it's like I just think that conversation is just too early in general. That's why it's like I'm not ever been worried about it. And I think Uber is good at what they do. But, we're still, I don't have any of you ever been in an automated taxi before? I think we should start there. What about Waymo? I'll never trust the automated taxi. No. You used Waymo. Las Vegas. Nah, I love my life. They exist. I didn't think they did, but I guess some people do. Says so. 2 people said they've used them before, but for the most part, that's what I'm saying. It's like that's just living in the future until we get it. But even then, if it, entertaining the idea, I don't think they would. I still don't think it would affect the stock, as some people would suggest. I don't leave the house either, too. That's good. It's like healthy, unhealthy. You gotta go to the gym though. That's it. I didn't go to the gym for like 2 days. I feel like I'm dying. I don't know how to explain it. Oh no, 2 days. I did legs on Tuesday or Wednesday. You passed on it, but you saw one in Vegas. I like Roblox. Roblox, I want, excuse me. I want dividend stocks, but that's I like the growth there, but I want the value. I still have the OCGM play. That's the random one. Play a little roulette in Vegas. You got any numbers? I mean, case number 3. Case number 3, sir. Case number 3. 3's a good number. You broke your sternum? Jeez, man. I hope you're okay. That's crazy. No plays today. I've not even made that many plays this week. Again, a lot of it, I mean, I'm not too disappointed. This is where we're at Monday, and we did all of this cuckening just to get up here. So, and then a lot of the equity is rising back up. So we got to get hit by equity coming down. But other than that, a lot of the equity that dropped, it worked harder than some of the options. My take on Ethereum Classic. I love it. Big fan. News drop. I haven't got anything yet. Vodka drinking is on the decline in Russia. That's crazy. It's falling out of fashion. CGXT IPO 12.15, priced at 12. TBT calls are looking really, really good. The closer to the monies are up a lot. The ones with time are up, and then the one that with little time, further out the money, that's the only one that's still down. They switching to White Claw. Bro, I was at the grocery store yesterday, and this lady was checking out, and she had like 2 packs of Trulies. I was just proud of her. Like, I wasn't, but I was, because I was like, you're supporting Sam stock. Thank you. But I was like, that's not healthy for you. Be careful. But then I was like, yes, people still buy it. TBT. Is it popping extra? No, I think it's just going to move here with TLT. It is outpacing. I think TBT will move slow. I think it's already been slow, but I mean, the pace can really happen. You haven't really got a flush out that is scared. Tech stocks haven't really been fully scared yet. Yeah, Sam is the one who owns Truly. Your chart didn't load. Saying 1892. Again, TBT will just always be pretty much opposite of TLT. Yeah, good today, Copa helping. Amen. It's a Friday. It's always good to feel good on Friday. Any day, honestly, but Friday, we like Fridays. Facebook to curb Amazon rainforest land listings on Marketplace. You could buy the Amazon on Facebook? That's crazy. You had it on GT. That makes sense. They were going crazy. Friday, Friday, and down on Friday. That was like one of the first like YouTube videos. Like that was like one of the first viral sensations. Yo, didn't Palantir just went from on fire government deal to still looking like that? That's surprising. And then where's ASON? ASON kind of recovered. BTBT. Bit Digital up 2%, running up here. Amazon, I think Amazon is the one moving the quickest. Amazon went negative now. Again, they were green. Microsoft's still green. Apple's still green, and they were the lagger. And then Netflix, still green. Facebook, still green. Yeah, Amazon, I think, is having an interesting move. Yeah, but Palantir was just up at that, like, 29 level or whatever. 26. It was good. Neo. Yeah, the Amazon put, where is that one? But that one covers, or that one wasn't as bad. It's down 50%. I mean, but $100. At least I didn't grab more than one. So that's what made it a lot better there. But we'll see coming into earnings. Your middle school play Friday. Oh, man. You were in middle school when that song came out? Damn. Dude, y'all been making me feel old. I'm like talking about like 2015. Someone's like, I was 13. I'm like, geez. You're making me feel old. Y'all making me feel old. Macy's, are they going again or coming down? Macy's is popping again. Check some of the other sympathies. It seems like it's just them. Disney and Hulu raising prices. Again, wasn't that? I swear they did that a couple weeks ago. Disney's popping off that. Disney and Hulu raising prices. I feel like they've raised prices like 3 times. See, and now stuff like that doesn't help for inflation. That's all. This is what I mean psychologically, stuff like that. Think about that headline. How many times have you seen Disney raises prices? They're shooting up, though. You might get a little bit of a trade on that one. I don't know about the follow through, or maybe people get ready for some earnings. What was their guidance for last quarter? That's the key. I think Netflix or Disney guided poorly, but they're popping off that. I don't think I might burn one on that. You won't cancel. Collective cult plan. I don't think they'll let us log in from like 1,000 IPs. But I would love a cult account. I would want to see what you guys are watching. I feel like, have you ever shared an account with somebody and then you just see the weird shit that they watch? And you're like, what? I'll be like, why are you watching that? Mm-hmm. I got you. I got you. I think it's called inflation contagion. When people accept higher prices, that's worse than actual inflation. Yes. So do you remember, like, do you guys remember back in the day, like, nobody would raise prices? Like, if you really think about it. Like, it was very difficult to pass on a price raise. You know, think about it. Unless it was the iPhone, and even when the iPhone would come out, people be like, what? And then eventually they had to start lowering the prices. So we could deny it? Yes, you can deny it. Everybody could deny price increases, but it's by consumer behavior. The problem is prices are going up, and now people need stuff right now. And now, like, let's say honestly, like, this is what's this is even low key. This inflationary environment has, like, it's destroyed the need for even customer service to a degree. Like, if you think about it, like, let's say I have an item, I'm going to sell you a graphics card, right? And you're like, oh, that's too high. I say, give me $1,000 more than what I paid for it. Or maybe it's in bad quality, or maybe it's not in good condition, but I have it right here, right now. You know, would you accept it? You know, if you said no, like, and remember, like, back in the day, like a couple years ago, if the customer wasn't right, you would walk away from a store. Y'all don't remember that? If someone didn't have what you wanted, if they didn't treat you nice, if it wasn't a good, you would walk away. Now, do you walk away? Think about it. And why wouldn't you? Because there's no items. Or now people have this in the back of their head. They're like, okay, well, shit, I need this. I still walk away from a lot of stuff, but some things, I do take a second guess where I'm like, all right, I've walked away from a lot, but it's still very, you have to really think about it. But a lot of other people now, like, if you've been on, like, think about a car, like, think about a house. If you've been searching for a car or house for months after months after months, and you keep seeing higher and higher prices, eventually you cave. So that's where it's saying, you can decline it, but you need society and as a whole to collectively stop accepting higher prices and buying stuff at higher levels. That's the problem, is people keep doing it. And again, I think a lot of people who, if especially if your money was just given to you free now, or you got it through, certain stimulus stuff, you're more likely to part with it, if that makes sense. You're onto something. Parents don't parent, Disney and Hulu do. I can see that for the kids and the necessity. A Twitch streamer made $700,000 in a month. In a month? That is nuts. That's hype. Frivolous spending. I think a lot of people are just, again, the psychology behind people suspending right now is just, I think people are willing to do it, and a lot of people have gotten means to do it. So now I think people are running it up, and that's what sucks. And there's just this high demand on having something in the hand, and people are willing to pay for it. Young people that have much more money than I did. I see kids with designer everything. The consumers are, oh yes, they're used to paying for it. It is weird because I thought, like, everybody was making the same money, or I thought, like, the younger generation would kind of experience it, but they're, like, balling. But then again, it's like they're buying everything on, like, a firm. Yeah, the designer shit could be fake too. That's been a wave. Yeah, that makes sense. You're right. I think it's just the same cycle. People just getting into debt, though. It's just weird. I mean, it's the consumer. It's been an interesting time, though. I mean, honestly, you're just going to look back at this one day and realize how unique of a moment this really was that you got to live through. I mean, we'll see the reaction. I mean, this, again, think like '07, '08, 2005. You know, the society, you know, people were buying Hummer H2s left and right back when gas was like $7. Gas was actually never that expensive, but still. No, market, we're getting the digestion. We may get some updates on the debt ceiling, but a lot of everything is pretty hashed out. The next focus is going to be inflation, earnings, and then potential taper discussion. Yeah, gas was like $3 or $4, and people would freak out. Now, like, gas, it's like crazy. Gas is nuts, but then I'm like, man, I was like, I feel like we would, and again, think about inflation. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's price acceptance right there. Back in 2005, 6, 7, and 8, gas went to $4. Everybody would freak out. You guys, I was a kid. I didn't even drive, and I was freaking out. I was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe gas. I didn't even have a car. Oh man. Y'all don't think about that. Nowadays, you get people like they blame Joe Biden, and then they'll be like, it's not Joe Biden, and then they'll fight about that. But nobody's like, yo, gas is like $4.79 right now. We used to be angry about that. Yeah, I see like 4 GMC pickup trucks at the gas station and 1 Honda. Like, what the hell? Come on. I spent 7, bro. I'm just surprised at how much it is. But then again, remember, you saw high gas in the beginning of the year. It chilled out a little bit. It's coming back again. This is what I'm saying with that. Like, we're probably going to experience this for 3 or 4 years. Now, it's like, it's like you're punished. You're saying you're punished for driving, but not really. I looked at it the other day. I drove by a new build development, and I saw like a couple hundred houses, and they all had solar panels. And I was like, well, that's kind of nice. That whole community is all based off solar. So even though there is some like, this is why energy is going up right now, is we're making a lot of these shifts. It costs more and it starts to tighten things, but there is some positive effect. I think we're inching towards it. It's like there's going to be pain, but like think about 5-10 years from now, it's like there should be some balance that gets created. You see what the government about giving college students stupid amounts of money straight to our pockets? I did not. What are they doing? Is that just the stimulus, or is there something I missed? Mm-mm. Mm-mm. How's the gym? I've not gone in 2 days. I feel fat. But other than that, we good. Better than a couple months ago. Or better than the beginning of the year. I thought about it. I was like, bro, it's almost been a year since I've had surgery. I'm like, what? That's crazy. I guess it's still like 5 more months, but still. I was tripping. McDonald's closing indoor dining because of the vaccine mandates. Bro, this year, you don't realize this inflation cycle has even like it's messed with time. That's me being dramatic, but like I really do think so. Like I feel like we've gone through the same cycle here with like prices and like it's like we're swapping out different items. Like, oh, we can't get this and now it's this. It's like I feel like this is just like in a weird way. It's just there's even time deflation. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. I feel like I'm Gucci Man in 2006. The news, we have multiple sources. We have a lot of people here in the chat. We have the terminal. We have other ones, but it's knowing how to get the news. We have a video on it, and the video I made on it about a year or two ago, it was without the terminal, and you could see it, just how to find the news, the trading fraternity. We got a video on the main channel there. And I just show you even the workflow. I have it set up on multiple screens, different sources. And again, shout out to the mods in here, and even like Troy, being able to source the info, find the source, confirm it, all of that. Like, yeah, like you could have, like, you'll realize, like, even if you had the terminal is great, but we were getting the same exact news with a similar speed prior to it. Terminal just makes things easier for like other stuff. And then for me, it helps me verify sources faster. But other than that, it's very, just knowing how to interact with the news and interpret it. But most sources, it's all been pretty consolidated as of late. What am I thinking? Long-term purchase, dividend or growth. My heart says dividend, but my wallet says growth. I feel like there's better deals on some growth right now, but then my heart is saying dividend. Just like the beginning of the year when we started seeing some of this stuff, I wanted to jump on the value train. Oh, my body. So that's what puts us in this interesting scenario. That creep in 10 years says no growth. You're right. And that's what some people have been arguing. They're saying the fact is, with bond yields rising and inflation expectations in the long run, the problem people are saying is that you should have cyclical stocks come down to a degree. So you're not really watching that, but you're getting an interesting situation playing out. I want more dividends though. I need some. S&P 500 Big Five pessimism is seen as excessive. Analysts expect the S&P's Big Five companies, Amazon, Apple, Facebook, Microsoft, and Google, to have quarter-to-quarter profit declines. Those estimates are too pessimistic, according to Nicholas Colas, co-founder of DataTrek Research. He compared analyst earning per share projections for the last quarter with results for the previous 3 months. Estimates seem too low based on what these companies reported. Here's the image. So here's your profit estimates coming into this quarter by quarter. This is Amazon. What? Yeah, so there's Amazon's projecting 45% decline in quarter over quarter. Ay. Very interesting. But that's what we kind of talked about yesterday with the guidance. Then possible beat the COVID stay-at-home numbers. Depends what it is, but I mean, again, the demand was stoked, and then bonds are still falling right now. Again, I believe we're at 1.6 now. Like a solid 1.6 on the 10-year. I started my dividend portfolio. Good time. Good time. Is the HSBC play dead? No, I mean, that one's till January. And again, the logic behind that is Evergrande. So that play in the timeline is just going to follow any update there with Evergrande. I mean, you saw the reaction when it was. So just as people calmed down about Evergrande, those specific exposure-linked stocks, they chilled out. But it's now just following that story and timeline. China plays over the weekend. Could be a good one. Again, they've had a wicked bounce here. They may want to keep that momentum into Monday, but again, today's their first day open. Bro, TLT still moving. Cibron with the muscles. Flex on him, baby. Where's TBT? The TBTs come up. I'm only down 13% now. So look, this move on TLT, it's causing all the TBTs now are about to go green. The other ones, some of them are up as much as 60% now. So we have 70% on those 20s. The average down. So the TBTs are hidden for now. Yeah, if you got the second one, you're sitting very, very pretty. That one was fire. Because, again, the premiums chilled out, and then that's it. And I don't even think we've seen the full move, the full extent. So there it is now. Take a look here. You're watching a weird trend here with the market. Again, bonds are down. You would think stocks could justify being up if they followed the last 3 days here. But now, this is what I'm saying with the divergence. This might create a gap here for the most part. Again, the correlation has been positive this year. That's why it's so interesting. But now, do you see this diversion? This divergence. This is where it gets very interesting. Kramer buying Eli Lilly. They are with one of the most extensive dividend histories in the world. Eli Lilly. Kramer exiting BMI. They're selling off. They're down 3. Oracle's up 3, hitting all-time highs. With carry in play. Another day, another horrible supply chain signal. Companies are citing surprisingly dire supply chain obstacles and soaring costs. So often it's starting to feel routine. That may mean investors will need to adjust soon for a troubled earnings season. For now, worse than anticipated problems are punishing stocks. Machinery and vehicle company Oshkosh Latest example, sinking this morning after disappointing results featuring significant supply chain and logistical disruptions, along with materials and freight cost inflation. Firm said their issues are both similar to other companies and beyond their prior expectations. Food maker Lamb Weston is extending losses after forecasting profiting pressure. Also mentioned significant inflation for key production imports, packaging, transportation, along with labor shortages and impacted climate. And then September's payrolls are signaling weakness in labor, while average hourly earnings rose. This points to even more pressure on employers already struggling with shortage. I didn't even see that. Average hourly? How's that been? Yeah, so average hourly is running up. If Chick-fil-A. IFF, International Flavor Fragrance. That sounds dope. Yeah, so year over year, you're at 7. Here's wage growth. It is considerably higher. Again, here's 2020. That's so, but again, I guess this is compared to last year, so it's pretty high. But this is now part of the inflation problem there, where again, your employment isn't going up, your growth and all of that, but the wages are rising. We have old TLT puts, and I have some of those. You know, if those come back to life, that'll be nice. Oh shit, one of them already did. I didn't realize that. And then the other ones are kind of still in the graveyard. But the other play we went through, I wanted to leverage it because those other ones have some time. But I started going for TBT. So we have November and January on these, playing TBT pop, a.k.a. TLT coming down. This is the UVXY of it. Bristol Myers still falling. Airbnb. No, still at 170. We need Uber to fall. GM and Ford are ripping faces off. Tesla bunk. I've ever played TBT before this time. No, I've always kept an eye on it, but I never really saw. Again, if it's like levered, I'd want like an imminent move essentially, or something that's more closer to happening. So I did wait on that one. Increased number of filling stations in London are dry again. Uh-oh. Where are the plays at? Should we double dip UNG? Those are still up 24%? Oh, get out of here. And that's for November? Because there was another comment from Russia today, but it didn't seem as optimistic. U.S. refuses to lift diplomatic immunity. The 3 employees will have to leave Russia immediately. IFAX? It's that one. The JPY climbs to 0.5. It's weakening. Let me see. Oh, yeah. See, that's weird. It could be because China, but the yen shouldn't be weakening. We might get some volatility here coming into the weekend. The yen is, yeah, exactly. The yen is always strong. Like, this is a 5-year chart of the yen. It shouldn't weaken. That means people are selling a safe haven currency. The yen is a safe haven currency. So, like, remember, I called this out in the beginning of 2020. You guys don't remember that? You guys don't remember right before the pandemic, I brought this chart up right here, and I called that out, and I said you had an aggressive weakening in the yen as people were freaking out. I said that's a very weird move. You know, it shouldn't. And now, ironically enough, you just got this pop today. What price do you think you're at? You're at that same level from 2020. And it makes sense because China's currency is strengthening after the closure, and it might even strengthen even more. That could be part of it, but the dollar's not even down that much for the yen to be up like that or weaker like that. The yen isn't strengthening, the yen is weakening. So that's where it's and that could explain here even with our bonds, it's probably going hand in hand. So the yen is weakening, the yen should strengthen. The yen should strengthen or stay stable. But if the yen is weakening, that means people are selling a currency that has a 5-10 year stability, unlike anybody else. Even with stimulus, usually the currency doesn't respond. It's Japan. That's what I'm saying to highlight how stable it is. The SPY's coming down. Still very early. What day? The yen, but the yen will give us it'll probably give you 3 days of lagging. Trying to see on that. That one's going to be interesting. At least TLT. So you have a signal here on TLT leading. Now you're getting the yen leading. And then China is doing good, but we haven't heard much. And then it seems like energy crisis might come back to headlines by end of today or even coming into Monday. Let's see. We're gonna be flat. That's why I'm saying it's there. I'm thinking about how this weekend's gonna play out. And really, but then by next weekend, we could wake up Monday. If there's nothing bad that happens, a lot of people are just gonna start focusing on earnings. Interesting. The UNGs, I'm surprised they're still up. I like the UN. I like the natural gas play, given it's held up and you had more positive comments. I think natural gas and energy is going to go nutty over the weekend or coming into Monday. The yen thing, I'm not too. This is a yen ETF. Bro, and then the Crane shares dropped again. S&P. UNG is a good one, but I feel like you could do better. UNG is United States Natural Gas, but we could play a better one. Because if you get more exposure to the foreign energy markets, that's where the damage is happening. Like in there, there's cold and boil. Or BP. Oh, that's a good idea. That's a really good idea, actually. I didn't think about a SPY coming down, but ladies and gentlemen, we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you subscribe. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch is the main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Keep it positive and respectful. New guys, don't be too shy to say hi or too shy to say shy, but we've been here for 2.5 hours. We got 4.5 hours left to go. Get the body moving and get some push-ups. You can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, do 2. Can't do 2, do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then optometrist recommendation. Stare at the object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, man. Blink, 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 blink. I needed that. Wow, do it. Just stare away from the screen and blink. Stand up. Get the body moving. Relax your shoulders. Some of y'all scrunching up the shoulders. You just need to chill, man. It's the morning. Everything's going to be okay. We got to lie. I got a couple of plays in mind, too. But you need to drop the shoulders. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Boom, baby. You look good. I ain't going to lie to you. You look good right now. I like that posture. But get your legs in front of you. Why are you kicking your nuts with your left leg? And then your left leg's kicking your nuts. Your right leg is sticking out. Then you're like leaning towards your mouse or whatever. Why are you being so weird, bro? Why are you being so weird? Just sit. Good posture. Legs in front of you. Okay, legs in front of you. I got you. I got you. I need to go pee now. I gotta think of some things. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Okay? And what you need to do, say hello to people in the chat. Do your push-ups. Move a little bit. Oh, yeah, you look good, man. No como. No como. You look good. Woo. I'm in a cup. sad day. What a time to be alive. Indeed. 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 Oh, I didn't even see that one. My guy. Chizio. Coffee on me. Thank you for all you do and all you taught me. My man. Order. Woo. My guy. God bless you. God bless you. Elon wants Tesla building cars on another planet before he's dead. I thought he wanted to sell it once we had a mass-produced, cheap electronic vehicle. I feel, though. That'd be cool. Nah, I ain't never going to space. Olaplex. TWO 50 cent for an option. I think oil, not necessarily oil, but anything related to European gas crisis, I think that's going to be something to watch. Clove going. Yeah, Clove is popping. Free fall. It's going to get interesting. The Japanese yen thing is the only thing I don't like. That one has me. Because you could even play this two ways. You could either play it weakening more, or you could play the bounce, because usually anytime you get big weakening, it could create something. But in a weird way, this looks like a TLT chart. OGZPY. Gazprom. You might be right. They've moved I'm trying to see it. It looks like they got a little bit more steam. Oh, they don't have options? They're only down 1% today. Poshmark unveils vision for seller growth with new e-commerce. Well, I'm looking at some stuff here. You ready for sweater? No. Bro, I was so cold this morning. I turned on the heater this morning. I have never used the heater in a long time. I guess never is the bad adjective, but still. Biden signs bill that gives victims of mysterious Havana syndrome better medical care. Yen extends declines. Bury inflation tweet. Volatility is back. Unemployment defeat the pandemic has been forged. More must be done to protect families. Pelosi, September jobs, additional proof. Jobs created and build back better. Well, historical progress to create jobs. Meh. Yeah, value's been good for the most part. DATS vertical. Zach Morris tweet. Connected to Russia. Gazprom plant connected to Russia, China. Shuttered due to fire. Oh, man. That's not good. There's more than everyone. Hype market up. Now I'm sad. Why? It's a good day. It's a good day. Volume's 28 million. Green markets, North American fertilizer index soars to record. Let's see. I have a couple ideas in mind. I just looked at a bunch of different plays. I'm trying to I'm thinking about how to set up here into the weekend. And obviously how we close is going to be very important. It's still early. That's another hype play right there. I got 15% of my home purchase costs back to escrow overage. Let's go. Amen. And you got that house, bro. Congrats. Okay. I think I have an idea. I have one, but it's like, it's a link to it, but not really. Okay. I made one play, but this one isn't. It's like I want it over the weekend, but I'm really only being attracted to this because of price. You like the video? Well, we love you, baby. We love you and God bless you. Dats is still popping. TLT, come on. The spot is doing something. It's moving. It's moving little by little. Like UCO or Gush. Nah, not quite. Not quite. So do not trade this. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I'm looking for a weekend play. This one's related to China. I actually grabbed more HSBC, but I grabbed it for a shorter term November. I kept it small for a reason. I spent about $150. I grabbed November 19th. HSBC puts decently near the money. So this one would just be exposure to any Evergrande thing over the weekend. So we'll see what happens. We'll see. But I'm looking for something related to oil. And again, what we're seeing with the yen and all of that. I spent 150 or 160, but I got more than one contract. Yeah, HSBC November. FDA breakthrough status to Alzheimer drug RHHBY. Really? Look into that, because remember, that was a big deal. HSBC, the bank. We made a play on it before. I still have the Januaries, but I just went for, this is just for over the weekend play. Again, and what I'm basing it off of, we're seeing these little factors. You're seeing the bond yields rise. You're watching that divergence. Even China's doing good, but like China's bonds today, or high yield bonds, are still down. It's plummeting even more than what I showed you. So even though we're not getting news out of China, like you're watching money flow. So in HSBC is one with exposure to Evergrande. So that's where my idea is, over the weekend, if we get anything negative, it could play. But I only put like $150. I kept it short term near the money. But that way, small amount. I don't need to go too crazy. But again, I'm playing news over the weekend of pretty much what we're going to wake up to on Monday. What strike? Well, you guys can figure it out. We do this so you guys can learn. We don't want any of the plays to get pumped, but hopefully, again, none of this is a recommendation. You could understand my logic. You could take it from here and apply it to your budget or whatever, or simply learn from it and see how it plays out. But again, like we have broader factors, but it's still a gamble. That's what I'm saying. It's just taking the bet if for the weekend. And I still don't have anything for the Japanese yen. Yeah, KHYB collapsing. I don't need to play that one, but that shows you something. Like literally, why is the Asia Pacific high yield bond ETF? It's literally crashing day by day. And everyone's like, oh, yeah, Evergrande. Oh, yeah, what's going on with Evergrande? Oh, yeah, I'm sure it's fine. Or government. Like, look at it. It's literally, there's something going on there, especially when our market isn't moving. So, it's an interesting play, to say the least. HSBC. I mean, oh, it is drop. I mean, it's been on just a tear though. Like, look at this. Like this. That's what I'm saying. All of the plays we just got, you could get a 26. Remember, last time we played it was right around here, and you see how much we made to get near the money, literally for cheaper than what we bought some of those for. This bounce kind of gave us opportunity, but there's not that much time, so it really, we'll find out after this weekend. ABT Pop, Netflix, Chicle. You think American banks will hold the bag regarding Evergrande? American or European? Everybody will. Even if China's real estate sector went down, everybody is going to pay for that. YCL and YCN. Are you saying is that the ETF for the yen? I just don't know what to. I don't know which direction. Like I'm saying, it's either going to cause a wicked bounce, or it's going to keep selling more, and then that would even highlight more of a bigger risk there. Oh, Mr. Hits with the Tesla puts. How did Tesla fare last week? They kind of held up, though, but yeah. Would you average down on UWMC? Yeah, I have before, and I plan to. And thankfully, my drip is so large on that, it is kind of averaging down for me, but given it time, I mean, my number one thing with UWMC, we need more clarity on the rates. It's related directly to their business. But once the rates and once we get an idea of what's going on with rates, tapering, all of that, I think that's going to give us some more, more clear cut aim as far as, how UMC is going to be able to finally get its footing. UBS is still in play too. I'm being ridiculous. Subprime is contained. Okay. Abivi, I like Abivi right here. I'm just watching the counter leading into X dividend. I think that's where there's going to be an opportunity. But because if the market freaks out, it could go down. But if not, we'll see. MO, we miss X divvy, but I like it. MasterCard pop. Energy intensive group to work with government on supply chains. Yeah, I like Roblox under 70 a lot. But then that's why I'm like, fuck, I'm going to buy another growth stock. I want some divvies. I need more divvies in my life. That's why Abivi is good, but then It's already, we missed out on 5% in the last week. I'm like, I want 5% dividend and 5% to equity. KO looking good. KO is at the bottom, but then isn't there? When's divvy on KO? KO is near the lower end. Oh, no. We got it way cheaper that at the beginning of the year. Remember, we scooped up some fire ones. September 14th, paid October. By Abby Vine now. In 10 years, it won't matter. You're totally right. That's why I'm saying I just want to, I'm pretty much pushing it to the wall of X dividend. Whereas if it runs up too much, then, it forces my hand. I won't buy it. But then if it's similar price around X dividend, I'm hoping it'll get cheaper. I could snag it up. Divvy, divvy, divvy. Can't you see? Sometimes the drip just hypnotized me. I just love your compounding ways. This is why I didn't buy growth and divvy's okay. I like O. I like O. O below foe. O above foe. But then REITs, I need to wait for SALT. I want to know what the tax plan is, because then that could either be the fuel or the dagger to them. Happy Friday, call everyone. Stay blessed and stay warm. Hey man, now look at y'all. You flexing now. You flexing now in the profile pic, baby. Okay. On. YXI if it's a yen. The thing is, the yen is weird. I don't know how to play it. I'm telling you what it is. Oh, this is a China. I thought this was. I was like, I don't know about that. And even the China ETFs. I would prefer Yang, if anything. And I think Yang could probably go a little crazy. But it's like, I think there's 3 different events happening right now. There's energy and oil, and that's its own event. Then there's China and Evergrande. And then now the last part is just in general with rates and everything else. And if we get kind of a heightened reaction to rates tapering, all of that coming into Monday. What are you going to do when the China Evergrande situation eventually climaxes? I think that we're going to have, we'll be able to make a play and confirm where we're at. Instagram isn't the only social media that's hurting girls. Snap is mentioned in the article. Shut the How is Snapchat? Snapchat don't even show you anybody. What do you mean? That's you deciding to engage with people. It's a messaging app. There's no discovery page. I ain't never seen no chicks on Snapchat like, yo, what's up? Man, they crazy. Snapchat Premium, that is empowering female entrepreneurship. That's not, how's that damn, it's not showing them a bunch of skinny girl. I've seen more, man, I've seen more just like crazy. Like, what I'm saying? Just, nah. That's crazy. Who wrote that article? Let me talk to him. The filters give body image issues? No, they fix body image issues. You know how many times I've been tricked? I tricked myself and I've been tricked. I'll be like, you don't look anything like that. The hell? Where's the flower on your head? You ain't you had a flower. I don't see no flower. The hell? I thought you had freckles. The fuck is it? I like, hold up. And then I start taking selfies of myself in Snapchat. I'll be like, damn, Josh. You've been working out. Your face looking really slim nowadays. That's whoo. Damn, how your eyes pop like that? Damn, when did you get freckles, Josh? That's crazy. That's crazy. Mm-hmm. No way. How does that? Instagram, I get it. Instagram messes everybody up. Your man, the explore page will show you like 15 things that you are not that are similar to you. Like you have to explore. Man, that's crazy. That's crazy. Like, I'm sorry, I gotta tell you, I got an appraisal on a house that came in. Even Lending Tips is tripping out. We got a bunch of closings this week. I think we're doing a lot of houses this month. Surprisingly, I don't know how we pulled it off, but one of the appraisals just came in, and I told Lending Tips, I was like, watch, the appraisal is gonna come in double, and he thought I was high. He was like, nah, man. He's like, that house is not going for that price, and the appraiser just came in. The price is doubled, baby. Real estate is crazy. But the point is, Snapchat ain't hurting the girls, man. Okay, Snapchat is helpful to everybody. How do you manage DTI? It just, I mean, if you have it, you have it. If not, you could also use other loans. So, like, some of them I'm doing conventional loans. The other ones I'm doing, even hard money ones. Because, like I said, I have this hard money program right now, and then even on rentals it goes down to 4%. So I could get hard money right now, 4%. No doc, no banks, no DTI, no nothing. You just need 20% down or even 10% down, and then it's at 4% if the property's already rented. So if it's rented or you're gonna plan to rent it and can provide documentation of it, you could get it at 4%. But then the idea is we refi out of it in 3 months, 6 months, and then the rate comes back down to 2 or 3. I have one at 7. I have one guy at 7, but that's why there's one, if you're flipping it, it's at 7. If flipping's at 7, 4%, 4.9 or 4.7 for an investment property. Again, it's insane. It's very, very low. That's why I was like, shit, run it. But even at 7% lately, like I told you the other day, I had a property I didn't even know it was at 7%. And then I refinanced out of it, and I dropped the payment 50%, and I was shocked. But then I was like, okay, on some of these, like if I need to close faster, that's why. Like I was able to get at least 3 houses this month, and I used a lot of these loans because it made me a lot quicker. Essentially, I was able to be a lot more competitive with a lot more of these offers simply because I'm securing the cash way faster, and it's not even charging me that much. So it's been very, very good. And I would use there's a lot of opportunities right now in the lending space to get you in some good deals. And then if you find a good deal, the money will back it essentially. Hard money at 4. Believe me, I'm with you. I was again. This is the shit Lending Tips pulls out of his ass. I don't know how he does it. I mean, lending. That's why I trust him with a lot of it. Again, we have a 0 down program. We have a 10% business program. We got a bank doc program. We got a no doc investment hard money. A normal hard money at 7%. Like it's great. My turn time. Well, in this case, that's why. Like this one, I'm gonna hold this property. Hold it for 6 months, refinance to a conventional, lower the interest back down to 3, but it's not even at 4. It's not that big of a deal. And then that one I'm going to hold. The other one, I have one that's a flip. That one's at 7%. So that one's 7%. And my idea with that one is either I'm going to flip it in 3 months and not refinance, or depending on if I end up holding it a little longer, I would hold 6 months and then refinance. Why not Airbnb? These houses aren't really Airbnb. One of them, it could be Airbnb worthy, but it needs a lot of work. That's why it's a flip. But the other one is not. It's already rented out. And then if I did do Airbnb, the loan would be different. You see what I'm? So right there, if I'd said Airbnb instead of keep the current renters or put a renter in it, they would charge me 7% again. I had to push back. I can't believe that appraisal came in. I was scared in the beginning of the year. I was scared none of my properties were going to appraise on some of them, and they all appraised. And then now this one, everybody thought it was going to appraise at a normal price, but now the appraisal just came in double what we were expecting. If I'm in escrow, can I switch lenders? You might be able to, but it's not really recommended. It'll slow down your thing. So I'm selling? No, when I'm buying. So when you buy, you have to get an appraisal. So for the loan, right? So the bank has to make. So I had one property, the cabin, the one that we do for the Airbnb one. That one I bid $10,000 or $15,000 above ask price for that house. And I didn't think it was going to appraise that high. So I thought it was going to appraise at the listing price or lower so that I would have to come in out of pocket, but then it ended up appraising it at the price because the bank has to appraise the property and confirm the value before they give you the loan to purchase it because that's what it's being secured by. They want an appraisal on the security that is securitizing the loan. I thought appraising above ask price was impossible. No, not if there's comps. So if there's other comps in the area, and then appraisers, it all depends. Like I've had some appraisers, they're the most conservative pieces of shits ever, and they won't even they're so detached from the market. Like I had one guy appraise a property this year. He appraised it at the 2018 price, and I was like, dude, you're high. Like look around. But then just like today, there's some who will just appraise it at the highest comp they've ever seen. So it really all depends. The UNG play is holding up. I like it. I was going to double dip, but I don't know if it's really there. How I got started in real estate. I'm Middle Eastern, so that's all you hear growing up. And then everybody's like a real estate agent or something like that. But my parents got into it. My dad did. And then they did it during the real estate bubble, and they lost everything. So I saw them do good, and then they did bad. And then they lost everything, and then it was just from there, I learned from their mistakes, but, I started looking into stocks and other things, and, I've always said this, this is why I read the Bible, the Book of Solomon. Some of y'all think I'm a religious nut job, but the Book of Solomon it's a book on business and success, and Solomon is regarded as one of the richest men to have ever walked the earth. When I was around 18, 19 years old, a little younger, even before that, my logic was always, it's simple, basic logic. If you want to get rich, go study what rich people have done. You see what I'm saying? So that way you could learn, where it is. In the top 90% of the top 1% all own stocks and real estate. And then you can't make it into the top 10%, the top 50% of wealth in the world without stocks or real estate. So my family got into it. I saw them make a lot of mistakes. I knew, and I saw the potential. I got to, at one point, my parents are immigrants. They, and they're really bad at English. A lot of different things. They don't. It's crazy what I saw my dad do in real estate. Like I remember going to my dad on his first house flip back in the day. I was just a kid, and this guy does not know anything. I hope you guys realize that. Like if I compare the knowledge of my father and what he knows about real estate compared to what I've just shared with you guys and what you're aware of, it's insane. And I saw this motherfucker flip houses, straight out of Egypt. But eventually, again, he lost everything. Him, my mom, they got clapped. They didn't understand the leverage, and then the market went crazy and all of that. But point is, I saw the opportunity with real estate and what could be done. So, that's how I did it. And I started since 18. I flipped my first house at 18. I just, vowed that we'll do it a little bit better. How come you don't hear much about your dad, more your mama? Because what kind of man are you? You should take care of your mama. Mamas come first. You crazy. That's even what dad taught me.
Y'all, oh, don't play with me. Don't play with me. Come on, y'all need. That's why. Take care of your mom. Okay, if your mom is still with you, you should embrace that. That's it. If you don't got a mom, you got a wife. Take care of her. You got a daughter. Take care of her. Oh, they don't feel me. I purchased 25K as SHIB near all-time high. Paper hand, lost 10K. Stupid me saw it climbing and bought 7.5 worth. If I diamond hand, what's your thoughts of the gaining original? I'm confused. So you bought 25K. Did you sell out and lose 10K? But you said you bought 7,000 more today. So you bought 32,000 about there. All I hear from my parents growing up was the dream. Sometimes going back home. My parents built their home in Mexico. Is this similar to other cultures? Yeah, my mom's like that. She wants to, but a lot of things have changed. And then even then, there's we got drama back in Egypt. My dad would get clapped if he went back. I read his bought 25, sold out, and got 10. Well, yeah, I'm confused, Eric. So how much did you sell out? So did you buy 25K and then it dropped in value and you lost and then you bought back in again? Or did you buy 25K, it dropped in value and now you're down, but then you doubled down without selling? That's the question. Spy is coming down here. I think he sold. Biden canceled September job speech. Why? He's always been doing that. He was speaking an hour on restoring protections for national monuments. Very interesting. Yeah, but Eric, I'd love to help, but I'm not really, I haven't got your update yet. I don't know the situation. I mean, usually diamond hands is your best bet. That's how I am, but, I mean, like, why the fuck did you put in 30 grand in? Like, did you really believe in it? If you really believe in it, even if you believe in the Dogecoin hype, like, you didn't make money on Doge by buying it and selling it in a day. You know what I'm saying? Like, those people bought it and held it. Again, anything I've made ridiculous money on, I bought it and held it. So if that's what you believe in and you want to do it and just don't look at it. But then if that amount of money is so much where you have to look at it, that's the big deal. I mean, again, you guys got to put it into perspective with these types of plays. Like, you'll watch me make crazy plays, but you guys will notice I don't even look at some of them. I'll forget about it. Like, even I got clapped 20,000 on Sam. I didn't look at it, but that's my situation. So the point is, don't be throwing fat money on it if you have to look at it. I think that's the best way. If you're going to go for one of these crazy plays, you throw it in and don't touch it. Even my boy who bought Shiba, I gave him the Ethereum. He bought the Shiba. I told him, don't touch it. That's all I told him then. I said, if you are going to buy something shitty, and he told me he bought it, I said, just don't touch it. That's all. Simple as that. You didn't scale in. That's part of it, but you should on a bigger amount, but simply just don't touch it. But if it's an amount that you have to look at, that's not good. Shiba is popping right now, so just find the balance there, but just, you either got to decide to cut the pain now, or you're going to ride it through and just be willing to lose all the money. If you're willing to lose all of it, it makes the situation so much easier. You know what I'm saying? You don't need to play the gray area. You're right now, you're in the gray area between, okay, I bought a lot, it's there, and I'll sell out, preserve it. Oh, wait, now I'm going to buy back in. The Bible even says the gray area is the devil. So keep it very simple. You're either going to lose a lot, or you're going to lose everything, or you're going to double your money. How does that sound? And just simplify it right there. So don't put in them. If you're going to lose all of it, that's it. Put it in there and say, that's what I'm going to lose. I will lose all $30,000. Great. When am I going to leave? When I hit 100%, I'm going to sell out half and then ride the rest. That's all. Because that's the real situation of it. When you're playing with dog shit assets. Again, and nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying, but like this is high stakes poker. That's all I'm trying to, so I'm not here to, with Shiba, with any of this. This is where I could have helped you guys on Doge, but again, I was more concerned with the asset. Focus on the strategy. This is high stakes poker. That's all you're playing right now. You need to know what cards you're holding, how much money do you have to bet, and then that's it. You're going against other people. You're not going against the house in the same way when they move like this. So you have to just know how to conduct yourself, how to fold, how to bet, and don't show your card too soon. If you could write it out for an extra couple days or weeks, that one more round of the turn that could change the whole game for you. But you have to don't throw something in that pot. You might get called on your bluff. You see what I'm saying? You throw in 25K on the first 3 cards, and then the market drops you 30%. That's calling your bluff. Because if you sell out and fold and say, okay, I'm going to take 50% loss, you were bluffing that you could afford that, and then boom, they hit you with it. So if you can afford it, bet what you could afford and learn to ride it out so the cards keep coming. And by the time that last card comes, we'll see. SPY's hitting the low. How'd I first my flip? I saved up money. I worked jobs, sold stuff, did anything I could, and then I had a mentor who was willing to go in on it with me. We split it 50-50, and we just got a hard money loan, and that's it. And then the deal was it was a very fast deal. And then again, I was right place, right time. It was during the recovery. This was like 2011, I believe. So it was very or 2010. It was very early. You flip houses by remodeling. Honestly, I'm not going to lie to you. Sometimes I don't do shit. So, I will literally just cover it, a new coat of paint, and then clean up all the trash, and then relist it. And I'll still make money on it. Yeah, you just... or I'll even sell it as... I'll be like, here it is. You want it or not, especially in this marketplace. European close is already closed. It was 11:30 Eastern. Right here. Right at the drop of VWAP. And Europe was bad, so it's interesting to see this. Yeah, Eric just dipped on us. He's going to come back in 10 minutes and be like, hey, Josh, I asked a question on Super Chat. Did you get it? And I'm going to be like, God damn it. Clove is really popping. SPY's coming down, though. This is a very... Right now, if we close around here, this will be a pretty bad response for the non-farms. Take a look. This is change. This is we're hitting the lower bound right now. This one's very interesting. Again, last time we hit it earlier, and that was that's the average. Where is this compared to March? So it's a little lighter than March, but March would pretty much in the next 20 minutes we have to bounce. Or the next 30. Taper 10, it might, but this is slow. This is minor. The HSBC turned around nice, though. Yeah, the credit default swaps plummeted. They're lower than even yesterday. It's all based on the debt ceiling. That was causing a lot of fear. Yeah, the non-farms was complete dog water. So you just get undervalued properties? Yes. That's why I say it's a lot of work and I didn't get any houses last month or even for a month and a half, and then this month I'm doing at least 3. And it's just so I wait. I don't swing on everything. And I just make sure it's a good deal. And we say it in the real estate course, you make money off of the buy. That's it. Most people think you make money selling something. That you buy something, sell it at a higher price. But the real money comes with buying it on the buy. Like I'm saying, that appraisal, I just bought a house and they just appraised it, and they appraised it at 100% higher. So literally that I made my money off the buy. Right off of buying that asset, I have instant equity in my name now. Where'd you find all of these houses are off market, either through people sending them to me, wholesalers, all the way down to like people I know. Like one of them, like I got a new build, and the girl who worked at the office, she literally was my sister's friend. It was crazy. So this girl worked at the office of a real estate development, and she was like, Josh, and she knew me, and she knew my whole family. Like I've known her since I was like a kid, and she worked there, and then she put us to the top of the list. And then the other one was off market that we found it actually last year, or maybe a little bit longer. Found it last year, and it was just they said they wanted to sell about a year and a half from now. So we said keep us in mind, and we stayed in touch with them. And then finally they were ready to sell, and they contacted us, and then that's it. Can you game the system with keep using the appraiser prices high and other prices low? You would have loved it in 2008. You would have. That's what happened in 2008. So now there's really strict rules against the relationship between appraisers and how that works, because that was the big scam in 2008. You would have loved it. Back in the day, bro, it was crazy. They would be like, what do you would call up you would pick your appraiser, and you'd be like, what do you think it's worth? You're like, I think it's worth $1 million. And they're like, it's $1 million. You want to go out to dinner? Let's go out to dinner. You would take them out to like a $300 restaurant. You would get it appraised at whatever you wanted. That's it. You would get them gifts. You get them like a golf cart. Oh man. Oh man. Those were the glory days of fraud. That's why you had such a bad. That's why the real estate market got so clapped. Bro, they were insane. Like it was like absolute, like it's funny, but like, you know, and you'd be like, oh, that's kind of cool, but like, no, like everybody and their mom, like appraisals meant nothing. It was just a fucked up lending game. There was the conflict of interest. Like it was just, oh my gosh, it was insane. But think about it. You get your buddy. Your buddy could literally appraise your house. He could go sign. It was so easy to get the licensing for it. He'd appraise your house, and then the bank would give you a loan on whatever he appraised it at. Oh man. No, so something has changed. Are you kidding me? I'll get some Janet Yellen ass appraising the house, and they're like, no, and I'll be like, man, come on, just appraise it. Spies dropping. Yeah, TBTs are killing it. They're doing great. Even the out of the monies have came back up, only down 10% now. Spies slowly. Again, I wanted 2 other plays. I only grabbed the HSBC, but I couldn't quite put my finger on the ones I wanted. I'm watching shit pop. I purchased 25 and literally an hour later it dropped massively in panic. I've sold but live and learned. Okay, so you sold out. You took the $10,000 loss, and then you bought back in though with $7,000, right? So right now, your full investment is $7,000, correct? So if that's the case, you just decide, are you willing to lose all $7,000 or not? And then at that point, you literally 10K minus 7K, that's $17,000. So just factor that in, but you have to either decide I'm going to ride it out and hold it till it gets 50%, 100%, or I'm going to hold 7 until it goes to 0. Otherwise, hang up your hat and just walk away. And then you could, you'll beat yourself up or you'll congratulate yourself depending on where it is in the next 30 days. Do you do this on all your trades, willing to hold a 0, never stop out? Yes, because I'm not again, it's poker. I'm not going to throw an amount on the table that I'm not willing to hold till 0. That's it. Everybody else is playing. Everyone's trying to bluff the market maker and bluff their ego and bluff the market, where you're saying, okay, I'm going to throw in $10,000 to try to get 10% scalp. I'm not willing to lose the 10,000, so I'm going to sell out if it goes down to 20 or this. That's like betting big, then getting called on your bet, and then you're like, okay, I fold. You see what I'm saying? So, but like, again, my last play on HSBC, why would I stop? I put $150. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like, again, even the UVXYs I played during the last little downturn there, I was, I bought them at the high, swing and a miss, but I lost $100. So it's not as if I'm going and putting $10,000 and losing off a 10% move. No, I actually got to hold all the way through and watch every card hit the table. So that's what it is. I do play poker. I play it a little differently. Can you get into real estate with 20K? Yeah. 100%. I think one of the houses I had, the down payment was like probably like 30 or 40,000, and that was one where you could have made just a quick flip off of it. You probably could do like 70 to 100K in profit, or you could have even wholesaled it. That one I'm going to flip, that one you could wholesale it for 50, 70 grand, and you would have needed no money to sign on it or to take it. But you'd have to put in the leg. Again, I'm talking to you about the leg work. Yeah, you just bought a 470 house with 25K. So there you go. But it's definitely possible. You get the Ohio house. That we're working on that one still too. That one is that one I need to get a corporation set up in Ohio apparently. Otherwise I can't buy it. Show hands who's getting wrecked by Josh's call. Don't be afraid. You're in the trust tree. Which call? Probably a couple over time. It depends, and that's why hopefully you balance them out. None of this is a recommendation. Make sure you have the long term, and that's it. I'm in Ohio. Let me help. We might need a property manager there, depending on how that plays out. Side-eye? Of course it's side-eye, baby. I mean, everything given to you here is pretty straight up and expected. I mean, you guys see every play. You watch every play. You've seen success. You've seen failure. So I don't know what you'd expect. Again, we still stand by it every single day. None of this is a recommendation. If you could even watch, I will say some plays, 50-50, actually 20% realistically. But if you're watching the market analysis to get your finger on the market, and if you are, you got your own backbone and could learn to make your own plays with it, you will realize, the call outs here, we're about 2 days ahead of everything in the market news. So, I mean, go watch the last 3 weeks of Watchlist and watch how it's played out in that sense, where if if you're here to get a pulse on the market, I could stand by that, where that's going to give, that's how you're going to profit off of this. But, my plays, I have a different strategy. I'm only aiming for 20%. I'm honestly, I'm swinging for something a little different. And all the while, I'm building up a long-term investment portfolio, which is, you got to be fair and don't miss that one out there, because in the midst of all of that, that is working on everything. But yeah, so everything, we love what we do here. You got to keep it real with the people, my friends. And yes, the best thing you could do is, if you really think it's like clapped, do the opposite of what I do. You'll be straight. I feel in touch with what's going on. 100%. That's what should happen. That's like, at the very least, you will not be unaware of why the market is moving or what the biggest catalysts are in the market every single week. I don't think we've ever missed that when it's all said and done, especially in the moments where it matters right now. Is Facebook and IG down? That'd be crazy. You bought 50 shares of Howit. Well, what do you, is it spread wide? Shouldn't be that bad. Market bouncing here after hitting that bottom. Very slow day. And again, we're at the lower end here. Ooh, this is looking bad. This Ford, look, Ford is just doing its own thing. Ford has something in it. Yeah, I just, again, from the beginning of the year, these gains might be good. Again, I was saying a couple weeks ago, a month or two ago, I was like, Ford is, it was looking good. We were just a little early on that one. But, and again, I'm riding out the shares on that one. Reconciliation will be around 2 trillion. Hey, we saved $1.5 trillion, huh? Car market chip shortage. I mean, just the effect on CPI and all of that. I don't know. I mean, everything. It's just, I can't look at one stand. That's the mistake that we made at the beginning of the year. You guys realize that? We saw one supply chain issue and we thought it was isolated. We thought it was just the chips. We thought it was just the lumber. We thought it was just the Chick-fil-A sauce. We thought it was just the toilet paper. You know what I'm saying? But it's clear that now it's all meshing together with a broader trend. That's the way I'm looking at it, where it's like, okay, the used cars and all of that, watching their trends and watching the supply slow down, the pricing, the inventory, all of that, it's connecting, you know, it's connected to every other industry, relatively speaking. That's why it's like, okay, that's where I'm viewing it in the sense that I don't think any of the supply chain stuff is going to cool down, or in essence, I think prices, the runaway inflation, that's what I think we're going to get. But that's where I'm saying the error was. I feel like, I don't know, do you guys agree or disagree? I feel like at the beginning of the year, we isolated everything. Does that make sense? That's the way I'm kind of, when I say it out loud, that's what it just seems like, because now, even today, we're getting asked these questions like, okay, what about this part? What about this part? What about this part? What about this part? But it's like all of it is together. I think it's because it was new, exactly, 100%, 1,000,000%. I think it was just so new to us that every time it would come up, we were like, oh, whoa, this is happening. Oh, whoa, this. But we failed to link it all together and say, wait, maybe there is a chain, right? The chain of events, the supply chain. Yeah, we thought it was only chips, then we thought it was only lumber. That's what I'm saying. Now, think about it. Enough time has gone by, and now you're watching the cracks in various areas, so it's highlighting inflation is here, inflation stuck around, and inflation is probably going to keep going. Kathy bought QuantumScape. There's this term in supply chain. You're only as strong as your weakest link. Amen. Amen. All right, so should I ban Mustafa? Oh, what? I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. We love it. We love it. QuantumScape. Q-Scaler. Reminds me of the picture of the Fed trying to plug up the holes in the brick wall. Yeah, like Vegas vacation. Freeport won't proceed with Chile project amid tax uncertainty. Not done anything with UUP except the ones we got the last time. Because, again, I've thankfully bonds showed us the hand first. That's why I started going for TBT. And we did grab a little bit of the dollar stuff that one time, but I haven't gone crazy on it just yet. CCXI 110 price target. Raymond James. Wait, what? The stock's at $30. Oh, this is that one company. They had some data today. The Fed is allowing the crazy inflation, allowing easy money. It's distracting you. Although I do think that's part of it, and there is a lot of distractions, it's just purely like this is still purely economical. It's just a sense of like we've never seen anything like this. I mean, quite frankly, you've just never seen a supply chain stretched to this capacity. You've never had this amount of orders from 2020, economy shutting down, to reopening, to now half the world shutting down, opening up and doing this. And now they give out all of this money. So now people have more cash than they've ever had before. But now they're all able to order stuff online. It's just like it is a truly unique event in economics. So like that I can't deny. Like when they say unprecedented, they are right. They drive it into the floor and they use that to kind of say about everything, but it's still very economical. That's why I'm saying that's where I could come to this conclusion that, okay, we're probably going to get more inflation, runaway inflation. There's probably going to be a lot more that we're going to deal with because the economics with enough time, the data you can't ignore. You guys don't remember in the beginning of the year, even after 2020, we were data dependent. That's what the Fed was saying. So even if the Fed wants to say they're data dependent now, we'll call it what you want. But we have 18 months of data now to get an idea of what is actually happening. Inflation always hits you twice. Josh and Suarez is a good one. Exactly. It was data that for the 6 months, no more excuses. 100%. That's why, because after this point, you can't say transitory. Again, at one point, Powell said transitory was 3 months. He said 6 months. I'll give him that's fine. If you missed that one, that's great, Powell. That's understandable. But at the end of the day, after a year, approaching 18 months, you can't say your definition of transitory is just not there. Global tax passed. I think only a couple people. Like I think it was like New Zealand or somebody said they're going to get in it. Which Airbnb property manager do you use or would you recommend? Probably amount to pay for their services, 20%. You could get away with like 10 to 15. It all depends on what they do, their track record, if they're providing an Airbnb account that already has reviews and their own backing. But go watch my Airbnb video. I explain how it's just like how I made $7,000 in a month off Airbnb. But I would go look at it, and the video, it talks about going on Airbnb, hitting people up. You could find property managers, but usually finding somebody on the platform who already has a bunch of Airbnbs, that's probably going to be your best bet. Or asking somebody locally if you do have anybody who's familiar with the area. Where is it? OPAD. That was a hype play. I haven't looked at it. I remember OPAD. I'm reading your email, Bill. So you're trying to get that loan, and what is it? I'll see if lending tips, because if you don't have the W-2 for a conventional, so if they're not accepting your trading income, you might just want to go with a hard money loan. All right, so because think about it, you're trying to pull out the equity in one house to get another. Go find the house you want to buy, and then see the house you're going to buy for a rental, and then use that. You could get a hard money loan, but then you could even back it up with the equity in your current home and then any other additional cash, essentially. But then that way you could get around the W-2. But lending tips he'll have a better answer for you. But I think that would be the way to do it if you want to get a rental, or do you just want the cash out refi? Any recommendations on hard money loan? Just know what you're doing. That's the thing, as I was even going through, I asked lending tips a lot of questions. You got to realize you have to count your fees, closing costs. If you're going to refinance out of the loan, what's it going to be like? Is there a prepayment penalty? All of that. Cash for now, rental later. So in that case, then you might be approaching, you got to think the over leverage on it. Essentially, your house value isn't going anywhere. You could try to build it up, but you might be able to find a cash out refi who could do it, or you could find a private lender who will be able to give you your money back on it. But essentially, I wouldn't pull the cash until you have what you want to buy. Otherwise, what you could try to do is open an equity, instead of doing a cash out refinance, you could open an equity credit line against the house. But so then that way you could get a credit card to use capital. But again, that's dangerous, because then if you're not bringing in a certain amount of income, or if you go crazy on something, you could run up all the equity in your house on a credit card. So that's why I'm saying have the house you want to get first, and you'll have more wiggle room. But as of now, if you want the freedom to cash out refinance and just have them hand you a bunch of cash, you're gonna need a couple of things. Yeah, I opted to go HELIOC instead of cash out. HELIOC is home equity line of credit. Or HELOC? I call it HELIOC. I don't know where the I comes from. RBAC SeatGeek deal. Freeport CEO says China's physical copper market pretty solid. HELOC. I always say HELIOC. It just sounds like a gunship from Halo. Yeah, quickly get to the HELIOC. Quickly get to the bonds. Come with me if you want to yield. Hurry. The heliocentric copter model. What are you talking about? HELIOC inbound. Capture the flag. Coolio plus HELOC. HELIOC. Get to the heliocopter. Quickly. The I comes from the I in Abivi. That's true. Biden gives remarks on September jobs report. I thought you guys said he canceled that. Maybe they just had it on the schedule. No, he's talking.
4%, and it's now below 8%
Oh, y'all
for the
lied
first
to me.
time in 17 months. A drop of 496,000 in long-term unemployment is the second largest single-month drop since we started keeping records.
No way.
The largest was in July. So in the past 3 months, we've seen a drop of 1.3 million long-term unemployed. That's the largest 3 months fall in long-term unemployment since we started keeping records in 1948. More to do, but great progress. And working Americans are seeing their paychecks go up as well. In September, we saw one of the largest increases in average wages paid to workers working Americans on record. Today's report comes one day after the Labor Department found in the third quarter of this year, the number of layoffs and job reductions was the lowest in this country since 1997. Overall, the unemployment report shows almost 200,000 jobs were created last month, over 300,000 in the private sector, and 26,000 in manufacturing, offset by some seasonal adjustments in education hiring. The monthly totals bounce around, but if you take a look at the trend, it's solid. On average, 600,000 new jobs created every month since I took office. And in 3 months before I got there, that was 1/10 what was being created. It's 60 to 60,000 as opposed to 600,000 jobs a month. In total, the job creation in the first 8 months of my administration is nearly 5 million jobs. Jobs up, wages up, unemployment down. That's progress. And it's a tribute to the hard work and resilience of the American people who are battling through this pandemic, working to keep their businesses afloat. Remember, today's report is based on a survey that was taken during the week of September the 13th. Not today, September the 13th, when COVID cases were averaging more than 150,000 per day. Since then, we've seen the daily cases fall by more than 1/3, and they're continuing to trend down. We're continuing to make progress. Right now, things in Washington, as you all know, are awfully noisy. Turn on the news, and every conversation is a confrontation. Every disagreement is a crisis. But when you take a step back and look at what's happening, we're actually making real progress. Maybe it doesn't seem fast enough. I'd like to see it faster, and we're going to make it faster. But maybe it doesn't appear dramatic enough.
I looked.
But I, too, would like to, as I said, move it faster. We're making consistent, steady progress, though. And thanks to bipartisan agreements, we're making progress on funding the government and raising the debt limit, so people continue to get their Social Security checks, the military continues to get paid, and so much more. We're making real progress on COVID-19 as well. More than 186 million Americans are now fully vaccinated. More than 75% of eligible Americans have gotten at least one shot. And COVID cases are down 40% in the past month. Hospitalizations are down over 25%. In July, when I announced the first vaccination requirement, about 95 million eligible Americans still had not been vaccinated. Today, we reduced that from 95 to 67 million eligible Americans that haven't been vaccinated. That's still much too much. There's more work to do, including getting more people vaccinated. But we continue to make progress. And the American Rescue Plan, which we passed shortly after I was elected, we've made progress providing rent and mortgage relief to help keep roofs over people's heads. We provided checks in pockets and other benefits so families can put food on the table for their families. Hundreds of thousands of loans to help small businesses stay open and keep employees on a job getting paid. Today, towns and cities and states that were at risk of losing hundreds of thousands of jobs before because they didn't have the budget to pay, we helped make their payroll for them so they could keep teachers, police officers, firefighters, essential workers on the job, helping schools stay open with the equipment and resources needed to keep students and educators safe. And we finally gave a tax break, I've been looking at this for a long time, to families with children, which, as I speak, is providing monthly checks for more families for 60 million children. $300 per month for every child under the age of 7, $250 per month for every child under the age of 17. Keeping the tax cut, it's a tax cut for these people, and cutting child poverty nearly in half, over 40%. We're making progress protecting our air and water as well, and our natural lands. Much more to do. And I'll have more to say about that later today. The jobs numbers also remind us that we have important work ahead of us and important investments we need to make. America is still the largest economy in the world. We still have the most productive workers and the most innovative minds in the world. But we risk losing our edge as a nation if we don't move. Our infrastructure used to be the best in the world. Today, according to the World Economic Forum, the United States of America ranks 13th in the world, 13th, on infrastructure, roads, bridges, ports, etc. We're among the first in the world to guarantee access to universal education back at the turn of the 20th century. Now, the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, catch this, ranks America 35 out of 37 major economies when it comes to investing in early childhood education as a percent of GDP. 35 out of 37. On all these investments that fuel a strong economy, we've taken our foot off the gas. And the world has taken notice, including our adversaries. And now they're closing the gap. Look, so it's essential that we have to regain the momentum we lost. As my wife says all the time, a professor she is, any country that out-educates us is going to out-compete us. The work of our time is to prepare ourselves to be competitive to win the fast-changing 21st century global economy. That's why I propose two critical pieces of legislation being debated here in Washington right now. One, focus on the investments we need to make in the physical infrastructure of America, roads, bridges, ports, etc. The second, focus on the investments we need to make in the American people to make us more competitive. I know this is my legislation, and I feel strongly about it, but the people who have the most at stake are the American people. So we need to stay focused on what these bills will mean to the people who are just looking for a little bit of breathing room, a fair chance to build a decent middle-class life, to succeed and thrive instead of just hanging on by their fingernails. We need to keep an eye on what's fundamentally at stake for our country, the ability to compete and win the race of the 21st century as we did the 20th century, a race that other countries are doing everything they can to win. In recent years, China has spent around 3 times as much on infrastructure, 3 times as much as a share of its economy than the United States has. Our infrastructure bill makes investments we need to rebuild the arteries of our economy, the roads, the highways, the bridges, the ports, the airports, the rails. And we're going to allow us to replace lead water pipes, which are poisoning our children and families. It's ridiculous. Build a modern energy grid that can withstand storms and carry renewable energy across America. Make high-speed internet affordable and available to everywhere in America, and create good union jobs in the process of putting that together. We're going to make the largest investment in public transit in American history. And we're going to make the most important investments on our rail since the creation of Amtrak 50 years ago. But it isn't enough just to invest in our physical infrastructure. We're going to lead the world like we used to. If we're going to do that, we also have to invest in our people. That's what my second bill does, the Build Back Better plan. That's what it does. Today, only about half of the 3- and 4-year-olds in America are enrolled in early childhood education. In Germany, France, the UK, Latvia, that number is more than 90%. We're falling behind. It's not just early education. According to one study, America ranks, catch this, America ranks 33rd out of the 44 advanced economies when it comes to the percentage of our young people who have attained a post-high school degree. The United States, 33rd out of 44. My Build Back Better plan gets us back on track to making 4 additional years of public education available for every person in America. 2 years of high-quality preschool in the front end, which indicates that over 56% of the children will be able to go through all 12 years and beyond without any interruption. And investments in community college, so our students can gain the skills they need and carve out a place for themselves in the 21st century economy. We're going to help build families. We're going to help them afford to care for their new baby, a child, an elderly relative. It's going to extend the tax credit for families with children. It's going to help us meet the moment on climate change and become a global leader in the fast-growing clean energy industries like solar and wind power. The whole world knows that the future of the auto industry is electric, and battery technology. We need to make sure America builds that future instead of falling behind. We should build those vehicles and the batteries that go into them and the charging stations they're going to need, the 500,000 we're going to build across America. Here in the United States, we should be doing this. And look, if we get this done, we're going to breathe new life into our economy and our workforce, and we're going to breathe cleaner air at the same time. These are the kinds of investments that will get America back in the game and give our workers a chance, a fighting chance. Economists left, right, and center agree. Earlier this year, Moody's on Wall Street projected that the investments in these bills will bring us a higher GDP and additional 2 million jobs per year and lower unemployment. These bills are not about left versus right, or modern versus progressive, or anything else that pits Americans against one another. These bills are about competitiveness versus complacency. Competitiveness versus complacency. Opportunity versus decay. They're about leading the world, or whether we're going to let the world pass us by. The American people understand what's at stake here. They understand that when workers and families have a better shot, America has a better shot. Given half a chance, the American people have never, never, ever, ever let their country down. Today, we receive more evidence of the progress we're making. And I know we can make a lot more in the days ahead. I want to thank you, and God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you very much.
What do you say to Americans who want them to go back to work, sir?
Damn it. I thought he was going to talk a little bit longer. That's why I was in the bathroom. Hold on. Oh, wait. I hear me on the echo. Can you hear me? Wow. I'm listening to the echo. I've never heard it from the bathroom. That's crazy. I thought he was going to take questions. Damn, y'all really hear me in the bathroom. That's nuts. That's crazy. Damn, so that's what it sounds like. That's crazy. What's good? What's good, baby girl? What's up, man? Why you calling me baby girl? Whew. Oh, man. Oh, man. See, okay, we're back. Don't worry, it was good. It was good. It was good. I just heard that toilet paper sound. Haha, joke's on you. I don't use toilet paper. It's called baby wipes, son. Baby wipes. We in the game. We in the game. That's it. That's how you know you made it in life. Somebody asked me, they said, when did you know you made it in life? I said, I don't know. And then I recalled when I started using baby wipes. And that's what I realized. That's my life changed. My life really changed after that. Coconut water bidet? Damn. Okay. Yeah, baby wipes are the EV of toilet paper. 100%. 100%. But that was interesting. I mean, I thought he was going to cancel it, but I mean, remember the last jobs. Remember we listened to the last time the data was bad, and we're like, damn, he's really trying to spin this. But this has been 3 bad jobs reports in a row. Again, 2 of the biggest historic job declines have now occurred in the last 3 months. So, or declines in hiring. So it's pretty. It was a bad report in general. The question is, how bad is it? Is it enough to stop the tapering? And it just doesn't seem like the market is doing that. SHIB holders now under 700,000. What does that mean? Guess you just missed Biden. Yeah, there was just Biden. Biden was literally like 5 minutes. I barely had time to go to the bathroom. Yeah, the mandates will probably affect the other one now, because I know a lot of you keep bringing that up, but it wouldn't have showed up on this report. I think in the next couple, we might see that. But again, you guys don't, I wouldn't put it past them to start changing the data in the sense that they might record it excluding, they're just going to look at hiring and they're not going to include the amount of loss. It might affect unemployment rate, but they might have an exclusion for it. They're giving Sheeb away on Weeble. Wait, well, what does 700,000 mean? You said Sheeb is under 700,000? Oh, 700,000 holders. Oh, wow. Build back Baba up 4%. 700,000 individual wallet holders. That's not right. I did not make a play on Roku. That one, we're eyeing that one for earnings. It is up, though. That'd be positive for Shiba. I mean, a 700,000 individual wallets is a lot. I mean, how many wallets own Dogecoin? Viacom merger, anything Viacom. I mean, I think they're the prime candidate for some sort of merger or deal, but we haven't. There were some updates, but I don't think that was like the full company. I know like some parts are spin-offs and partnerships. That doesn't account for Shiba holders on Robinhood. But how many have Doge? How many wallets have Doge? Yeah, wait, Shiba's not even on Robinhood. What am I saying? Open chart. Open door. Wasn't there? I think they got some news. They're actually killing it, yeah. Open door is rocketing. 13 Doge holders. I know that. I told you the Doge thing from the beginning, and then y'all were like, no, you're a hater. And then y'all hate you, Josh. I could have made $1 million buying Doge. But you said a shitty asset was a shitty asset. And you made a joke about it. How dare you? But no, how many wallets like actually own it? Yeah, Viacom is undervalued in general. 2.3 yield. Paramount Plus. Book value is closer to 65. It's just the Archegos thing. That's why I bought 10K in Shiba yesterday. I know. That's now and this time you do what you do. You're way too skeptical of GME and I didn't buy options. Listen, man, when you guys get older, one day you're going to appreciate a friend like me. Okay? You know what they call us? I'm not a yes man. Just you'll understand that one day. At the very least, one day you'll be it's good to have a skeptical friend. Good, and I'm not that scared, and we could still gamble a little bit, but one day you'll be like, somebody was there to actually, say, okay, I feel. In the meantime, though, 2021. I'm 001 in Squid Game. I'll be like, let's play a game. Let's play another game. Look at this town. Why are you looking at GameStop? Come on. And people assume that since the stock price went up, you were wrong. I mean, that happens a lot in that sense. And that's why it just sucks, though, because, like, I kind of like have to remind people about everything that happened before that, because it's just like, you know, I've been shamed for not getting Doge, but it's like I never came at people's throats to pump like Ethereum and Bitcoin when it was before any of the Doge stuff happened. So that's like the difference, where it's like I was silently running it up on a different asset. That's all. And I made it clear, but it still just wasn't like, you know, people missed out and got different things. I think that's why what's yours is yours. You were offering 100K contracts for 1 cent. I think I was. Oh, whoa, spy. Hold on. Big spy, Chicle. No news yet. Financial foreign leaders. Reverse repo data. Yeah, I think this is just breaking through the open of yesterday. Yeah, we're now firmly below that. There was the news on the reverse repo. SPY. Some pretty decent sized reds here. Keep your eye on anything. That's pretty decent. I mean, that's what, 438 to 470. That's about 1 point. It's a pretty decent sized Chicle. UVXY moving up. I want to see. I was looking at some of those plays. Again, I wanted a weekend play. I only got the HSBC, but nah, even some of these plays didn't even move. So even then, despite any of these moves, like even like volatility plays, they haven't moved. I like the I could be down for another JD, but I have HSBC for China. China, I think, is going to do its own. China has more potential risk. I want to play oil and energy, mainly natural gas. I think that's money coming into Monday. Otherwise, and again, none of that's a recommendation. I think priority-wise, oil is going to be a key, then inflation, taper talk, and then China, unless China has really, really bad Evergrande shit or something related to that. Again, the Chinese bond ETFs are signaling something. I got a shorter term November HSBC playing over the weekend, and the logic with that one, simply playing the movement that we got with the bond ETF in China and expecting any China news, and the fact that all the China-related stocks had a big bounce. The reverse repos, it's been mixed though. They've been going up and down. It hasn't been record after record. So like, remember the other day it was at 1.6. So that has to do something with the tapering, but it's still a little bit, you know, they've been using the reverse repos, have been amped since last year. I think the real issue is when the numbers drop. It's about China being the center of global supply and what are the risks. I think it relates again to everything, and I think China is in a position where they're slowly crumbling. It just, will the rest of the world back them up, or how long can they distract to turn it into a soft landing versus a hard landing? And that's all they're doing. That's all, by trying to stop Evergrande, these little tricks, halting this, halting that. The whole idea is to cause a soft landing instead of a hard one. I grabbed HSBC puts. Peace, love, and volatility, baby. Tell them, Jack. Arn. Amen, amen. That's probably a good lesson we should go over, hard landing versus soft landing. SPY making another move down. Shouldn't TLT be popping? Oh, it did, my friend. It did that all more. Again, remember what I told you. There's a divergence. So right now, TLT already gapped down, and TLT's down 1 point or almost 1%. The market's barely down a quarter. So if anything, the market's catching up to the bonds right now. Explain why China's interest to go after Babo and companies with Evergrande are just around the corner. Doesn't it hurt their economy? Don't try to. The problem is you think China is going to operate off of a normal means of rationality. It's just different. You know, again, if people are from a different culture and believe different things and they've implemented that differently, you can't expect them to. Rational for you is not rational for them. That's why I think a lot of the Western world misses this. Like for you, you know, in the Middle East, what some people do because of their religious beliefs, you're like, why would anybody do that? Why would somebody harm themselves to make a point? You wouldn't really. That doesn't seem rational. But to them, it will be. It's a 1,000,000% rational. You can't explain certain things. So the point is, we can't explain China. I don't know what they're gonna do next. But the point is, you know. Can you read the writing on the wall? The writing on the wall is clearly something is getting absolutely obliterated out there, and you will never know. But the point is now, is it going to be a hard landing or a soft landing? That's it. That's the way I'm breaking it down. It's literally, and that could have very different effects. A hard landing, a lot of things get destroyed. It could have a big contagion. Soft landing, you're still going to have a negative effect, but if you could soften the blow over time, it will create less scarring and reverberations throughout the economy. I think it's slow landing. Everybody wants a slow landing. You don't want a fast landing. You don't want a hard landing. You want a slow landing. That's it. So that's why you got to think about it. The default comes in, the first default 2-3 weeks ago. What do they say? Oh, well, we have 30 days before a real credit event. Awesome. Boom. Shit bounces up, then gets clapped later that week. Come Monday, they have another bond due. They're about to default. You wake up Monday morning, China's closed for a damn week. They halt the stock in Hong Kong, and they say we have a buyout deal. Pending details. Now, the stock hasn't traded for 4 days. You got to think about it. This same bullshit piece of news, they've stretched it for 3 weeks. So now they've limited, you know, it's not going to hit you the same. It's getting your viral load in bits and pieces instead of all at once and making you a lot sicker. So they're slowing it down because it has a better positive effect and it can limit some of the damage. But other than that, it doesn't, you know, that's why the comment when people are like, yo, well, China's a good opportunity. It's like they are trying to create a soft landing. They're not trying to take off. There's a really big difference between a plane trying to land safely and a plane trying to get lift in altitude and thrust. And that's the difference. They're trying to control the landing instead of trying to take off. But that was a nice little move there on the SPY. Bonds stayed chill. Hard landing, get over with it. Hard landing has a higher chance of destabilizing what they built and what they stand for. You got to think about that. Now, you have to realize the risk for China, you guys, and nobody gets this because everyone just sees it very black and white. The risk, it's just like America. It's like if we have a debt default, that's a risk to democracy. If you have a fat economic failure in China, that's a risk to communism. How does it look? That's what they're battling out right now. It's a weird Cold War if you think about it, because it's saying which system gives the people which takes care of people better. That's it. So when you're a hard landing and people getting hurt in the widespread economic effects, that would taint China's reputation and what they've built in the last 20 years. Like, you have to think, so when you're like, okay, and some of the moves that they're making, you may not see it. You're like, that doesn't make sense. Why would they go after Alibaba? It looks good. You have to really think about it. It looks really, really good. What are Americans talking about? Americans are talking about common prosperity. Americans are saying tax the rich. Americans are saying, why do rich people have so much money? That's what you're seeing here. So what are they, in a sense, even though it's hurting their companies, it's called in China, it's called save face. They're trying to save face right now. Let's let the real estate collapse. We could blame it on dirty capitalistic pigs who over leveraged and took money. But then what we're going to do is right now, while we still have time, let's try to build up the large part of population who is poor and could attack us. Let's actually start giving back. And then the rest of the world, when they look at what's going on, they're going to think that we're stopping bad content and that we're stopping all of this stuff from happening because we want to protect everybody. So it's how it looks. So you got to, right now, in a weird way, they need to protect their economy, but looking good while they do it is just as important. I wouldn't even say that's tin, to be honest with you. Again, I have partners in China. I've operated business in China. I've been offered to do stuff in China. They were going to give me a building one day. This was like 2017, 2018. Before I took that one other fun job, and then I ended up having to leave that one. They were going to give me a building there to operate and do whatever I wanted with real estate, stocks, finance stuff, but it came with a lot of restrictions, and it came with a lot of different things. I was not down with it. It's a wild area over there, but again, this concept of saving face and how they're going about it, this is not far removed from Chinese culture, especially if you understand it. Even like you hear tinfoil like credit score or social credit, that exists. That existed back then since 2015. I'm not talking today. I'm not talking yesterday. I'm not talking last year during COVID. That's existed for 5 years at minimum, maybe 6, where they've done, like, you guys are worried about passports. Like, they've had stuff like that. Oh yeah, in China, that's very real. Very, very real. That's not like really tinfoil. So a lot of what happens there is just, that's what I'm saying. Most people are very ignorant to it. And even myself, given the fact that I am closed off from the info, you're everyone to a degree in the Western world, you have a certain level of high ignorance related to what's going on right there, or going on over there. We have credit scores. They have social credit scores. So like literally they've tested and piloted systems back then where like everything is on you is monitored digitally. They can monitor who you are, the facial recognition, all of that. But like, let's say you hypothetically, you did something that's frowned upon by society, they could deduct money from your account directly. Or it would penalize you. It was like Black Mirror in real life to a degree, yes. But again, and what I'm saying, it's not like I'm making this up. It's not like this is a new theory. This has actually gone on for half a decade minimum. So, yeah. Understand, though, there's that's what I'm trying to say. China's situation with Evergrande, it's just as much economical as it is social, and then what it means politically. So there's a lot with it. And that's why it's like they want a soft landing, but when you're trying to understand how they're going to do it or what, you're thinking from a Western mindset. You're thinking they're going to operate it like like anything else. Like, that's why you could learn something from Lehman in the timeline, because that was a soft landing turned into a hard landing. They try to recover it. But above all else, you're thinking they're going to handle problems how you would or how some of your leaders would, but that's just not the case. You dig this stream, but these takes are too narrow, Josh. Zero nuance, almost cringe. Well, you're missing the point then, because I'm not, what I'm here to talk about is I made a play. I made a play on HSBC. We had the first day of China opening all day this week, and the question is Evergrande not an issue or not? I'm discussing, what I'm expecting of how I'm thinking this is going to play out, and if you don't think that is going to weigh on global credit markets for the next 6 to 12 months, if not more immediate, then I don't know how, I don't know what you're missing about it, and it could be what I just explained, where I'm saying it's not like, there's a reason why it's being talked about and why we're focusing on it, and again, why I'm making a play like HSBC and going out of it. So the scope of this is very related to the market. The problem is people like you, and I mean that respectfully, because people are saying, oh, it's contained, it's this, it's that, oh, it's not this, why are you focusing on that? No, they can't affect us. No, it's like, that's like looking at the damn Titanic and saying, oh, their half of the ship is sinking, we don't need to focus on our half of the ship, don't focus on that narrow part of the ship that's upside down right now. We're all on the same boat, hashtag supply chain, right? So this is based off of what is happening right here, right now, in both currency markets, credit markets, and equity markets. And now the sad part is it ties into real estate markets because of the exposure of the Chinese investor domestically and abroad. So I don't mean to knock the stream off track, but you're probably off track, because this is related to not only plays that we made today, but I'm even talking about what we're going to get into this weekend. We're right at the 100-day moving average still. We've had the nuttiest sort of week that we've had, and then now you had 1 day of China open. Evergrande has been halted for 5 days, and then now you're going to get something over the weekend. So that's why I made the play, and now talking about it, I hope you could see this situation's probably bigger than you would suspect, and that's why I encourage you to just learn more about it. Best way to say it. I remember Evergreen. Indeed. Out of the money, near the money puts. Near the money, shorter time. Again, I'm factoring in a development over the weekend. I'm even thinking China's going to be better. I think China's might come out on Monday, and they might try to carry some of the momentum here, but there's still this Evergrande risk. I mean, I can't. It's an elephant in the room right now. I don't know how people could still be just far from it. It's just not like it's just a real risk. That's just the best way. Is it something I'm going to panic and sell all my stocks over? Fuck no. But it's something that of any, big global development this year, it's very important. But given our access to the information and a lot of the common knowledge, it's being ignored in a very, very weird way. And now that's why that whole discussion, I'm saying it's been weird, because they are trying to orchestrate a soft landing versus a hard landing. You agree on the financial and government, but the social or cultural take is lacking. Evergrande introduces volatility. So, no, it's not, though. I see what you're saying. We're saying, what's the point of bringing social and cultural into this? That's assuming every single economy is on an equal playing field. Every credit market is on an equal playing field. Every financial market is on an equal playing field. That's not true. How we handle something in America is completely different to how you're going to handle it over there. And now we're talking about a global financial risk that would go across sea to sea, and the social, and the people are like, well, why are they doing this when they could be doing that? it has to do with the social aspect of it, 1,000,000%. Otherwise, that's like saying China and the United States are exactly the same. They're not. China and Latin America are not the same. America and Latin America are not the same. America and Europe are not the same. So you have to bring in the cultural elements to that. What goes on in Africa is different than China. What goes on in China is different than Europe. What goes on in Europe is different in America. We share a lot of similarities. And now, if you really want to dive deep into China, 2015, that is where they made a push to become a more financially open society because their culture and society closed it off for their political objectives. That is looking at the unholy trinity of currency, capital movement, all of that. So what they wanted to do was modernize their financial system from 2015 to now, open up capital markets. That's why they're using even Hong Kong and some of that stuff. And that's why Hong Kong, again, that will come up politically and socially. But even from a financial standpoint, that was part of opening up the borders and doing all of this stuff. They wanted to modernize it so that they could get special drawing rights, which they did get a few years later. So it is very, it's all leading into them trying to adopt the Western financial culture. And they have for the last 5 or 6 years. And now their economy is slowing. The pandemic, economic effects have taken place, over leverage. The bonds are now coming to maturity. So now they're backtracking and going to what they were doing prior to 2015. That's what I'm trying to say. So but you have to look at to ignore the culture, to ignore how they're going to operate. I just can't, I can't. And to even promote that is irrelevant for an investor to learn about, I disagree. Someone in the chat will say, you'll learn this in a college economics class. If a real good college economics class, a real good college business class, you are going to talk about this. And you will have to, you will fail a test. Imagine writing a test for finances and looking at the differences between America and the United States, and to say that the cultural and societal impact does not affect policy. Come on, So, but it is, I just encourage you, don't get too socially progressive on this issue and think I'm not attacking Chinese people or anything. I love Chinese people. I have business partners in the way I love their culture. Don't get it twisted. I don't know if you guys have picked up on that. I'm a big fan of China, but I'm not a big fan of how some things operate. But the culture is amazing to a degree. But I do understand the differences between my culture and theirs. So I just hope you don't get lost up in the sauce of it all. When I said subprimes, I was joking. I didn't at first, but then I picked up on it. It's great knowledge. It's even just great history. You know what I'm saying? Like, I literally have videos on YouTube from this time frame talking about it, even 2017, 2018, all of that. The point is, I don't think some people, especially if you're new, you're not going to realize how long I've been looking at this. I could tell you that, and my firsthand experience. But it's just like this. If you just piece together the story, China is it's a great novel if you really want to read it, and if you look about how it's changed, that is the key. You talk about SEC, Americans screwing over individuals, not important. China, single, not important. USA, we jail veteran protesters. See, now you're going off the deep end now. I think you thought what I was saying was more political based on that answer, because we're talking about something completely different. I think Roblox, anything below 70, it could go either way, but I wouldn't rule it out of the question. But if it does go there, I'd be down with it. I do think it is attractive. But again, if you want to understand it's just understanding what China is doing right now. and just look at the difference between a hard landing and a soft landing. I even said this the first time you heard Evergrande. Do you guys recall me saying that? So it's because, like, that is the big issue right there. That's what you need to understand, and that's why there is social sprinkled into it, because it's like, why are they doing what they're doing? You know, why would they be clapping billionaires when they're watching real estate fail? You know, that is a hard question to understand, especially if you're basing it off of a template from the United States. So, but every country in the world, every crisis, and now, again, East Asian financial crisis, Japanese crisis, you could go all the way throughout history, this concept of hard versus soft landing and what certain governments and financial actors have done to either avert a crisis or made it worse. It is what they do at these moments. It is how do you engineer the landing, essentially, and how it comes in. That is going to be the key. But that's what brings us to the timeline now of how it's going to affect markets, how it's going to play out, and that's why for Evergrande, all we need is a credit event. Until there's a real default or not, there's nothing. Thanks for answering. I respect your answers. I appreciate you. Yeah, you were getting some misplaced Xeno vibes. Evergrande scheme is grimy. It is, and that's why I said I see what you're saying, because I understand when I talk about it. Some people, they put up their guards. Like, even I had a girlfriend in the past, and she was Asian. She would get mad when I would talk about it, because she would think I was saying it's this and that, but it's not. And it's just, you got to understand the economics with it. I love the people out there, and it has nothing to do with anything. It's not the people. It's just understanding how things operate and what it creates. Again, I have a lot of Chinese friends. One of my best friends, one of my only business partners, he is in this country because he had to leave because he was born in China, and then they had a brother, and this was during the one China policy, and he had to come over here. I'm very, very tight with him and his family, and what it is just like, they're great people. There's nothing about the people. It's just understanding there's a financial risk right here. At sometimes China was the epitome of growth. It was beautiful a couple years ago. But I hope some of you don't miss some of the key. There's a real financial risk in markets right now, and don't be shy about it, because it requires talking about the reality of what's happening there. Abby Vi highs. Don't say that. Don't say that. But good talk. Hopefully you guys learned something. Shout out to the people who were able to engage, both negative or positive, or even able to come around and end it respectfully. I appreciate that. So God bless. This is how we learn, and this is economics with it, and that's why I hope this sparks some of the passion that I have in it, where it's like, if you guys read into history, read into some of these countries and places and how they've operated throughout time and other situations, you'll realize it's a cool story. Like, you guys hear me talk about movies. I'll tell you the show I'm watching. I'll be like, yo, I love Zootopia. That shit was hot. But it's the same thing here. China, go read into China. Go read into Japan. Go read into Europe. Go even the European crisis in 2013. You could go find so much. Oil in 2014. They're all little stories. It's literally, it's like stories in the Bible. I don't know, but it's real life. It's what's happened. No bullshit. What do you think is really going on with the ships off the coast? Why are they doing it on purpose? I will say, I don't think they're doing it on purpose. Truthfully and honestly, I don't think they're doing it on purpose, and I think it is stretching the supply chain to the max. The idea is orders come in and you're not going to say no. That's it. And what happened is everybody got a bunch of orders. Nobody said no, and there's just not enough people, and there's not enough resources to handle it. That's just the way I look at it. I think it's just keeping it economically in that it's self-inflicted, but I don't think it's purposeful. Does that make sense? It's a consequence. That's all. That's what I said. Remember I gave you that PHILO a couple months ago? And I said people just, it's consequences. It's an economic consequence. It's like the Phillips curve, but different. You know, employment and inflation and the correlation, right? It's like all of this stuff that's happened with all the money going out. That's what I'm saying. And people kept ordering. But it's not like, think about it. Orders come in. They're not going to just stop the ships until it's too late, if you really think about it. Because now the orders keep coming in, and we're like, well, the ship hasn't came back yet. But then we accepted 6 other orders, and then we sent out 5 other ships. So that's personally what I think is going on. How is there not enough workers when people get left? There's a lot of people not working. There's people who have died in the last 2 years. There's people who have retired and got too old in the last 2 years, both in China and America and everywhere else. And then on top of that, especially if you are Western now, and this is cultural, especially with what you're seeing now, not every job is the same, especially when the narrative is higher wages, you're seeing worker strikes, you're seeing all of this stuff. No jobs are equal. Why would you take a truck driving job or a ship job if you think you could get way more money and you're like, I want something more fulfilling. I want something more flexible. And you're like, I just spent the last year and a half in my house and I've really reconsidered life and what's important to me. And now I got a little bit of this stimulus money and all of this, you know, it's just like, why would you, why would you take the same job you would have worked at? Or why would you take a job slightly better? And then now all of your news media is telling you you're getting all of this money. And then I drive by McDonald's and I see $18 an hour every day. So these are all consequences. And this is just like, this is like Freakonomics, where it's like, how is there not, like, the people are there, but a lot of things have changed. Again, from population all the way down to now, how some people are viewing opportunity and what they see as a job. Jobs aren't apples to apples. They're not just saying, okay, I'm a teacher, I'll be a teacher again. I'm a teacher, let me go drive a truck. You know, that's just not going to happen. So, and then you have a lot of people not willing to settle when you see what's been going on. And then there's a lot more there's a lot more job supply. You have more options. Yeah. See, I quit my plant manager job during COVID and started my own shop for quality of living. How many of you in here are doing a different occupation than what you did before COVID? Let's see. You can just say yes or no. 1, 2, 3. I mean, well, there you go. I switched jobs. Yes. No. A lot of yeses, though. There's still no's, though. There you go. Now the no's are coming in. No, not yet. Yes, no. Yes, no, yes. Recently unemployed. Started my own business. There you go. Good. So you guys are all real people. You know what I'm saying? You guys have been living through it. And then again, you guys are all access here at different times. So it's just whoever's here right now. Yeah, speaking facts, people waking up to the fact they're getting paid in pennies. Jobs start to give out stocks to keep them from quitting. It's not only that itself, it's now just like inflation, it's the perception. So it's not only, it's like some jobs we're paying really low and you're right, but then other times now, just like with real estate, if your house prices are going up, why would you sell it for cheap? You're gonna want a bidding war. That's why I'm giving people exactly what they asked for, and they're like, I want more. It's just like a job. Why would you if you do that for a house, why wouldn't you do it for a job? So, again, I don't think it's, somebody said it in the chat and I agree with it. I don't mean it as harshly though. I don't think it's conspiracy. I think it's incompetence in the sense that nobody suspected this would happen to the supply chain, and there was a bad order of systems. You know, one fun fact about America, we don't operate on a 24-hour schedule for our ports. So Europe, Japan, and a couple of other places, a lot of places, they have 24-hour ports. You guys know that? And again, tell me this doesn't have to do with culture, please. That's based on American culture. We have business hours. And guess what else we have? We have something called the weekend. You see that? So think about all those ships now. No, you have your unions, but even then, without it, the weekend. We have a weekend. Today's Friday. We're excited. The ports aren't open on Sundays. So Savannah's 24. I think a majority, but if the port isn't open 24 hours, I don't think all connected lines are. It is a distinct, some may have it, but it's a very distinct feature of the United States comparative to some of the other places. We don't work the most, kind of, but it's what's it called? It's we have a different level of productivity, I would say. You telling me China don't have the weekend off? I don't think so, man. They don't even have religion. There's no Sabbath. Or at least the Christian religion or the Jewish religion, which, again, have you ever been to L.A.? Have you ever been to L.A. on the Sabbath? Or anywhere? I'm sure it's like that in New York as well, too. You don't, like, we have different culture and in a vast melting pot here. You have different ways of working in time frames. Different customs when it comes to labor and work. Indeed. Are my parents from Egypt? Yes. They came here in the early 80s. In Spain, business takes big breaks around 6 p.m. Indeed. Italy, they spend mad time eating. It's crazy. I love it. Are you talking about all the people out dressed up in L.A.? Well, yeah, on the Sabbath day, there's a large Jewish community in Los Angeles. So on the Sabbath, none of them work, and they won't even drive their cars. They'll like, you'll see them walking. You'll see them walk to the temple and go back and forth. But you'll like go on Rodeo Drive on the Sabbath, and you'll see they take it. It's the day of rest. And NYC, I've never been to NYC, but I've always been in LA, and I always see it. Like, I'm like, it really stands out. Like, it really, like, it go in some areas, yeah, like go to Beverly Hills, and you'll see it. You'll like literally, I'm sure the same thing in New York and anywhere there's a large Jewish congregation or community, that you will watch that if they actually practice. U.S. has very little vacation and maternity versus most West countries. Yes, and again, like I'm saying, all of it, every single place is different things. That's what creates what we have. But then that's why I'm also saying too, when you look at it, it's just that everywhere is different. There is cultural effects from or cultural effects on the economy. This is literally global economics. That's why it's not fair to, imagine if everything was the same, it would be easy, but that's why they want communism. No. Has Middle Eastern culture, specifically Egypt, relate to Chinese in America? Well, Habibi, we are the Middle East. We're kind of in the middle, very middle. A lot of Middle Eastern cultures are the same. I'd say I've noticed that Middle East culture is very similar to Hispanic culture. I've noticed, like, even some of the dialect, believe it or not, like some of the words sound the same, but like I've noticed a lot of the, like, at least coming to America, they're very, very, very similar. Genetically with ancestors. I'm down. Let's go, baby. I'm down with that. I'm down with all of it. Let's go. I love it. I love it. Yeah, Salah, living room. There's a lot of words in Arabic are like very close to Spanish words. And then when I share my stories about how we grew up and my parents, even like my parents' views towards investing, it's like a lot of my Hispanic friends, we've lived the same life growing up. Yeah, Mexico, Middle East, we've always been tight. I feel like that's it. You know what I'm saying? I feel like we've always been chill. And then real estate market in Arizona is hot. For someone asked that question. I love this cultural talk. I feel like I learned so much. I mean, with the right mindset, with, eliminate hate from your heart too, it's good. These talks are risky nowadays because it's just crazy because we could talk about this stuff and, the effects of everything and how it relates to stuff. But again, it's like people are really, they're quick to make judgments of it. But it's like you really can learn a lot about economy in the world and how things operate. And learning doesn't mean you have to judge people based on what you learn and say, oh, it's like this, so you're like that. Nah, not at all. It's so you could understanding people's differences. That's how you really get to grow and understand everybody. So then that way it's not even you will be less misguided in your efforts to try to say, okay, you're like, oh, well, this and that. It's like you could actually understand the background of people and understand why some things are, and then you will surely understand if you go study enough cultures and talk to enough people from different cultures. Everybody's very different, even if they are a part of a culture. Like I am very different for a Middle Eastern. Like I get made fun of by Middle Easterns because of how different I am. They say I'm whitewashed. You know what I'm saying? So you're gonna you'll realize the differences, but without the knowledge, you'll see. But again, these talks are risky nowadays, and that's why I'm saying I really respect the people who are able to listen and learn and keep this on track and not, take every opportunity to turn it into what it's not, because this is what you'll learn. I mean, and this is what I learned throughout school and actually, paying attention to it. But I don't know what school is like back in the day, but this is what I got from reading books and talking to people. It's okay to be white. Well, they say I'm whitewashed because I don't have a Middle Eastern name. So I've said this before. If any Middle Eastern person I ever talk to, I talk to them and I say, hey, they say, what's your name? I say, Josh. They say, no. What's your Muslim name? What's your real name? They don't believe it. Like even my brother's wife, she said for the first year that they went out, she didn't believe that was his real name, and she thought he had a Muslim name. So that's like stuff like that versus like, how like I one time one of my barbers, he was Middle Eastern, and like it was a huge Middle Eastern barber shop. It's like the show Barbershop. You just like replace it with Middle Easterns. That's what it was like. It's just Middle Easterns everywhere. They all then and like I don't listen to the like ding ding. I don't listen to that music. They'll be bumping it. They do what they need to do. But then I remember he asked me once. He was like, "Where are you living now?" And I told him, I was like, "Oh, I was in LA." I was like, "I'm in LA." This and that. He's like, "Oh, where's your mom? Where was your parents?" I was like, "Oh, they're back. They're still here, San Diego." He's like, "What about your brothers?" I was like, "Oh, he's here." And then what he ended up saying, he's like, "Oh, Habibi, like, you guys do it the wrong way. How come you don't all live in the same house?" So like that's even part of the culture. That's where like we differ in that. Like Middle Easterns, you'll live in that house until you get married, and even then you'll potentially move your wife into the house with you. You know what I'm saying? So like that to them, even at the time, like he thought I was very, very different. And he was like, no, like he was like, you guys can't do that. He was even like yelling at me about it low key. He was like, you gotta do this. You can't, he said, you guys all need to be together. That's family and like this. And like our family, we're like, nah, we can't stay with each other. We'll go crazy. Mama won't even, I've tried to live with my mom. She's like, nope. She said, it's not good for you. You are an adult. I wish I could live with my mom, bro. I tried to tell him. I was like, Omar, come on, bro. I'm trying to. His mama don't like that. So it's just stuff like that. Just little different things. And again, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter what someone is from. Their culture will be different. However, there is still a culture, and it still means something, especially now. Please don't get this twisted. Everything I talk about, I tie it back to economics. Your culture is going to affect that. Again, even like Japan and saving, and we talked about that yesterday. So, yeah, good talk. Good talk. My mom, I wish I could live with my mom. You know that? I wish. Bro, I wish. My mom won't do it. I even offered, I said, Mom, let me buy a house. I said, first I'll buy a big house. I said, if I bought a 12,000 square foot house, I was like, Mom, you wouldn't live on the other half of the house? I was like, you won't even see me. I was like, Mom, you won't even see me. You won't even hear me. We could just live our own sections. The house will have 2 kitchens, I was like, come on, Mom. And she got mad at me. She yelled at me. You know that? This lady yelled at me. She said, no. And I was like, geez, okay. And then I was like, okay, Mom, what if I did this? I said, what if I bought a 2-unit? I said, what if I bought a house with another separate house right next to it? And she yelled at me again. She said, no, distance is good. You need to be on your own. You cannot, no, that's not a good way to live. No, you can't be around people you can't be around family all the time we will drive each other crazy. I'm like, Mom, no. So, it's sad, bro. It's sad. It's sad. I wish, man. And then all my Arab friends, they're like, oh, yeah. They all huddled up, man. I'm jealous. I envy it. My mom would run it up. You should see the houses. You should see the houses that I sent her, bro. I was like, Mom, you really wouldn't live here with me. I was like, it's so big, you won't even see me. I was like, come on. And she was like, I got in trouble. I got yelled at. Like, I got into a fight with my mom because she's like, no. And then she's like, you can't tell me what to do. I was like, all right, word. I was like, I see how it is. Yeah, she likes personal space. That's a Western thing she learned. She loves it. She loves personal space. She'll say that, personal space. Your mom didn't want to see you go, bro. I was confused. My mom wouldn't let me play outside as a kid. And I was like, now I'm trying to move in and you won't let me? Oh, okay. And now you support trick-or-treating? This is bullshit. Man. Come on. Like, bro. This lady, I explained this story. I was in middle school. I explained this the other day. I explained this one to my girlfriend. And because I don't think she understood it, like the craziness. Like the first time, like, you know, when you like started like hanging out with people, like, remember, like, what were you, like 7th, 8th grade, when like you would first like go out and hang out with people and like you would go to the movies and places like that? You guys remember that? So the first time I ever wanted to hang out with somebody, I remember it was in the 7th grade, right? And everybody was going to the ice arena. Bro, I asked my mom, I said, can I go to the ice arena to hang out? And she said, what? To do what? I said, just to hang out. She beat the shit out of me. That's it. I was end the discussion. My first time I don't know how I have any remote social skills to this day, but man, I got my ass whooped for trying to go to the ice arena in the 7th grade. And now I can't even buy you a crib and live in it with you. This is what kind of, why, dog? I don't know. That's why y'all trying to ask me, why is Evergrande China? I don't know. I got beat though. It's the same concept. You don't have to understand it, but you know the consequence. Sam, pop baby. Man, y'all don't feel. But you know, she had a point, because later that year, I think it was the first time I did smoke weed. So that was, you know, she was on to something. She was on to something. She knew it was the devil out there. She said, what's going to happen out there, huh? You know, she knew. I was like, fuck you, Mom. Biden speaking. Is this about the national parks? All right. It's beautiful. We could go from cultural, economic talk, personal stories to Biden. There you go. You know, we get it's good. It's good.
Down from generation
He's not talking.
to generation at Bears
I think it's someone
ears.
related to the parks right now. You tried weed before the 9th grade. Sadly, yes. I was very, very young. It was in California. Crazy parents. There's a lot, man. It's the life of the immigrant children, man. First generation. Don't do it. If you're young, don't do it. I'm telling you. If you've gone this far without it, any sort of smoking device, don't ever touch it. Best advice you'll hear. It's not even like it's a bad habit. It's not only a bad habit, but again, economically, imagine if you just put all of like cigarette weed money from age 16, I don't know when y'all start, all the way up to like college. That's your first 5 years of of drip. And I'm telling you, it's like I think the average smoker spends about like $3,600 a year on just cigarettes. And weed, I could only imagine. So that's where it's like right off the bat, you could do that. Yeah. Now the conversation is spiraling. Now you're talking that I could accept. Now it's like, yo, what the fuck does this weed talk have to do with any? I feel you, but the China stuff, all right, like come on, don't play me. But yeah, I feel all right. Here's our man. If he can't do it,
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
All be seated, please.
Yeah, sit the fuck down.
Madam Secretary,
I fuck with you, Madam Secretary.
you've done an
I love
incredible
you.
job in a short amount of time.
I love her. Fuck, Bill
And,
Butter.
I told you
Like,
when
fuck
I
it,
asked
time.
you, the Secretary of Interior,
Your secretary, I
that
told her I got her at
understood I was
IKEA.
politically
IKEA.
raised by Danny Inouye.
Yeah, John
Indian
Elway.
nations. Indian nations.
Are
I
you
wanna
the
thank
Washington
all the leaders
Redskins?
that are
They
here
changed the
today
name.
for your support, for your help getting this done.
And Bill
And,
Butter.
It's really, really important. And I want to thank Brenda. The
Yeah,
Council
shout
on
out to Brendan.
Environmental Quality, and Gina McCarthy. If you
Hey,
need a
McCarthy.
translation, talk to me.
Yeah, say like I'm from
Do your
Jersey.
best.
McCarthy.
And I want you to know, although he didn't speak today, I want to thank my buddy Tom Vilsack, Secretary of Agriculture, for being here today because he's about preservation. And Maria, Senator Cantwell, thank you for your really hard, consistent, unrelenting work on these issues. And I also want to thank Michael Bennett the same way. He's been in this and never, from the moment he got elected, has been pushing hard. And Ruben, I want to thank you, Congressman Gallego, for the work you've done and continue to do. I really mean it. This may be the easiest thing I've ever done so far as president. I mean it. I mean it. I got to tell you a quick story. When I was running for office, and I'm embarrassed, I can't remember exactly which state I was in, but a gentleman and I think it was his wife and a little girl said, the little girl said, could I talk to you? And she had this, I couldn't understand what she had in her hand. It looked like a teddy bear or something. And she said, can I talk to you, Mr. She wasn't sure what to call me. I wasn't elected yet. Mr. President or Mr. Vice President. I said, sure, what's the matter, honey? She said, I want to give you something. I want to give you some bear's ears. I looked at her, and she gave me this little set of bear's ears. She said, you've got to promise me. You got to promise me. You'll protect the bear's ears. And I'm thinking, what the heck is we... I mean, at the time, I knew Bears, but I didn't quite get it. She said, her dad said, you know, a national park. I said, oh, yes. She said, and she went and looked, she said, you promise? You promise? And I promised. And it's the easiest promise that I've made in a long time. I'm grateful to the tribal nation leaders and both those who are here with us today and those who are unable to join us. Today, I'm proud to announce the protection and expansion of three of the most treasured national monuments, our most treasured. Based on powers granted to the President under the Antiquities Act, first used more than a century ago by Teddy Roosevelt. First, Bears Ears National Monument in Utah. This is the first national monument in the country to be established at the request of federally recognized tribes, and a place of healing, as was spoken by the Secretary, a place of reverence, a sacred homeland to hundreds of generations of Native peoples. The last administration reduced the size by 85%, leaving vulnerable more than 1 million acres of cherished landscape. Today, we shall shortly be signing a proclamation to fully restore the boundaries of Bears Ears. And second, I'm restoring Utah's Grand Staircase Escalante National Monument, a place of unique and extraordinary geology as well as biodiversity, established as a national monument 25 years ago this month. Over the last quarter century, this land has produced a significant scientific discoveries per acre than more than any other national monument, everything from fossils to ancient indigenous artifacts. And once again, the last administration cut the size of the monument nearly in half, stripping away more than 800,000 protected acres. Today, I'm signing a proclamation to restore it to its full glory. Third, off the coast of New England, I'm restoring protection of the Northeast Canyons and Seamounts Marine National Monument. Waters teeming with life, with underwater canyons as deep as parts of the Grand Canyon and underwater mountains as tall as the Appalachians. There's nothing like it in the world. Because its unique biodiversity, marine scientists believe that this is a key to understanding life under the sea. President Obama established it as a national monument 5 years ago, recognizing its irreplaceable value. Again, my predecessor chipped away at its protections. The proclamation I'll be signing today is going to restore protections established by President Obama when this monument was first created. Excuse me. The protection of public lands must not become, I should say, a pendulum that swings back and forth depending on who's in public office. It's not a partisan issue. And I want to thank the members of Congress who have come together to support this important conservation work. And by the way, I might add, as a matter of courtesy, I spoke with both the senators from Utah. They didn't agree with what I was doing, but they were gracious and polite about it, and I appreciate that as well. The truth is, national monuments and parks are part of our identity as a people. There are more than natural wonders. They're the birthright we pass from generation to generation, a birthright of every American. And preserving them is the fulfillment of a promise to our children and all those who will come to leave this world a little better than we found it. But today, our children are 3 times more likely to see climate disasters uproot and unsettle their lives than their grandparents' generation. We have to come together and understand why this work is so critical. When we protect and care for a forest, we're not just preserving the majesty of nature. We're safeguarding water sources and lessening the impact of fires. The impact of fires. We're protecting wetlands. We're not only saving birds and fish and the livelihoods of people who depend on them, we're also shoring up the natural defenses to absorb the fury of hurricanes and superstorms. Nearly 1 in 3 Americans live in a community that has been struck by weather disasters just in the last few months. Hurricanes, wildfires, droughts, heat waves. Both the Build Back Better plan and my bipartisan infrastructure agreement are going to make critical investments, significantly increasing the resilience to these devastating effects on the climate crisis. It includes creation of a civilian climate corps, similar to President Franklin Roosevelt's civilian conservation corps. which is going to put diverse groups of Americans to work doing everything from restoring wetlands to protecting clean water to making forests more resilient against wildfires. My plan also puts Americans on a course to achieve 50 to 52% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 and to reach net zero emissions no later than 2050. You know, achieving these ambitious goals is going to require that nature itself play a role. Scientists estimate that the protection and restoration of natural lands and waters can provide nearly 40% of the solutions to climate change. That's why I'm signing these proclamations today as an additional reason. It's also why I'm restoring protections for the Tongass National Forest in Alaska, which I've had the great honor to visit. As a matter of fact, when I was meeting with, back in the days when the senator from Alaska, I was with him after the oil spill on the North Slope, and we stopped in the Tongass Forest, and he sat me at a table in this magnificent restaurant in the middle of the Tongass Forest, which has tree trunks as big as those trees holding up the whole building. It's magnificent. And he sat me with what I kid and call Hoss Cartwright and his family. 4 big guys, really big guys, and they had a lumber company that they were foresting in the area, and they wanted me to support paying for roads into the national forest so they could forest. And we started the conversation. And to make a long story short, when I made it clear I wasn't going to do that, the father turned to his son, who looked like that program at Hoskart, big fella. And he said, I'll bet, I won't use the exact language. He turned to me, I'm across the table. And he's got he and 3 of his sons. And he said, I'll bet this so-and-so, referring to me in an expletive deleted, doesn't realize he's closer to Lexington, Kentucky today than he was when he just flew off the North Slope. And it made the point to me. Alaska's pretty big. There's an awful lot we need to protect. But that's why I'm working to protect Bristol Bay from mining operations that would threaten one of the world's largest salmon runs. That's why I'm refusing to sell out the Arctic National Wildlife Reserve to oil and gas drilling. These protections provide a bridge to our past, but they also build a bridge to a safer, more sustainable future, one where we strengthen our economy and pass on a healthy planet to our children and our grandchildren. Let me close with this. Edward Abbey, a writer who once worked as a ranger at the Arches National Park in Utah, wrote, and I quote, "This is the most beautiful place on earth. There are many such places. Every man, every woman carries in heart and mind the image of the ideal place, the right place, the one true home, known or unknown, actual or visionary." End of quote. Folks, that's the United States of America. That's America, a country we all share together, a country that we must protect together. And this is just one more step in doing what other presidents have done, starting with Teddy Roosevelt. And I'm now going to sign these proclamations and thank you all. Thank you all for your support. Thank you. Come on, guys. All right. First one I'm signing is Grand Staircase. All right. The second one I'm signing is the Bear's Ears.
Yes.
I wish I could remember that little girl's name. I hope she's watching. I hope she's watching.
Thank you for signing this, President.
It's important. You guys know it better than anybody.
You see this fucking pen? Watch what I'm gonna do with it. You're Bill back. How do you spell back? B-A-Q. All right. That shit's done. Told you, bitch. You did that shit. Yeah, clap. Yeah, clap more. I got another one. Hold on. What's this one?
And the
Wait.
third one I'm signing
What
is
the fuck does
Northeast
she say?
Canyons and Seamounts Marine National Money.
Oh, yeah, we're going to shout out the Marines. The fuck you laughing at?
Somebody grab one.
Yeah, you guys sign this shit too. Let me get you John Hancock. Yeah, look at that big back. All right, I don't even know what the hell I signed. You got another pen? All right, good. You need 3. You know,
Next one.
one color for every B. And red, white, and, no, I can't. You can't write in white.
Next one.
All right, give me another pen. All right,
The same.
you got these pens on deck. It's just fun. It's easy to stay in the lines.
Next one.
Okay, give me the next one.
Middle names.
Come on, keep running them. I do this all day. The next one. Come on, hey, come on. Yeah, it took too long. Yeah, look at this shit. Yeah. Okay, come on, hurry.
Going here. How many-
Come on.
Put a PS there.
PS more to come.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, 2 more. Barack used to be able to do this to say Barack Obama, and he didn't give away 17 pence.
There you go.
1 more. And if I don't have enough pens,
Do a heart sign.
everybody get one?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Let's go, baby. Let's go. Get a little hyped. Everybody could clap. We got to bring more energy to that. Woo! Woo! I just got to go to the bathroom. That's why I'm excited. Oh, but good. Good. Hopefully I'm feeling good, though. Market bounced up to VWAP. We're getting pretty low there, but it's chilling out. Every market is green except small caps and NASDAQ. So not that bad. Not that bad. Why they just do, I don't understand. I think they did the preservation of like Indian land and like natural preservations or something along those lines. I didn't know that they need a pen for every one. That's crazy. They literally like run through pens. I feel. Ticker for small caps, you could use IWM. That's the Russell 2000. Oh. eBay. Didn't eBay have a pop earlier? CCXI was moving. Yeah, we had the first eBay pop up there. It's continuing. Debt ceiling. You're not going to hear about it till December 3rd now. Damn. Bro, what? Is already 11:30? 11:23? Oh, man. Bro, what do we do? That's actually crazy. And it's already October. Oh, no. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm in a cult. All right, let me see. How are we going to do this? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. WWD. Woodward. I actually like Chipotle now. They've been up. They've been getting a lot of hype, especially with the reopening trade. They're actually looking pretty good. But they have moved up a lot. The deal or no deal? Let's see. I kind of have a different idea today. Or I think if we are going to do it, we're going to have to wait till Bible study. If you know what I'm talking about. If you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? You know, we'll keep it for the real ones. You know what I'm saying? You know, does that make sense? You know, so then that way because I think today could go either. I mean, we bounced up a little bit, but I feel like today has a little bit baked into it, and I still have my eyes on a couple of plays. So I'm waiting. Yeah, we'll have a non-heathen deal or no deal. So that's a joke. If you don't get it, some of you are like, did he just call me a heathen? Did he just say I'm a heathen? Sentinel 1, it sounds very familiar. Very, very familiar. Where's SI? I like this. Where's crypto? If I see Roblox below. Is Roblox below 70 right now? Yeah, it's right there. God damn it. The time I want dividends, you got to become cheap. Yeah, but they fall with inflation fears. My Shiba Gamble gonna print. I get 10%, man. You got to pay your fair share. Pay your fair share. All you Shiba billionaires. You hoarding all of the Shiba. You ain't even handing out anything. SPY's ripping back up. I mean, we're right by where we opened from, so this is a key level here. But again, it's just right now, it's just all about getting the NASDAQ green. Everything else seems chill, because otherwise, if NASDAQ can't find a way to get some of this strength, it will reverse by end of the day. I thought I added more Roblox. It sucks because I really want dividends, but the Roblox is that I could consider adding finally to the long term because it's at our price. Josh bought Shiba on the low. I didn't. The only thing I bought on the low was Ethereum. I mean, Bitcoin, I bought it on the low now, but when I bought Bitcoin, I thought it was high. I was paying like $300 a coin for Bitcoin, between like $300 and $500, and I thought it was too much. I remember. I even bought a bunch of gold that year too. The same year I bought gold and Bitcoin, or Bitcoin and Ethereum, I bought a bunch of gold and silver. I mean, which one do you think outperformed? The silver, duh. Nah, but the good thing about gold is that it held its value. That's something that I can't, like, that's why people like it. Like, gold and silver, even though I bought it, like, at the same time as Bitcoin, like, I could have bought Coca-Cola stock and I would have made so much more of just dividends and reinvestment, but it's just literally, like, the fact that the value, it still gained value. I think I'm up 100% on it, But the fact that it's there, that's good. Remember people try to short squeeze silver this year? Yeah. that was a good couple days. Sell it. Roblox, I think it did this last time when we were getting some of the inflation fears. I think Roblox is a little bit more sensitive to higher rates, especially with some of the other bigger tech holding up. SRPT. Yo, SRPT, they're up 7 or 6%. No, the Yang call down like 50, 60%, especially after today. No, down 90% now. Those are clapped. $200. But that's why we got the cheap ones. So they're further out the money. They did not hold at all. CCIX or CC, what was it? Was it CCIC? CCXI? Is that the one? They had some report today. I think energy, the fact that LNG and natural gas didn't drop heavy today, especially after another comment from Russia, and then some of the reports we got so far on like the gasoline pumps there, I think you're going to still have I think the issue may come back. That's one of the plays I'm considering, but I just don't. The premiums aren't good. The fact that like our UNG now it's gotten a little better, but that UNG is still up. Like, why is this play still up 15%? That's because this one came out the grave low key, and then we got a nice 150 on it. But the fact that it's up there, it's like I don't like paying that premium, or it at least highlights that there's still more risk on the table. Cone. Yeah. I like people were talking about Cone in the Bloomberg chat. The other day I saw people, they were asking about the deal on Cone. And so some people were talking about the expected valuation if there is a buyout. So remember we got that one play that was small, but Cone has been in an interesting spot. They have been getting clapped the last couple days, but they've been holding from that level. Brent crude is usually the more expensive one. So Brent crude usually kind of it leads the way. There's something specific to the oil market with Brent versus normal, but I'm blanking on it. How low do you think TLT will go after tapering? You say low 130s. I mean, what time frame are we talking about? I think it could come back here to... Oh, man, that's actually crazy. We're already back. We're almost at 2020 level. I think we might come right back here. Maybe like 130. I think low 130s is like a... Yeah, I like that price. 100%. That's crazy, actually, to think about it. The rates are actually pretty high. Ay, ay, ay. My firms are good. Still got the ghetto spread. It's up. I could get like 1,000% on the ghetto spread if I sell it out, but I am trying to push it, assuming it holds above 140. Firms volume 2 days ago was crazy. TBT, yeah, TLT. Again, remember the market caught up to TLT. Now you got the little bounce, and again, this is why I'm getting ready for this weekend, because TLT is there's a separation, so it could keep going on in between the market. But I mean, I would just, I would keep my eyes on a lot of things right now. Deal or no deal market is boring. Oh, I'm going to give you something better than deal or no deal. Let's play a game. It's called Jesus or No Jesus. Yeah, PHILO or no PHILO. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, looks like you got PHILO in your case. Congratulations. Woo. Mm-mm-mm. That Brent is OPEC and WTI is United States. Ah, is that it? I feel like there's one more thing too. There's one more thing about Brent crude. There's like little like nuances between the two, which makes sense for the premium. I think it has to do with the purity too. Am I correct me if I'm wrong? Like, isn't Brent a higher like the purity of the oil? Isn't it different or something? The viscosity. Well, it says it's sweet oil. I tried it. That shit was not sweet at all. It tasted really just ugh. That was. I said we should sue them for marketing. Ugh, and that's nasty. AT&T low key, yeah. CCXI keeps going. Again, they got a $130 price target from some bank. We were watching that earlier. I haven't even seen Old who watched it, so is Free Guy. I have not. But it's the weekend. 8% checkpoint check-in. Learning less isn't listening every day. Thank you. Thank you, and God bless you. Oh, she paid the plug. Holding it down. Amen. 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 You hit me with that before they hit me with any Shiba. God bless you. I'm just kidding. You guys are like, Josh, you haven't gave us your wallet. Urgh. Sweet versus sour crude has H2s in it. Electrolytes? United Steelworkers accuse Exxon of busting at Texas refinery. CCXI still going. Watch XOM there. Hydrogen, that's the stuff that smells like rotten eggs. Yeah, I really don't understand oil. Oil is very complex. I feel like people who are even in oil don't understand oil, but then sometimes like that's just the difference between somebody like if you really study oil, you'll know a lot, or like if you're in the market. Otherwise, it's pretty complex for being a simple commodity. Sulfur. Sweet is low sulfur. Sour is high sulfur. WTI Brent is just West Texas or Europe. Oh, the MGMs. I don't think those are holding okay. I still like that play, though. Which account did I get it on? They're only down 20%. Those should be down a little bit more, but I like that one a lot. Because think about it, it's been a week since we've heard on that deal. And then that one, part of the reopening trade, that one actually could be a good one. And even just how it's moved. That one, you got time decayed, but I like that still. U.S. and Mexico pledged to process over 80,000 stolen weapons or seized weapons. Okay. Let me go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Say hello to each other. And you get prepared. Just get prepared. Get prepared. College scandal parents found guilty in Boston trial. Oh, yeah. Saki says global minimum tax will level the playing field. Like level, like destroy it, right? Like a bomb, like a boom, level it. Or like a level, like a what? Huh? Or how you say? Instagram having problems? No. It's a good day, baby. It's a good day. Woo! Here it is. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, it's Friday, and it's coming here a little late, so I'll try to make this one quick. I think it is kind of quick. It's a cool story. Honestly, if you even read the Bible on this one, you'll be surprised. Like, everybody knows this story, but if you actually go and, like, read it, you'll see that it's, like, a very short story. So I like this one a lot, and what was weird about it is I was driving the other day, and I was thinking about, I forgot what I was thinking about. I was thinking about something. I was thinking about potential, okay? I was thinking about potential. And no, the story of Job is long as hell. No, I mean, like, I don't know, can I say long as hell? Okay, you get what I'm saying. But no, it's a big story everybody knows. I haven't got there, you'll see, but it's really short when you read it. But I was thinking about potential, and I was just thinking about what could be accomplished, and I was like, man, what could be some new skills to learn that could help increase potential for myself, for other people. I was thinking, I was driving, I was in some really deep thought about it, and I was thinking just how to get better, like potential of like, wow, like we all have so much potential. I was thinking about myself. I was thinking about a lot of you guys. I was thinking when people were asking me questions of like, what should they do? What business should I get into? Where should I get into? And I was like, potential. And I kept thinking about it. And there, oh, look at you, H2O. And that's what I thought about. That's what came to my mind. I don't know how. Because then when I thought potential, the story of the Tower of Babel came to my mind. Have you ever heard of the Tower of Babel? You guys ever do that? You ever heard that? You ever heard the phrase, somebody is babbling? Right? You know, like if they talk a lot and they babble, That's where it originates from. That's why they call it the Tower of Babel. That's where it started from. So I'm going to go over that story, but that's what I was thinking. Literally, it came to my mind, the story of Babel, Tower of Babel, and I was like, maybe a new language. Maybe a new language could increase potential. I was like, I could learn a new language. I could do all that. So that's what we're going to talk about today. Not the potential, not anything, and it does relate, but I want to talk to you about the Tower of Babel. And it's very important. And honestly, I'll give you a warning right now. This is very humbling. So if you don't want a Friday humbling message, please leave. Or maybe come back in like 10 minutes or so. Because I got humbled by it. Honestly, at the end of the day, there's a couple of things I would tell you. Really, you're either going to you're going to like it or not, but the end of the day, there's two things that came from it. The first one I'll simply tell you is just be prepared to identify your Tower of Babel and knock it down. So that's going to take some humbling. It's going to take, some of you have to realize the Tower of Babel in your life. And that for me, I was looking back and I was like, damn, I think I became a victim to the Tower of Babel. And it's bittersweet. There's good and bad with all of it. So let me break it down for you. This Tower of Babel is very simple. This was early. This is in Genesis. This is the Old Testament God too. So he was a little Yash-like, he was a little crazy. It was like, you know what I'm saying? Nah, but this is in the Old Testament. This was the 11th chapter of Genesis. So up into this whole moment in Bible history, everybody spoke the same language, believe it or not. There was one universal language at that time. Could you guys believe that? So what happened is that they were in Babylon, and what they decided to do, they said, hey, we could all communicate, we could all do this. Let us build a tower let's build a tower up to the skies, up to the heavens. They literally wanted to build a tower there that could reach up to God. And they said, look, and then nothing could stop us. We could do anything we want, and look at it. They said up to the heavens. You want to know something that stuck out to me? Because a lot of people think like the Bible, like sometimes there's metaphors and all of that, but I think even like low key in the Old Testament, I don't think this was an analogy. Does that make sense? And honestly, I'm thinking potential, right? So one thing I will say, don't limit yourself. That's what I got out of it. Because I was literally looking at it, I was like, wait a minute. They were really trying to build something up to heaven. You see what I'm saying? It's not like we're going to build it up to the skies like a metaphor, like they just wanted it to be a skyscraper. Like, nah, you mean to tell me they were really trying to build it to go to heaven? Think about that. That's beyond Elon. That's some Elon shit if you think about it. Whew. So here's what happens with the story. They decide to build this tower, and then they start going it, and then God visits, and he said he knew what they were going to do. He said, oh, God actually believed that they could do it, first of all. That's why God intervened, and this is where it gets a little weird. But essentially, God was like, wait a minute, they could actually do it. So I think that has a point in and of itself. But then afterwards, he said, well, if they do it, they're going to do it and they're going to just glorify themselves. That's not why they're here. They're going to glorify themselves. And then he was like, well, I'm going to scatter them. So what he did was he changed all their languages. And that's why they went from being able to communicate and work together and all that. And here's an example, the building materials. They wanted to use brick instead of stone. They wanted to use tar instead of mortar. They wanted to use elements they created than the natural superior stuff that would be used to be built. Again, that's the difference from building with God versus building on your own. But don't get caught up in that too much. Again, a bigger point beyond some of the religion. Please follow with me. But God knew what they could accomplish. And then he scattered them by making it where they couldn't communicate, by changing their languages. And that's why now people call Babel, like babbling, the Tower of Babel, because they couldn't talk to each other. It was just babbling to each other at that point after God stopped their plan. So you want to know what the first part of this is? And this is a good part. And I hope y'all feel me on this. And honestly, I think we had some good conversations today. And it just, makes me get my chest to the sun. I'm grateful to be surrounded by a lot of you guys, especially when we could get real, good conversation, And this highlights something for us, for what we're going to need to do. Maybe stuff we've already done and in general. But this is why peace and love is so important, my friends. Because even God knew that anything can be accomplished with unity. Please understand that. That was the whole point. The language allowed them all to work together. And with that level of unity, a man can do anything. Even God will recognize that principle in the first part of the Bible. It's not about, you can have a lot of numbers. It's not the amount of people. It's unity. We're speaking the same language. You see what I'm saying? Right? Well, I tell you, hey, yo, Bible study, right? Oh, you know what certain things mean, right? We have our own little language, right? Because think about it, that we are united in that. Some of you know exactly what I do every single day. You know exactly, you're following along. I could say something, I even speak on the watch list, I'll missay a word, and you know exactly what I mean, though. Yes or no? Oh, it's beautiful. That's unity. Some of you get excited by feet. That's unity. That's why it's funny when people don't like unity, right? And that's why using it funny. That's why I don't like people who throw side eye and trying to beef all the time. It's not like I don't like them. I don't like the principle of sowing discord. You see what I'm saying? Because I understand some people are like, nah, you can't help me. You can't help people. Bullshit. You know why? Because with unity, we could do anything. I promise you that. I promise you, if we unite and are working together and you're actually speaking the same language as somebody, you're going to their level, they're going to your level, you could do anything, my friend. Even God will be threatened by that if you think about it. See, that's what I say where some of y'all, it could be all Bible this, Bible that, but this is what I say, I don't care what you believe, because you don't have to believe in God. But this is a concept of God respects principles. That's a principle right there of unity. So it doesn't matter. So here's the best part about unity. God knows everything can be accomplished with it, but it doesn't matter if it's noble or not. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Come on. Because it's not like God, like you could easily read this story and say, okay, God don't want you to have unity and work together. That's how you could easily interpret that story. You'd be like, this Old Testament God is weird. But no, that's the point. Unity, you could accomplish anything, but nobody said it's going to be good or bad. Unity, you could all come together and you could go mess up the stock market. You could go pump an asset. You could go make it go crazy. You could make it the next biggest thing in the news. You've already seen that this year. That's what unity will do. You could do something very good. You could go save the earth, or you could go change the earth negatively and destroy it if everybody was united in that. It does not mean noble or ignoble, and that's the source of the problem in the story. Because what they wanted to do was kind of good. They wanted to build it, but they didn't want to build the Tower of Babel to help people. They didn't want to build the Tower of Babel so that they could turn it into something. No, they wanted to build it so that they could live on their own and literally become one with God, be their own God. And yes, my friends, apply that to your life. Because a lot of us, we want to do some stuff and we set out to do stuff and we could work in unity and do all this. And this is where I'm saying I could be humble because it's like maybe sometimes we didn't go on the right path with our unity. Because guess what? Most of the time, we're going to want to do something for ourselves versus something that's going to glorify something bigger than us. So it brings up this question, what are you going to do? What are you doing it for really, though? Like your unity and working, what are you doing it for? And better yet, Why are you trying to stop unity? Some of you. Because I know some of you feel me. Some of you get caught up in this. But please, let me ask some of the people. Like, why do you try to stop unity? You know who I'm talking about. You know I'm talking to you. You know what I'm saying? Where you kind of get bothered when you see it. Or you always got something to say about people when they work together. You know what I'm like? Why? Why are you doing it and why are you against it? Again, you got unity. You got unity in thought, spirit, mind. You're going after this. Why do you do it, though? Why are you building the long term? Is it so you could glorify yourself? So people think you're smart? So that when you come up and you could do this, so that you could go and give revenge to all the people who looked at you funny? Now, why do you do all what you're doing? Think about it. That's the key. I'll give you another part, but then there's a different part I really, really like about this. And now this, again, I was thinking potential. And I'm thinking about all of you. And now this one got me, and it made me start really thinking, man. Woo! It really did. Because there's a reason. I was like, why did God, come on, like, did God really just not like their unity? Or like, was it because they were just trying to glorify themselves? Like, there was more to it, I feel like. You know what I'm saying? Like, you read this story, it's not going to connect all the time. Or you're gonna think about God. Like, why did he do that? Just like we ask with the governments of the world. Right? But this is a key now. Before Genesis 11, God gave a command to the people. Do you know what he told them before Genesis 11? He gave a command to his chosen people. He said, if you're chosen, he said to go do something. Does anybody know what he told them prior to this moment? Let's see. Stand up and go. Don't eat the fruit. That was Adam and Eve. Harvest man. There you go. Look at the Chad. Before they tried to build the Tower of Babel, he told them he said, be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth. That's what he said to his people. He said, be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth. What did they want to do? Oh, come on. What did they want to do? They wanted to stay in the same place and live in a tower. Oh, come on. Come on. That has to hit. Oh, you better be thinking right now. You better be thinking. You know how many... Ooh! Come on. Come on. Because I know there's a lot of people out there who got the same command that I did. And you know what it was? Isn't that funny? You're commanded to be fruitful and multiply and to fill the earth. You got the same command I did. And some of you guys just want to sit in a tower. You want to sit in the same place and build it up and not do anything. You only do one thing, this tower, and we're going to go all the way to heaven with it. Oh, come on. Come on. You see, so it's like, yeah, maybe God didn't want them to glorify themselves. You know, it's like, yeah, I didn't like that they were all doing this and trying to be like God. But don't forget this point. God wanted them to go out. He wanted them to be around. He wanted them to go places. He wanted them to grow and plant. He did not make you to sit in the same place and be in the same position your whole life. Sorry. That's just how it is. That right there even violates what he told them before. That's why, again, I'm thinking potential. I'm like, man, that's crazy. So that means, yeah, we should keep building, but we don't need to build in the same place and keep building higher and higher and higher and higher and higher. No. We got to go around and multiply. Some of y'all, you got to realize, this is what I said. Some of you are going to need to find your Tower of Babel and knock it down. Let me tell you right there, if you're staying in the same thing, you're like, I'm just going to do this one thing, and it's going to be this. Or maybe you've already built the tower, and you're like, this is all I need. And you see, multiply. Fill the earth. Do not stay stagnant. Do not stay in the same place. Oh, it's crazy. It's crazy. So, I hope you feel me on this. Because I like this interpretation, don't you? Again, I got to really think about this. And that's why I was like, huh. You should read it. Again, Genesis 11. So, in all of it, I did get another thing about it. And what I realized, too, is like, one, I was like, okay, maybe I need to look at what I'm building. Maybe I got to realize there's more to what I even am building. And I'm not going to put faith in one thing only and try to build it higher and higher. I can't stay doing the same thing. That's why, honestly, I like it when I get into my hand into a lot of different things. But I got to make sure I stick with what I got. We got to keep multiplying. Keep getting out there and around there. But then I'm really thinking, I'm like, man, though, it's like he scattered them. And he just made it so that they can't say anything. And it seems so weird to me. It's like, why would God do that? And and I hate this point, but I love it. Because I said this to you many times. And most of the time I feel it, but sometimes I don't. And sometimes it's a little harder, or sometimes I say it to myself even though I don't fully believe it, and then I end up coming around to believe it. And thankfully, I have enough experience to see it. But you know what I always tell you guys? It's like that thing didn't happen because if it did, it probably would have been worse for you in the future. You remember that? I've said that before, and I believe it. Like I'm saying, I do believe it and I have experience, but sometimes it's hard to believe. But that's also what I got out of this, was that maybe the result of them building it up to heaven, let's say they actually did it, maybe it would have been harmful to them. Maybe the idolatry of it and the result of their pride, it may have been worse than being scattered. And yeah, God had to make that executive decision, but I'm like, huh. Like, why didn't he let them decide it? But he said these are his people. But when I'm looking at it, I'm just like, man, I guess it could have been worse. Imagine all the people if they did build it and they grew up like that. And then all the children grew up thinking they were pretty much like God. And then how would it leave them prepared? And you could go down the rabbit hole with this. But that's what I was thinking. And then it really helped me realize some things. And then I really was able to sit back for a second. I was like, man, I look at the times where I've been scattered. I could even see it even within the cult sometimes. Sometimes we had a lot more unity. Sometimes we had a lot less. I've got to see people scattered even in here. I've seen a lot of people come through these doors. But I kind of have a little bit more understanding. Where it's like maybe if you grow too big too fast, maybe if you do this too much, you build in this one direction, only doing this, it may end up being more harmful for you than what you really see. So you know what I ended up realizing? This is my prayer. It was very peaceful, and I liked it a lot. I just said, thank you for preserving me. Because I'm like, damn, no matter what happened, no matter what scattering, no matter what it was, the fact that I could even still sit here and read a Bible, I could still pray to God, I could still point my finger to the sky and believe what I believe, I feel like I've been preserved. Because maybe too much of something would have got to me. And again, like I'm saying, some of you will feel this, some of you will not. Some of you will know this deep down in your spirit, but you're not going to feel it just yet. And I promise you, because I felt the same way many, many times. Sometimes it clicks instantly, but sometimes it's still hard to accept. Trust me. But that's where I was like, man, thank you for preserving me. All right? So, I hope you could say that prayer, and I hope you could realize and sit back and think about the Tower of Babel and ask yourself if you've been preserved or not. And think about why there was scattering where you may have dealt with it. Think about the unity that you have, that you don't have, that you once had, or whatever it may be. Just think about it. Because what you got to do this weekend is find your Tower of Babel, my friend. The tower has to be knocked down. Unfortunately, that's how the story goes. So let me give you a hint. If you're trying to stay in the same place and build on the same place and stay in the same place, that might be your Tower of Babel. If you're not willing to move from one place, one mindset, that could be the Tower of Babel. Doesn't mean get tossed and turned with every new teaching and get blown in. You know what that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, you should know what I'm talking about. Are you in your heart? There is something stagnant. There is something you are clinging to and want to build it to the sky, and that's it. And you're not seeing everything around you. You're not seeing the land. You're not seeing the opportunity. You think you could only do one thing. That is false. Yes, don't box yourself in. Amen. Exactly. That's exactly what that is saying. But you have to find it. You got to be real with yourself and say, is this my Tower of Babel? Did I box myself in? Am I not willing to let go? And I want this idea. And then who's it for? Is it for you? Is it for other people? Or is it for what? Or is it God? What is it? But identify that Tower of Babel. And then think about what happened. What could have really happened? Be real with what could have happened if you did get the tower. Because I realized, I was like, well, the reason why I was so thankful and I could agree that I've been preserved, because I was like, well, shit. I didn't even build the tower. I didn't even get to the real tower. I didn't even get it built up to heaven, and I was already acting crazy. Oh, y'all don't feel me. I know y'all are perfect. I get it. Oh, but me, I had to look in the mirror. I was like, damn, a little bit of this did make me go crazy. A little bit of that, I was already tripping. Some people trip the minute they get a little success. Whew. That's why I was like, man, I was like, if I was already acting a little borderline in some areas, I was like, shit. Then maybe if it really did 10x and I really did get that tower, I probably could have went off the deep end. Yeah, if you fly too close. So just think about that. You know, that thing that you were kind of ashamed. You're like, how did I do that? I can't believe I did that. Like, you did that without the tower being the heaven. So what would have happened if it was there? That's all I'm saying. And then I had to really just sit my ass down and say, God, thank you for preserving me. Oh, because I know I wanted that tower, but damn. So, above all else, man, I think this is very exciting. Why? It should give you some peace. It should give you some understanding. And it should get you moving. Without a doubt. Because the best part about this story, it may sound kind of cruel. Like God just confused the shit out of these people and made them just run around and then that's it and ruin their dream, right? But nah, he knew. And he knew they would still survive. Just because the tower was destroyed did not mean they could not still be fruitful, multiply, and fill the earth. Because that's exactly what they did following the tower collapse. So, I just hope y'all ready. And I hope you could get some movement from it. And I hope you really look at what you're doing and why you're trying to unify and what you're doing. And also how important the unity is to everything. To everything. And even then, even with what we're doing here, I hope none of you ever confuse it because I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to make this mistake. It's to God be the glory, baby. Finger to the sky, you know that. But it has to be said, it has to be lived, and it has to come to life in that sense. But that's what it's about. For me, at least. At least with some of the unity I'm creating. And you know what we're going for. We want people to be productive members of society. Handling your shit, handling your money, knowing how some things in life work, it'll get you there. But hopefully, if you do get your tower, how, again, are you going to have the same unity? And what are you, and how is it for you or is it for other people? Is it for you or is it for a bigger purpose? Because it's very easy to get focused on ourselves with it. And that's what leads to problems. So, above all else, the unity and peace, baby. That'll take you far. Find your tower and understand what it is. And get ready to move. That's all it is. And I hope you could come to the realization that I did and be able to say, thank you for preserving me. Especially if you're here right now and could even listen to this. I'm sure you've been preserved from something. So, I hope you're as excited as I am, baby. And I hope you take that to the bank. But that is your philosophy. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp in real estate course. Let's see. Okay, wait, the speaker's up. I'm gonna fix your ears. All right, man. Get you some post-PHILO.
Yeah. Go music. Benny, you bullish. But baby, I'm not from Chicago. Heard me talking about Ivy and dripping in bad. They thought that I came from the hospital. No, I just came back from trading. Chest to the sun, no vacations. I'm really not trying to be flagrant when I tell you that most of my calls will be naked. Funny when I make a bad play, I get a standing ovation. It's like I'm addicted to antibiotics to try to get rid of this clap. But fuck it, I always come back in the AM to the GG. What's that stand for? I am not a drug dealer, I'm a landlord. On my tenants in the roof, that Mercedes-Benz don't need one. I went from Bailey to Bel Air, from the slums to the Ville to the top of the hill to a street where you can't park a car without a parking pass. I'm trying to chill with my boys in the island off the coast, bar hopping like it's Alcatraz. Watching make moves like a salsa class. Plus I got so many bars like the 1 minute chart. I already know you can't handle it. You ain't making moves, you a mannequin. You ain't got that flame, that candlestick.
They ain't got that flame. Tell them it's a coat, not a game. Walk through the mud and the rain, just bring a little hope to the people in pain. I don't want lies, I want honesty. Negative vibes bother me. Stay up on your grind until you make it out of poverty. You ready? I'm ready. Let's get it, my bag on heavy. I'm zoom to the Fetty. My pockets look full, not empty. You loaded, I'm loaded. We never gon' fold, you know it. That's fast right there, go quote it. It's coke, we goated. Different level, it's level, untold. They watching, we popping like options. You know, it's real, it's really real. Like PHILO time. Cause you can't help but make a meal if your people blind. Restless, cause I've been up grinding, I just want the Lexus. Cooking up like I'm making breakfast. Know I'm eating good, but you know I had to bless it. Looked inside the mirror, told my demons hit the exit.
That was Benny, that was level. Fuck the demons, fuck the devil. Throw the pebble, be successful. You can't tell me code ain't special. I got rich, I made a stencil like a chair. It's really simple, the framework is intellectual. Ay, like curry on the chain, my bury in a way that I know you know name. You ain't never seen my face, probably watch us in the game. Did it with a couple plays, let me kick a little lesson. You ain't never get a chase. What's yours is yours, guess what I'm really trying to say. Longer that you want the stock, more that it's getting safe. You ain't like the shit I say, I ain't trying to make it stay. Hey, I'm hitting plays, I'm hitting waste. Your portfolio all day, mine's filled with mostly grace. Apple, Amazon, and Facebook. You probably know the names, you probably thought that you should wait, then went and bought a course to trade. Benny, get some clothes and buy to close this shit. Clap them if they talking on some hopeless shit. Cause I've been there and going back. I told y'all that I'm focusing. I know they getting mad. The news is fast while it's motivating. Let's go and a shout out to the vets. Hit the pledge, then we sending in the jets. Don't be shy, you could send a pray request. And the list got everything you missed. I love y'all, baby. It's a cup. 2020. Talk to me in 2030.
You know what it is, baby. Cold music, 2020. We coming, watch out. On the radar. Tell them I just want the Lexus. We out here making moves, baby. Let's go.
Alright, baby. Every hour, you know what to do. Ready? It's a call, baby.
Lucas.
Name do they push us? Hey, just later ran. Started at 1 unit, now on the 10. I think you could do it. Tell me how that sound. They said I was stupid. You should ask him now. Tell me what you had, not what you don't. Don't be getting mad, get some hope. I don't want a bag, I want a boat. I don't want it fast, I want it slow. Know exactly how the money grows. Cup is overflown, not withdrawn. Don't condone the bitch and moan. There's a bigger goal. Gotta get more homes for my bros and my moms and my motherfucking coat. Hope you watch the plan unfold. Yeah, I'm not seen but unforgettable. You got dreams, don't tell me, go and get it, bro. They got some nice things, that don't mean they always credible. Don't do the nice scene, that ain't me, I had to let it go. So, tell me what you holding on. I hold batons, I pass it on. You sprinting, this a marathon, I'm Farrakhan. Only if we talking million men that march. I stock computer screens, I made 1 million looking at some charts. Yeah. Easy said, but it's hardly done. No need your bread, but I tell you when them shots gon' run, I'm poppin', son. But I don't do this to be popular, I just prefer the hottest car. The crib is on the toppest floor. Collect the rent, I am landlord. I make a check when I get bored. Love what I do, my job is fun. I read the news and smoke a blunt, I'm woke as fuck. That don't mean I never been asleep. Be careful of the friends you meet, the different types of foods you eat. I use this fucking beat to preach, but they don't value us for free. My life is good, my God is great, so what's that even mean to me? Put that shit right in the door, but they won't even turn the key. So if you good, I'm good, let's get this bread, you know I'm trying to eat. Beast, turn that mode on every time I wake. Validate myself, don't matter, pay you what they say, I know I'm great. So I just thank them every time they hate. Hits off fine, my God divine, get 10 for what they try to take.
I think you could do it. Tell me how that sound. Oh, y'all could do it. Man, bro, you know that Uncle put that song out in 2018, I think. Y'all were getting the real estate gems. He was telling y'all very specifically. But he says you could do it. He says you could do it. Started with 1 unit. You know what I'm saying? Start with 1 unit and you could do it. You know what I'm saying? Woo. Paying the plug. Thanking the Answer family and Cult family, baby. LTN Pay. Mr. Johnson. God bless you, baby. And God bless the Johnson family. Arn. Uncle, yeah, Uncle. We have to give you some. We got to mix it up. But yeah, Uncle, all streaming platforms. Y'all ran it up very, very well. Uncle says, God bless you and thank you. He's excited. He's excited. You still want to hear the Matrix story? What's the Matrix story? See, JD breaking resistance. China Monday is going to be great. China Monday is going to be great. It is a big bounce. I mean, this is like that other level. They're either going to get support here from the first drop or the first rise. I mean, it's trading in a nice range. Crazy how some of them haven't moved. I'm looking at the 100-day, but I still like the JD Novembers, but we'll see. Earnings is what saved them last time, so I might do it. Harrison McCarthy to join the Colony Group. New volcano stream with lava. Man, you're worse than Facebook. You know that? You're advertising to me and you know what I like. You're including what I like in it. Like, you're putting, like, with lava. Like, you know I'm going to click on it if it say with lava. Like, you know what I've been searching. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm going to click on. Like, if you were just, like, volcano video, nah. He's like, volcano with lava live emoji. I'm like, oh, fuck yeah. Look at this. That's crazy, bro. With lava. Yeah, see, look at the title. Look, I never clicking on this title. I'm clicking on Troy's title. He says, Spain's La Palma eruption forces airport closure. That's a headline. He's like, Josh, live stream with lava. What? It's calming. I feel like the sound is going to, like, mess up your ear, I guess. It sounds like we're on a plane. Just... Come on. Like, come on. That sounds like you're on a plane. It sounds like we're just on a plane right now. That's all right. We're not landing though, but this just sounds like we're on a plane. I feel that y'all just get taken back to a plane type environment because this is what it sounds like. Yeah, don't confuse. Sorry, yeah, no, you got 40 minutes left. That was just the lava live. Lava live. Like thunder, play that throughout the whole stream. Do you guys actually like that? Is that good? I mean, it didn't bother me, but I just know, like, not much bothers me, but I'm telling you, like, YouTube live chat, like, y'all get annoyed by anything. Any live chat ever, actually, anywhere. I just know, I've noticed on the internet, live chats, y'all very, very specific on the sort of sounds that are allowed to come out of your speakers. So I'm just, you know, like that it wouldn't bother me, but I don't know. Some people be like, yeah. My girl asked, why is he landing from the room? She's like, wait, she's like, the market closed early? You didn't tell me? She's like, I know you're supposed to be on a flight. Where you at? That's awesome. Just the chewing. No, I've seen a lot on the internet. I feel like sounds, if your sound is not accurately described, people are quick to be bothered. Sounds are very, I guess that's all we got. Sounds and eyes on the internet. You control the smell. So clean your room. Was that video. Baba puts, why is the 10-year not going flat? Isn't there more risk now than in the future? No. So that's a great question. If you'll notice, that's why the curve gets inverted. So like, if, let's say you are about to go bankrupt next month. Let's say you're about to go broke and file for bankruptcy, right? Do you think you will be back on your feet within 12 months or 10 years? Let's see. Like, I'm trying to think. Depends what happened. That's good. Y'all are confident. You don't even want to talk about it. You're not as confident. Okay. That's a good balancing force there. Damn, he said 3 months. He said, throw me to the wolves. Watch what happened. Positive vibes. Yeah, good vibes, good vibe. Well, this is for economic example's sake. So, surprisingly, that's what I said. Some of you guys are very confident about it. But chances are, like, I would bet on you in 10 years. I wouldn't bet on the 12 months. Because, like, think about it. If something is failing and, like, you're going through bankruptcy, the next 12 months, you're not going to have access to credit. You're going to have to repair stuff. That's going to be on your immediate record. If you're losing your house, if you're losing other things, there's a problem. That short-term timeline is probably going to have more risk for you. So, but then it's like saying 10 years from now, you're actually more likely to be back on your feet. And then if you learn from what happened, you'll be able to get back to a more stable position. That's why sometimes when the risk is high, what ends up happening is short-term bonds are higher than the longer-term bonds. That's how yield curves get inverted, because it makes some logical sense. Again, in the short term, people are like, well, shit, I don't think I'll get my money back in 12 months, in 2 years, because there's all of this risk. However, in 10 years, they'll probably recover, buy back, get everything stable, and then we go from there. So That's why sometimes that's why like in these times of volatility or if there's real market worry, you will watch the yield curve flatten or invert, because that means longer term rates, they'll pretty much stay the same, but then shorter term rates are going to go up. That's what you have to realize right now. What is happening to bonds, and what do people expect to happen to bonds in the next 1 to 3 years, right? The talk of the town right now. Like, where are bonds now, and what do people expect to happen? Architect. Okay, the rates are going to rise. I think everybody's kind of on the same page, right? Rates are going to go up. They're going to taper. They're going to do all of this stuff, right? And in general, people are expect inflation, whatever the reason may be, but we know what it is. Most people are expecting higher rates, right? So let's say the rates are going to be higher in the next 3 years. What else is going to happen in the next 3 years? So think about it. The rates are going to be higher, right? But what are we talking about? And you're even watching the 10-year. What's the 10-year doing? It's going higher and higher and higher and higher, right? So what about the short term now? And think about it. You said my mom? I would get mad at you. My mom knows nothing about fucking bonds, bro. I'm sorry. That one didn't register. That's why I was like, what? She don't know anything about this shit, bro. The 10-year already up. It keeps going up more. You're expecting more. Now think about what we're going to do on the short term. Here, let me show you. There's nothing. No, ignore the politics. You don't need any politics. The election doesn't matter. None of that. So it's just literally we're talking bond yields. If the yields did something, right? The numbers, literally the number on the damn bond. If that went up again, because this is fixed income, this is big money. This is the source of loans, funding, investment, all of that essentially. So think about that right there. Or it's not the source, but it will impact demand or supply of loans and capital. So the 10-year is going to go higher. Yes, exactly. So we're already watching the 10-year and higher go up. So our rates are already expected to go up on the long end of the curve, 10 and 30-year. That's what's happening. But now think about what we're saying with the short end, the shorter term of the bonds. So if there was going to be imminent risk in the market and our rates are already high on the long end, what does that imply for the short end? So here is the yield curve. We have a lot of videos on this. Again, we've talked about it a lot. I'm not going into crazy depth with it. But this is how a yield curve should look. Short-term interest rates should be lower than longer-term interest rates. This has to do with duration risk. Again, if I loaned you money for 12 months or 2 years versus 10 years, I'm going to charge more interest the longer it is, because there's a lot that could happen, and chances are, shorter amount of time, you're more likely to pay me back. This is a normal distribution of a yield curve. Okay? So, like, this is where it's at now. Or let's see, this is where we're at right now. And take a look over the last couple months. What do you notice? Or even the last, that's August 2020. Okay? So what do you notice? Look at the yield curve. This is middle of August pandemic. When we bought Bitcoin. Yeah, okay, anyways. So take notice. Look at what's going to happen as we come through today. Do you notice what's happening? Look at this is the 10-year and the 30-year. Just pay attention. Even take a look at the middle at the 20. TLT, 20-year Treasury. Keep looking. We go through time. Notice, do you see what happened to the long end of the curve? And look at what just not too long ago, in March 2021, the beginning of the year, rates were higher than where they're at today, actually, the yield curve on the longer end. It's not flat. Look how much the long end rose. Nothing flattened. Everything's normal. Everything is still normal. Again, if shorter-term interest rates are lower than longer-term interest rates, the curve is normal. An inverted curve means short-term interest rates rise above long-term interest rates. Like that right here. This is like 2000. Short-term, literally your 3-month bond was paying the same amount as it was paying more than a 10-year bond. Think about how crazy that is. I would give you a higher return on a 3-month bond than a 10-year bond. Really just think about that for a second. And that's that's the first question somebody asked me. That's what started this whole discussion. Someone said, wait a minute, how come the long end of the curve is going up, the 10-year, the 20-year, the 30-year, but not the 2-year? The 2-year doesn't have to. And then that's why sometimes when we see volatility like we saw last week, the 2-year shoots up. The 2-year, the 3-month controlled by the Fed. That's the Fed. Jerome controls the 3-month. The market doesn't control the 3-month. That's literally Jerome Powell. So what ends up happening, short ends during risk, this is how we started this conversation. Short end rises during times of potential crisis. And then that's why, like 2000, people are saying, we think the market is going to crash in 3 months versus 10 years. You could recover in 10 years. Everybody does. That's a cycle. So we're offering a higher yield on 3-month bonds than 10 years. That means more people are buying the 10-year than they're buying the 2-year or the 3-year. Oh, sorry, I kept saying 3-year. Ignore the 3-month. But the 3-month is set by the Fed, and that's the point I'm getting at here, because as you go into today, this is what I'm trying to show you now. We're talking here right now. Fast forward to today, all of this little yield curve and everything we're talking, just pay attention. We're coming up here, and like I'm saying, from March 20 or even August, and then you look at March, we were really, really high on the long end of the curve. And even right now, long-term interest rates have gone up. The 10-year's gone up, the 20-year, and now with some volatility, that's the 5-year and the 7-year, and everything else is going to start coming up. But now, if we're expecting the long end of the curve is already rising, and like I asked you, you're expecting it to go, my question now is, if in the next 2 years, if the rates go above 2.3, 2.4 on the 30-year, and like 2.5 on the 10-year, and they start coming up, right? What's going to happen? What's going to happen now if there was a crisis, and what makes sense with Fed policy that people are also expecting? Well, we're already tapering. Think about it. Tapering is going to happen next month. What is tapering going to affect? They're not raising rates. He said that. Tapering is going to rise the long end of the curve. So before they start raising rates, they're going to taper and let the long end of the curve go up. So that's what's going to happen, right? Long end of the curve, we already said we're expecting that. So now we are also expecting in 3 years they're going to raise rates. So again, as the economy gets a little bit more worrisome, believe it or not, they're going to raise rates, and then now the long end will be high and the short end will start flattening the curve. And that's when you start to have problems. And then what happens after that? Go back to the first question. So wait, what happens now? 2 years from now, long-term rates start rising. They start raising rates now. And then a volatility event happens in the market and people get worried. Your short-term rates are going to be high. That's the only way you could flatten this curve is since we're expecting higher rates. You need a higher short end of the curve for that to exist. But now if there's a problem, the short ends are going to rise up even more, and then you will have an inverted yield curve. And then the situation that happened in 2000 and 2008 will all highlight this. This is why the yield curve is viewed as a certain indicator, but overall just bond rates in general. And understanding this, the trajectory, and this is why we ride Powell so hard, because the Fed and rates is important. But does that answer the question and give you a little bit of gems? Is there any questions on that? It is Friday. No, I'm sorry to bore you on Friday. My bad. Well, you could get ready, but everything I'm talking, I'm even saying like 2 to 3 years, though. That's if you want to flatten it. You couldn't, if that curve wouldn't flat right now, it'd be very difficult for that curve to flatten unless there's another crisis and they cut rates and the long end really comes down or they buy more bonds. What if they get rid of the debt ceiling? Nothing about what I showed you would change. All that would happen is the debt ceiling would get removed, and then it would affect the funding markets, right? So now there's no debt ceiling. What would that do to treasuries? What would that do to bonds? What does the Fed do as well, too? And then that would affect rates, but whatever happens to the rates will tell you about the overall market and how they view the debt ceiling. But hopefully that made sense. I mean, pay attention to that because, again, a lot of the bond stuff I'm showing you, the break-evens, the yields, all of this stuff, you know, it's all connected. You know, people are paying attention to these little movements, but this is why what Powell is saying is so important, and this is why the tapering and, like I'm saying, that time frame is so key. And again, we're about to enter this process. Again, you're about to start watching Fed-induced, you know, tapering or Fed reversal that's going to allow the long end to come up. But now if the long end comes up, what it means for an inverted curve or fear in the market and all that, we'll see. But maybe, who knows, some people would even argue to invalidate everything I just said. They would argue that the Fed has fucked up the market so heavily and that they influence the bond market so much you wouldn't actually see the real effect. It hides what the market would show. But time and time again, you still see demand in the bond market, and it shows us when the markets are adjusting. Coinbase. What's Jasmine? What makes stock market go up and down if there's no one buying and selling? Are supercomputers? Well, somebody's buying and selling. Whether it's a company, a firm, and then it's just like automatic leverage. The SPY's dropping right now. Again, we're not even near 10-minute rigged or anything. We're coming down here. Little ahead of schedule. I have 2 Teslas up. Everybody in the UNG. I wonder who it's going to be. The bonds didn't move at all, though. We'll see. So basically, Burry is right. Yes. But again, even like the time frame, that's it. The only thing that made Burry thought Powell was going to be faster. That's all. A lot of people were. I was even too, to a degree. You know, nobody, again, our first time frame was 3 months for transitory, 6 months for transitory tops. It's been 18. Let me see. Man, oh man. Coming down. The Dow is the only one hanging on. This is going to be interesting close. Because Monday was down. Bro, this has been like 4 down Friday, down Mondays. Like in a row. Yeah, this is like... It's not so good. Monday is open. Yeah, the bond market is closed on Monday. IPHA, Australian patent on cancer. IPA. This is up 6%. This thing looks like it's moved a couple times. IPHA, Australian patent cancer. You can't patent cancer. I think that's crazy. Yeah, I think a patent for a cancer drug. He said that's false. You can't patent cancer. It's clearly manipulation. HSBC play is based on Evergrande development over by Monday. Again, you haven't heard anything from Evergrande except for Monday morning at like 4 a.m. or no, Sunday night at 9 p.m. that it got halted and there's a deal. And then you haven't heard anything since. Monday is not closed, only the bond market. We're at 450. Bro, those are expensive. Talks at Apple Car and CNBC. Evergrande. I think Evergrande, they sold one or the other. So I think they still are exposed to the bonds or they're exposed to the stock. And then again, Evergrande is pretty much this I'm assuming the gateway of a lot of the money. I think a lot of the money in China, and again, the real estate exposure, it's going through them. Warby Parker, Pop. IPO makes me jump every time. Warby Parker. Bro, interesting day. NASDAQ is even down. Well, it's the Dow. And NASDAQ's clapped. So finally, I guess it finally caught up with the rates. Oh, but take a look at today. Does that look familiar? So literally it's playing. This is 6 hour about. Yeah, I guess we're almost done. But isn't that funny? Look at that. This is based on the S&P. Yeah, S&P, 0.1%. This was literally just a negative response. What a day. Because you have been loading up stocks on the long term. Thank you. Thank your future self is thanking you. Arn. A better average down on UWMC or to buy Leaps. I would go with Leaps because I like the yield. But, I mean, you could keep buying and playing the momentum of it. But what I would be looking for is just wait till we get less volatility with the rates. Let the rates pick a direction, and that will be the moment where we could really start scooping up UWMC. That's the way I'm looking at it. But if you were going to get it, and you're going to hold it, again, I'm still holding it. And like we went over the other day, the yield is just absolutely amazing. Here's our awful friend. But, again, to get 100, we've already got back 140 shares of drip. So, again, in a weird way, your drip is what averages you down. It's nothing close, honestly, but it's not bad. I'll take it. Because, again, eventually, you've held it for a year. What's going to happen now if next year is good? If next year is good, you already owned a lot. You got a little bit of drip. It goes up. But then if next year's bad, you get even more drip at a lower and lower price. Oh, I said Leaps. Excuse me. I meant shares. My bad. But then if anything, if it goes any lower from there, what am I going to, imagine next year it keeps going down a whole nother year. You're going to hate it. You're going to make fun of me. You're going to be like, oh man, I can't believe this. And you're like, damn it. And then you're going to double guess it. But then you keep getting your drip, and then it's averaging you down a little by little with the drip. Do you think it will stay completely down for 3 years in a row? Just think about that, especially when it's already this low. But pretty much you're going to have 1 year where it does good. And then now you've already had your drip. And not to mention, we will be able to buy, like I'm saying, once we get the rates chilling out, I think it'll be a lot easier to know what it's going to do. I would buy more. I mean, I would buy them at almost any price below $10. I could justify it. Again, at $10, it was still like a 4% yield, I think. I mean, this at least makes sense. I mean, you're getting, I think it's like a 6% yield at this point. How much is that? Let's see. How much have we got back in dividends? So we have this set right here. I've gotten 40.19 shares. 19. And then oh, my stomach growled. I'm hungry. 109.11. So 150 shares. So 149.3 times that by what? What's it at right now? SPY's coming down a little bit more. 640. That's at the current price. We've gotten almost $1,000 of the stock for free. And then 149. I think I got a lot of shares. I think we got a lot of shares at like 8. That'd be 12. So again, they've paid us a different. You're even down on the dividend. White House weighs wide-ranging push for crypto oversight. Yo, White House news on crypto. Yet to finalize strategy. Shit. Strategy decide on order. They order part of plan coordinate agencies. Finalize strategy or decide order. Is Bitcoin going down? Let's see. Yeah, Bitcoin's coming down off that. Mara, Riot, Cheekley. You got out of the market. That's weird. It's not really moving too much. I'm even thinking if a crypto proxy play, if I wanted exposure over the weekend. But I like I like Silvergate. But then I'm thinking even playing it on the downside. No, they've held up really nice though. My wife said the store is out of salt. How do you run out of salt? That's crazy. You never run out of salt. I got a whole. Oh shit! What? Your homie said that too. He had to buy plastic shakers. What? Yeah, salt shortage is that means shit is really like nah, bro, if you run out of salt or you like it's literally the most abundant resource in the world. Like you can't run out of salt. Like that's like impossible. Like honestly, I don't even think you could run out of salt. Like there's just like I don't think you can. Yeah, some of y'all way too salty on a day-to-day basis. I'm trying to see. I don't like this. I don't like this move. But is it? We're above the 100-day moving average. That's decent. It's either do you play before earnings or do you think the market will move before Powell. Those are you have Catalyst in 2 weeks and then in a month. Actually, no, next week is going to be Netflix earnings, or towards the end of the week, or is that going to be the 18th? Powell is November 15th, I believe. You think SPY bottomed? I'm just worried about what's going to happen over the weekend. That's it. Like that's the only it's in the books right now. The market is responding slightly negative to the non-farms, but we've been able to bounce off of this very, very easily. This confirms the tapering, but that's in a couple of that's at least 4 weeks from now. The next 2 weeks you're going to get earnings. What happens when China opens up tomorrow morning, or excuse me, on Monday morning and over the weekend? That's pretty much about it. That's why it's like how that plays out is what could affect it here. And the question is if the market's going to be jittery or not. Oh shit, we only have 4 minutes? Ay, ay, ay. Nah, I think I'll wait. All right, let me maybe I'll get a little bit. Today did fly by. Shit, we have to land. Y'all gonna have to hold on real quick, okay? Okay. Y'all gonna have to hold on real quick. We going. Don't worry, I have a play. I'm gonna have to take it. Come on, yalla. Yalla. Okay. Okay, I made a play. Hold on. Don't worry. You'll be good. You'll be good. Don't worry. You'll be good. Don't you? It's a late light. You'll be fine, Habibi. Okay? You'll be fine. Don't you trust me. You'll be okay. You have a life jacket, long term. Everything is okay, Habibi. Don't worry. Coming in hot. Yeah. Now. All right. Don't trade it. Not a recommendation. I only spent like $150. I did the next week, which I wanted more time, but I said I'll take my weekend theory. I only put $100 UNG calls for next week. So don't trade it. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. So here, let's get this locked and loaded. 1 minute. Woo! Here it is. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach here. If you guys are holding on to any bags, please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We're going to have to do this one quickly. Going to be coming in here a little aggressively and a little bit quickly, so make sure everything is finalized. But we'll be landing here into the second link terminal. Everybody on here should be a frequent flyer, so you should know how to get there. But San Diego International Airport is about 60 degrees and pretty shitty weather, but it will get a lot better throughout the week, hopefully. But welcome to Winners in California, ladies and gentlemen. We are still under COVID guidelines, so please make sure all masks are worn and exit one row at a time. As always, we appreciate your guys' business. If you're interested in your Cold Rapid Rewards program card, please flag down your flight attendant and we'll get that to you as soon as possible. God bless you and God bless America. You have 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horn. Let's go, baby. Let's go. We did it. We made it. We did it. We made it. GG. GG. So listen up, Chad. God bless you all. I love you. Thank you for being here. The Chad loves you, and I hope all of you enjoy your weekend here. But let's get this poppin' now, huh? GG in the chat, baby. GG. So listen, some of you got to get going. I love you. Thank all of you. Shout out to all of the members, all of the non-members, all the stream alerts, everybody with love and respect, and something called unity, baby. We love it. So God bless you all. I hope you enjoyed today as much as I did. But we are now going to get into a Bible study. So that's why I'm ending this a little bit weird here today. You know what I'm saying? So it's it's a Bible study. So that's why we got to, we got to get everybody's Bibles ready to go right now. So if you don't have a Bible, we could provide one to you. All right, let me set this up for I'm setting up the Zoom call. So if you have your Bible present, you could join the Zoom call. You got your Bible? Yeah, you got your Bible. I hope you have your Bible. You know what I'm saying? It's good to have. Okay, is this real? Bro, what do you mean is this real? We're live right now. We're live. Everything's real. Like, do you think it's a simulation? You've been listening to Elon a little bit? Is that what's been going on? Is that what's been happening? Invite. All right, ladies and gentlemen. You missed the 1 minute? Nah, I didn't. You missed it. What the hell? This is awkward. All right. So, everybody join the Zoom if you want to play. We got 30 minutes here. We got 30, 40 minutes after hours. Y'all want some money? Huh? Y'all want some money? Huh? Are we going to play? I need to go to the bathroom, though. I need to get my sippy cup, my lemonota. It's after hours. It's Friday. I hope you have a good weekend. If you do have to get out of here, I love you, man. And please enjoy your weekend and fill it with peace, all right? Just fill it with peace. Fill it with peace. Fill it with peace, man. Fill it with peace. Tied to the chat wallet. It's a real life lessons. Reach further than you could comprehend. God is good and God be the glory. Thank you and thank you again. As always, I appreciate you. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. So join. You have the link if you want to play. We'll go to the bathroom here. We'll have your intermission and we'll get this thing popping. Okay? We'll get this thing popping. I need to get my snacks. Oh, happy Friday. What a day today.
Yeah, it's a call, baby. No stop lies. Where's my water? Yeah, shit. Fuck your bars, got a new car, that bitch a Lambo. Got a bodyguard, and he stay armed, I call him Rambo. You can take my life, but I still change the word with that shit on my channel. Why you hate, little bitch, why you trippin', what make you mad? Hot. Yeah, woke up today and got still great. Got the long term, but I still trade. I'm making meals before meals, man. Watching my shock like I'm still straight. Ain't tryna chill till them bills pay. Bet you to grow more than fear pain. Remind me, yo, what did they all say? They said I never gon' make it, but they was mistaken. You lucky I kept going. I'm thankful, I'm grateful. I made sure that all of my bros gonna get some. Happened so fast and I never look back. You could say that it's doing what it's supposed to. Positions is snap, flipping homes on the back. There's a lot of things I can still show you. Ay, never waste a day cause I might not get it. I'm ashamed you ain't changed cause you ride with me. I can play with the flame, got the light right with me. I can play like I'm Jay, feel this light might with me. She gon' ask for my name, but that's a little tricky. Stop acting like you know me, little bitch. You just spin me, boy. I'm tryna make a billion, I ain't need a bitch to help me. Fuck your bars, got a new car, that bitch a Lambo. Got a bodyguard, and he stay armed, I call him Rambo. You can take my life, but I still change the word with that shit on my channel. Why you hate, little bitch, why you trippin', what make you mad? Yeah, woke up today and I still pay. I can settle with stage shine. Do it all cash the same day. Plays in LA like I'm Brian James. But I make some meals, not rebanding. Saved by my God in accounting. Remind me, yo, why was they dying? Yeah, they was caught up on my past. She'll jump and score it, I pass. Started out slow, now it's fast. You know I'm all in my bag. Like the chair, she call me dad. They getting jealous and mad. They want me depressed or sad. Nah. But the honey stay blue and I never feel down. I know a lot of you, but only few make me proud. And I hope you come through when you leave with a swag. Things, Solomon, David get to seize of his things. I don't like favors, boy, they all expect things. They don't got patience like
Oh, yes, baby. It's that time. It is that time, ladies and gentlemen. I hope, dude, come on, listen. Can we take a second? Can we take a second? So listen, well, first, we're playing for $1,000. $1,000 a game. If you want to make money, it costs you nothing, but please play the game properly, okay? Take the money sometime. You know, I want to see, because there is a lot of moral hazard in this game. The fact is, it costs you nothing to play, so everybody is just going for the big one. You know, I say, y'all got to just play this. Just imagine it was real. Not be fair. I'm saying, do whatever you want. Listen, you know what? Fuck the Josh guy. Okay, I'm just putting it out there. I'm just giving you some solid Josh advice. If you want to Yosh it on a poker table, there's no risk to you. So honestly, I would probably do the same at some instances. That's all I'm saying. But just, you know, I don't know. I don't know your situation. If the money's there, the money's there. If, you know, do whatever you feel is right. But anyways, but now, can we appreciate the Chad line of defense? Y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel me. Can we appreciate that for a second? Can we appreciate the Chad line of defense? You know, imagine, like, first to get to Deal or No Deal, you had to go through a lot of hoops. You didn't even know. It was never really directly announced, okay? Amen. Never directly announced. It was kind of implied, but not implied, you know? So you had to get past that first test. Next, it was called a Bible study, and you were taught to join the Zoom call with your Bible, okay? Okay? That's the second part. And then you had to listen to like 4 minutes of rap music. That's it. Doesn't matter whose rap music. Some people alone, just hearing rap music, they cannot even just that right there. Like, I can't do this. They're like, I'll try half a song. I don't know. This is. Oh yeah, rejoice. You made it. Rejoice. You made it. So that means you've already. And then if you got the link. And then you got the link. All right. So we got the game ready to go. And then look, you want to know what the best part is? So like honestly, it pains me to say this because I love the market, but at least I don't even have to look at a high-low ticker. Oh, we can let's make this screen a little bigger. You know what I'm saying? Oh, we don't have to look at shit. Oh, this is great. Oh, welcome. So this is going to be, I hope you're ready. All right, so I need assistance here. Trapper Wolf, you seem attentive. Trapper Wolf, check in with me in the chat, please. I just need to make sure. Are you on the keyboard? Can you Trapper? Hit me with it. Just hit me. Let me what's it called? Okay, proof of life. There it is. All right, perfect. Let's just get this popping. Let's get the first one going, okay? And y'all need to make this quick. We don't have time to think, okay? The risk is very low. I don't want none of this bullshit thinking. I want you to think about the odds. I want you to think about the statistics. How many cases are available? What's the offer? And now I want you to be on top of the odds. Don't even make it emotional. It's just simple, okay? So Trapper Wolf, just tell me when to stop. Just put stop in the chat. Whenever I see Trapper Wolf say stop, that's it. I'm gonna just stop it. I'm gonna stop it. That's it. I don't know if he thought if he got an automatic game. Now he's like, what the hell? I just got hustled. No, I'm waiting for Trapper Wolf. Oh, stop. PHILO! Let's go, baby. All right. Let's run it up. Let's run it up. Let me get him in the headphones. T-Wolf, we're connecting. We're connecting. Honestly, too. And then I'm just going to start clicking. Okay, he's in there. I was about to go. I was already about to initiate stage 2. T-Lo, let me check in. I need him on this. Hold on. I don't have my audio. T-Lo, can you hear me? Paging T-Lo. T-Lo the Great. T-Lo in the flesh. A long time, Chad. We've seen. I can't hear you, T-Lo. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. He's connecting. He's connecting. Okay, there he is. Bro, this is the best game ever.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes. It sounds like a party back there. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You're going to get me copywritten, though, bro.
I'm at work right now.
Oh, can we turn off the background, though? I feel like he's going to get me. They're going to run me up on the copyright. They hit me with that, bro. They'll hit me with it. He's working, man. He working. Okay, I'm just going to start clicking names. I'm going to go up every 2. And the first person I see with Chad Merch plays. Okay, oh, Timbuktu. Wait, never mind. Show me your face. Is that it? Already. Timbuktu, let me see the hat. All right, Timbuktu. You're what's it called? You're coming into the next game. That's our next contestant. That's our next contestant. See, we're already ahead of the game. Already ahead of the game. All right. You ready to go, T-Lo? Ooh. It's a little loud out there.
I'm good to go.
All right, there you go. Now we
Yeah,
good.
I'm good to go.
All right, baby. Let's go. $1,000. Pick a case. Tell me what you got. Which one are we working with today? Hello?
7.
Number 7. All right. All right, let's get it popping. Choose 6 cases. Let's start opening them. Oh, are you on a lag?
Let's go. 12, 1, 4,
All right, hold
9,
on. All right, 12, 1.
13, and 16.
All right, 5,000. You said 12, 1, 4. He said 4, right? I think he said 4. I got it. I think you said 4? 12, 1, 4.
Yeah.
See, now I got to make sure. 12, 1,
Yeah,
4, 9. All right, 475. It's looking good. I like this. Number 9, 10. Okay. 12, 1, 4, 9. All right, 2 more. You say 15 and 16?
19 and 22.
19 and 22. All right, 19. Okay, 100,000. 22. Oh, 750. All right, baby. Offer is $28. Deal or no deal?
Leave it. No deal.
No deal. That's everyone. No one ever takes the first offer, baby. No one ever takes the first offer. All right, 5 more cases.
Let's go. 26, 2, 5, 13,
26,
and 15.
26, 2, 400. All right. 5, you said? 26, 2. All right. So they're writing it in the chat since there's a little lag. I'm going to just go off the chat.
Yeah, 5.
5. Oh, $500,000. That one wasn't good. 5 and then 13. 13, 400. All right. What was the last case? Here, finalize. Last case. Which one? Oh, wait. We can wait a little bit.
15.
15. All right. 200. All right. Decent round. $38. You got $1 million still up on the board, but then you've wiped out some of the bigger ones. $38. Deal or no deal, baby?
I'm going to leave this one too.
Oh, he said no deal. He said keep running. All right. 4 cases. The $1 million's still there. 100%.
25, 24, 23, and 20.
25, 24, 23, and 20. 1 cent, baby. Let's go. That's good vibes. That's good vibes. 24, $1. That's good vibes. See, okay. 23. Woo. 500? Oh, this is a good strategy. This is a good strategy. No one's ever gone in order. All right, and then 20 is the final one? You said 20. I got to verify. I'm going to always verify the final case.
Yes, sir.
All right, 20. 25,000. This is a good offer. 69. I thought you'd get a bigger offer, but it's 69, but you have a million. It's because everything else below $1 million is lower. $69. Deal or no deal, my friend. You have one counter offer in the game, and you have to open 3 more cases after this.
All right, I'm going to counter you with 80. If not, let's keep going.
You can counter me with 80. If not, keep going. All right. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 11 cases, and 8 of them are below 80. So it's an 80% chance for me that you are below there. So I'm going to have to decline the counter on this one. We got 3 more cases to go, baby. Tell me what you got.
Okay. Let's go 3, 6, and 8.
3, 6, 8. Let's take out the one surrounding it, baby. 3. Oh, I told you, case 3. Oh, the million's off the table. Damn it. All right, 6 and 8. Oh.
There it is.
It's a 50,000. You still got 300 on the board, though. And then final case is 8. Let's see what we got. 1,000. Not bad. Offers $30. $30. You have 300 on the board. Everything else is $75 and below. $30.
Keep running it.
All right, keep running it. Let's take it to the end. All right, 2 cases.
All right, we're going to keep it in order, too. Let's just go 16 and 17.
16, 17. The ordered approach, $200. It's not bad. 1 case, 16 and 17. $25. All right, this is better. 43. We're making 69 was the offer, but before the highest one, before the million, but now $43. You got 1 case to open. 300 is still the highest on the board. That's still, you're still in the game to a degree, or you could walk away with the $38 or $40 and call it a day.
Yeah, to a degree.
To a degree. I'm an optimist. How you feeling today?
Let's do one more. Let's keep running it.
All right, 1 more case, baby. Open them up. Which one? Just one. Just one.
Maybe one more. I don't know. Let's find out. 14.
14, baby. 14, 75. Okay. Offer went higher, $43. But now the floor is lower, but you still have 300 on the table. $43 and walk, or 1 more case with 300 still
Give
left.
me the money, baby. You bought me lunch.
Let's go, baby. Oh, you want it? Oh, he wants the 40. He say deal, baby. Okay. Are you final answer? You're taking the deal.
Let's go.
You're taking the deal? I'm confirming.
Yeah, final answer, man.
All right,
Thanks
final.
for the Chipotle today. I really,
Get the
enjoyed it.
tacos. Get the tacos. Get the tacos. Unless you already had it. All right. So shoot me an email with the selfie of you so I know it's you, and then your PayPal, and we'll get you that.
Burrito.
Oh, I might get a burrito today. I might go get it today, honestly. I'm not going to lie to you. What cases would you have opened next? What would have been the order? Let's see.
I would have kept it in order and just went from 10 to 21. So 10, 11, 18, then 21.
All right, let's see what would have happened. 10, $100. The offer would have been 54. Here. I got to write these down last time because last time I forgot. So you're accepted at 43. Ooh. All right. Then let's see. Case number 11. $50. Your offer would have went up to 70. And then we would have opened 18.
Wow.
Oh, but 18 would have had 300, and then it would have dropped to 6. And then you would have either had $7 or $10, baby. So it was a good game. Very well played. Very well played, baby. Tilo, God bless you. Thank you for playing and
Yeah, good
sticking it
game. I
around.
appreciate it. Thanks for letting me in, and thank you for lunch today, man. God bless you.
Of course. God
Love
bless
you,
you.
bro.
You made it through. I love you, man. I will see you soon. We'll put you in the waiting room. Let's get Timbuktu now. Yeah, okay, I already got the next one. I got the next one. Oh wait, we need to refresh the game. Here, let's just refresh. Refresh, play. You see in Timbuktu, baby. We've seen him before. The man, the myth, the legend. And he got that. And with the is that the uncle hat or is that the original one? I think that's the OG. That's the OG, baby. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, how can you not win then?
Yeah, there we go. I ain't muted no more.
Let's go.
We here.
Oh, yeah, man. You better. All right, man. That's good vibes. That's good vibes. That is good vibes. All right, man. So what case is taking us to the finish line, baby? Timbuktu. Let's get it popping.
Let's go. 21.
21. Okay, 21. A good number. All right, man. 6 cases. Let's get it started.
All right, let's open 10, 9.
All right, 10. Oh, $1 million. Oh, my God. Yo, oh, okay, man. The hat. That's it. I guess no idols. The hat wasn't going to do it for us. Damn, that's okay. That was false advertising. The hat will not bring you the damn, that's the first one. The odds are 1 in 26 of that. That's crazy. Okay. All right, number 9. You said number 9 next?
All right, let's go.
Oh, man.
Hey, we still got 750 on the table, so yeah.
Oh!
Oh my
No! Oh, God. That's humbling right there. Oh, man. No, this is rigged. No. Y'all even saw me refresh the game. Oh, no. No. Hold on. We need, all right. We're supposed to do this fast, but, I mean, what do we do now? How do you feel? How you feeling right now? I don't even know how I feel at this point. Oh, man. All right, let's keep some good vibes.
Hey, we still got the 500 on there.
Hey, man, all right, let's keep going. God willing, man. Let's see. All right, pick another case, man. Let's pick another
16,
one.
15.
Shit, man, bro, I'm scared to open the case now. That's like after you get clapped on a trade, and now you're like, God damn, this is. All right, 16, 75,000. All right, that's better. All right, now what's coming after 16?
Let's just do the 15.
All right, 15. I'm just making sure. It's not late. There's no. See, 75. All right. No, good vibes from here on out. 2 more cases, baby.
All right, 13 and 8.
13 and 8. See what we got. 50,000. All right, low numbers from here on out. At least there's no anxiety at the million. 400. All right, not too bad. All right, first offer is $12. $12. Deal or no deal?
No deal.
Yeah, no, that's not even a question. 5 cases. Let's go. This is going to be a better round, baby. Let's go. 5 cases.
Let's do 20, 19, 14.
All right, 20. $10. Let's go. 19. Let's go. Good vibes. Oh, half a mil. Half a mil. All right, what's coming next? We'll keep it moving. Gee, they're getting you. What's the next one?
Give me that 14.
14, baby. Let's go. The $100. We need something low. 2 more. 2 more.
5 and 6.
5 and 6. 5 and 6. 200. Jeez, they're getting us. It's 5 and 6. Let's come in next. Come on, low. 750. Offers $11. I say are we pushing this? Is this a 11 deal or no deal, Timbuktu?
We're pushing it. We're just push it.
We have to. We capitulated on this one. All right, what do we got? 4 more. 4 more.
Let's hit that 11, 12, 17.
11, 12. Oh, just clear out the middle. 11, 300. Boom. Let's go. Get all these low cases out there. Good vibes. 10,000. Let's go. This is a better round. We're making that offer go up. 17. Get rid of it. 400. Let's go. 1 more case, baby.
Hit out that 7.
And lucky number 7. Good lucky. 100,000. All right. Offers 15 is better than 11. No deal, I'm assuming.
No deal.
Yeah, we're not playing around. Let's go, baby.
Yeah, let's hit
Let's
it
make the comeback.
22 and 8.
22, baby. Oh, you're like drawing a picture on the board. Okay, 25,000. 8. 50. All right, one more case.
I do take pictures, man, all day.
Oh, that's why it's
let's
lagging, because I'm muted on the
Let's hit that
Zoom.
24.
I'm dumb. Yo, can you hear me a lot quicker now?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I was like,
Oh, yeah, no, nobody do. That's crazy. All right, there you go. There you go. Now it's like real time. I'm dumb. All right, what's the last case?
let's do 23.
23, man. Jordan. 1 cent, 1 penny, 1 penny. 1,000, not too bad. All right, 23, it's climbing. $23. Deal or no deal, 2 cases. You have 300. No deal. He said, I'm pushing it.
300 on there. I think I'm gonna I ain't gonna be like that one girl where she had that million. You know what I mean?
They have, but you're now the first case million. You see, every chat is gonna have their story, so we are gonna see how it's gonna play. You got 2 cases, baby.
Let's hit that 4 and 3.
4 and 3, baby. 200. All right, not bad. Not bad. $1. Your offer's up to 33 now. Offers up to 33.
I'm still gone, dude. They got me on that million.
All right, which case? 1 case.
26.
The final case. 500. Offer is $41. And you can counter offer. You're either going to walk away with 300 or you're going to walk away with less than $5. Or you could take $41 now.
Ooh. You want to counter for 60?
You can counter for 60. 60. Interesting. There's a 1 in 5 chance, or 4 in 5 chance your offer comes in below 5 for one more case, but then that could change the odds completely. So, I'm gonna have to say no deal.
Ooh,
I'm gonna have to say no deal. At the bank, I need a good deal. I need a solid deal in there. I guess 40. That's 50% higher than the current offer. I'm willing to be more accepted on the next case because this one, it may work out in your favor. It may work out in your favor. Let's see. So what's the next case, baby?
I was trying to pull that on you, trying to get that little 50% real quick.
Yeah, it was good. It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad.
But it's like, $20. But all right, let's run 24.
24, baby. Good vibes. Did the dealer just save you? We'll see. The banker. 5,000. Your offer's to 50 now. So you just wanted 60. I could give you $50 right now, or you got a 1 in 4 chance, or 1 case. 1 case is gonna up your offer. At least it'll get you to 60 probably, if not more. Or you could walk 50 right now, and you still got 300. This game started off pretty crazy, but at the end, 300 that's still a bag up there. That's still a bag up there. So, you got 50. You can't counter anymore. There's no counter offers from the audience here. They're saying the chat is saying to hit it up. Our live studio Chad.
You know what?
What are you feeling?
That number 2 is looking out of place.
All right. Number 2 is looking out of place. Here it is, baby. Number 2. 1 cent. $66, baby. Uh-oh. This is a good game. Nah, this just got low-key pretty tense now. Because you got your number. You got a number you were looking for, but now there's only 3 cases, and you can still get 300. That's a big number. That's the right side of the board on the higher end. If this was a real game of deal or no deal, that would be a house. 300,000.
Yeah.
And this,
I was gonna say the odds could go from 60 to like $60 to 180, 120 maybe from just 1 case.
Oh yeah. Oh yes, 100%. Because right now you are 30% likely to win 300,000. So the next case you open, if you do not select 300,000, it now becomes a 50-50 shot of 300. Your offer will be high. It will not be below 100, I would say.
You know what, Josh? That 25 looks out of place.
Let's go. He's like, it's looking out of place. It's looking out of place. All right, get it out of here. Get it out of here. Clean it up. $25. Oh, to 92. Oh man. Now, I thought it would go to 100, but it's either $5 or $300, or you could walk away right now with $92.
I just seen it. I just seen it in the chat. All right, I just seen it in the chat. All right, we got a coin here. We got
he's taking it to the coin.
We got was that Susan? Who's that lady?
Susan, I'm looking in. Is that
I don't know.
That's not Susan. Is that Harriet Tubman?
I don't know my people.
I don't know. I'm not that good either.
All right. We going left, we going right.
All right, which one we going? Which one? Pits.
I ain't seen nothing. All right, here we go.
All right, which one's heads and which one's tails? What does heads mean?
Oh, heads? Dude, I'm heading on in. I'm keeping my tape.
Oh, you know. Okay, tails fall back. So let's see what happens. All right. Show the camera.
That's a head.
That's a heads. We're going forward, baby. All right, but now you're gonna keep playing then. So no deal to $100, $92.
Oh, this is the.
I will up it. I will up the offer. I'll give you $100. I'll say $100, just a clean 100. Just call. I like it an even number, triple digit, $100. Deal or no deal. The coin said to go forward, but I'm gonna ask you to please finalize with me.
Oh, at that rate? Oh, I'm gonna take the hundo.
So you're gonna violate the coin and take the hundo.
Ooh, you kind of threw in that little offer though. I said, I was gonna keep it, but I did say earlier.
It's an $8 difference. It's an $8. Did the psychology? Did it get there? Did the $8 change your mind?
Because now it's that between 100 and 300. I'm like, that's somebody's saying coin again. All right,
it's up to you. It's up to you. I'm just again.
Have that of, do I want to switch cases? But I'm like, hey,
you are gonna have that question next. But that's why deal or no deal.
Yeah.
Deal or no deal.
You know what? We're going all the way. 21-21.
No deal. He's respecting the coin.
Run it.
Oh, yes, baby. All right. So you're staying. You're staying with 21.
Yeah.
He's sticking with it. All right. Final answer?
Final answer. Deal.
The game that started off by opening the case with $1 million and then $750,000 is going to end with $5. Oh.
GG.
GG. Oh. I thought you had it. I really thought you had it. I was like, yeah, they have to. There's no way the game started like that. Oh. All right. It's 5 cents. I'm not gonna send you anything. I'm not gonna send you the 5 cents on PayPal. Unfortunately.
Donated.
We're gonna, or I could give. Actually, maybe you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna buy you. How many Shiba can I get? I could probably get you like 10,000 Shiba or something. I'd love to give you 10,000 or something, but
for that will be more.
All right, man. But tell me.
But it's been good talking. You want me to say stop?
Oh yeah, you're gonna take it. You already know, baby. Take it over, baby. Tell me when to stop.
And stop.
DH. All right, Timbuktu. I love you, man. God bless you. It's amazing seeing that hat. It's amazing seeing you again and seeing you around and seeing you in the chat, bro. I'm truly humbled. Thank you for everything, my friend, all right? God bless you. Finger to the sky. Amen, baby. Amen, amen, amen. God bless you, bro. Peace out. All right, DH. What the hell is DH? What the hell is DH? Let's see. Too bad we selected. All right, let's play another one. DH.
Hi, Colt.
Hello, DH. My
hey,
man.
Respect to you, Josh, and the Colt. Respect.
We love. What's your name, bro?
Devin. Nice to meet
Devin,
you guys.
God bless you. Nice to meet you too. Are you ready for this? Are you ready to win some money? I feel like you got good vibes. You started it with good vibes. I feel like that's how we're about to end this. I like it. I like it.
Do I have to mute the YouTube in the background or the?
No, you're good. Everything sounds good. You're connected good. The chat hears you. I hear you. I think we're ready to play, baby. I think we're ready to play. What case are we going with? What case are we going with?
Let's go to number one.
Number one. All right, man. 6 cases. What are we going with?
Let's get 26 out of there.
Oh, he's starting with the beginning, and then he's starting with the end. All right, baby, let's get it. 26, $10. That's a good start. All right, another case. We got 5 more to go. This is the first round. You can run through them.
Let's get 12 out of there. Get quarterback out.
The quarterback, yes. He has a logic. It's a good logic so far. 300. 4 more, baby.
2, please.
Get rid of 2. 2, 7. Oh, man. All low numbers. You have every high number on the board. This is a great first 3 cases. 3 more.
18, please.
18. Well, why 18? You've had a reason for the other ones, it seems. Why 18?
And bad vibes, 18.
Bad vibes.
We got better ones on the board.
Oh, $500,000. That's good. Bad vibes, though. You got $1 million still. All right, 2 more. Bad vibes, 18. I like these bad vibes. 2 more, baby.
Sorry, I can't see the board. Can't see the screen.
You got every number on there practically, except for 1. Any number 1 to 26. You got anything.
All right, 8. Sorry.
8, nice. 200. All right. The game's bouncing, but still a good round so far. 1 more case, and you're getting an offer, baby.
Let's get 6 out. Get 6.
Bad vibes. Bad vibes 6, always, right? See, bad vibes, 400. Let's go. First offer is $30. Deal or no deal. $30 right off the bat. You got 5 cases to open after this.
No deal, please.
No deal. All right, man. 5 cases. Let's go.
Josh, if I win the billion, can we train? Can I work out with you one day?
Yeah, if you want to trade, I'll trade you a workout. If you get $1 million, I will trade you a workout. I'm down with that.
That'd be so cool.
Are you in SoCal? Where are you at?
I'm in Miami.
Oh, Miami. Oh, I will come to you and we will work out. I will come to Miami and we will work out. If you win $1 million on this, I will come to Miami and we will get a workout in. Let's go. That sounds amazing to me. You know what I like. That's easy. Come on. I feel like he just took advantage. He knew. All right, man. 5 cases. What do you got?
Sweet 16.
Sweet 16. 300. But he's going for the $1 million. 4 cases.
Oh. Sorry, 10. Please.
You said 10?
Yes, please.
All right, let's see what we got. 25. 3 more. These have been good.
How about 20, please?
20. Get it out of there. 75. Board is still looking amazing. 2 more. The chat, 24. Chad said, damn, number 10 was kind of fine. What's wrong with you, man? It's a video. You said 24?
Yes, please.
Yeah, this, bro, you are probably the most respectful guest we've had. You know that? He's like, please, thank you. He's on top of it. This is good vibes, baby. $5. Let's go. 1 more, baby.
We're in here like swimwear. We're in here.
In there, baby. Let's go. What do you got? 1 more. 1 more. Good vibes. 1 more case of good vibes. Let's get it. Come on.
And I'm 23.
23, baby. That's Jordan. Jordan's going to take it. Come on. Get us to halftime. Get us a good offer. Low number. $5,000. That's it. $63. You got $1,750,000 and $400 on the table. A potential workout. I don't want the workout to cloud your judgment, though. Again, we might be able to work out regardless. Who knows? You could throw it in a counter offer, but do you want $63? Deal or no deal?
No deal.
No deal. No deal. We ain't playing with it, baby. Let's go. 4 more cases. What you got, D?
Let's go 22.
22. 23 gave us some good luck. Run it. $200.
Right on.
Okay,
right on.
right. It's looking good. It's looking good. This is looking good. This is with the contract when you buy it and it just goes straight up right away. This is looking good.
Yeah.
This is looking good.
It's different. We can't see the girls holding the numbers.
Though the chat is already getting a kick out of it. Don't worry. So that chat is already, it's enough, I think. 3 more cases, baby.
Okay, Josh, please. 4.
4. Chris Webber. $1. $1.
Hey, got $1 and a dream. Need a couple cents.
Let's go, baby. Amen. 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 Dog, wow, this chart is killer. Bro, you have almost everything off the left side wiped out. 2 more cases. What you got?
$21.
$10,000. This board is amazing. 1 more case, baby, and you get an offer. This is looking nice. This is looking nice. The last and final case. Kind of. They still got a couple more, but just for this round.
5 to stay alive. 5.
5 to stay alive. 5 to stay alive. Oh, 750. That's not bad. You still got a lot on there. Okay. 5. You're still alive even after 5, and the offer is still higher. $78. Right here, right now. Nobody is taking home anything higher than $40 today. The board is $43 is the highest so far. That was like 70 something. You got 3 more cases to open. $1,400,000 and $100 still on the table. Deal or no deal, my friend?
I want to take the money, but no deals. No deals. I want to go.
Oh, you could counter offer if you'd like. Everybody's giving me shit offers today, so I don't know. It's on you. It's on you. How you feeling? How you feeling today? Do you got a good offer? Are you doing the math on the board? Do you feel like you got $1 million in the case? What's going on?
I think I'm gonna no deal, please.
All right.
I'm gonna take the chance.
Final answer?
Yes.
All right, 3 cases.
17.
17. Good vibes, baby. Get her out of here. $50. Oh my gosh, another low one. 2 cases.
Thanks for being lucky with us, Josh.
Man. You're running it now. Let's go. Woo.
7.
7. That's a lucky number. That's a lucky number. 1,000. It's looking really lucky. 1 more case. That offer is gonna come in high. If you get 1 low number on here, it'll come out really high. This is like getting the house appraised. This is like the real estate market. This is like crypto.
What do I do next? Pick another one?
Yeah, you got 1 more case.
9.
Number 9, baby. Number 9. Oh, the million has been wiped.
Oh, man.
They got it. I didn't see that coming. I did not say. We just needed 1 more. Oh, well.
Man.
We still got 400 on the table. Your offer is now $40. Deal or no deal, my friend?
Any counter offer, Josh?
No, you could counter offer. I can't counter. You could counter offer. Your offer is 40. You got 400 left and 100. You can make a counter offer, and I could either accept or decline.
There's 4 on each side, on the left and right. I would take a counter offer to train with you in the Miami.
The Miami, the flight alone is gonna cost me a couple $100, so I can't. I can't.
Let's have it exciting. I'll say no deal.
All
Right?
right.
Straight no deal.
No deal. All right, let's make it exciting, baby. 2 more cases. What do you got?
14. Get her out of here.
Get him out of here, baby. 100,000. All right, not too bad.
Oh.
Still got 400. Still got 400. Still got 400. One case. The last and final case.
25.
25, baby. 25. Good vibes. $500. The offer is 57 now. And you still got 400, and then everything else is below $50, $50 or below.
I think I'm the no deal, please.
No deal.
Take the numbers.
All right, one case. One more case, and then you get an offer.
11. That was
11. 25,000. The offer is now $67. $67. You could still win 400. Ooh. Deal or no deal, my friend?
no deal. Let's go.
No deal. Let's go. Ah! All right, one case.
15.
15. Good vibes, baby. Good vibes. $100. The offer is now 84. Deal or no deal? You got 4 on the table still.
Hey, Chad, hit me in the chat. What would you do? What would you do?
Chad, he said, ask the audience. Chad.
Ask the audience.
Chad, it's like 80-something dollars. He has 400 left on the table, 25% odds of getting.
Man, I'm so happy so many of you are still here together.
It's the Chad, it's the real ones made it through the test. They made it through. I don't even know what you got to read it, man. They're giving you a lot. They're giving you a lot.
No deal. I'll run it. They said keep going.
He said no deal. I'll run it. Let's go.
We've come too far not to win.
Oh yeah, he said it with confidence. I like it. I like it. Let's go, baby. What you got? One case. Let's get a high offer in here. Just get one low number out here. Anything but 400. That shit's going up.
3.
3. Now I like lucky number 3.
I know you do, Josh, but I saved it.
I know, but I think I know. So thank you. It's going to work. I think it might work in your favor. I hope. Okay?
Is that your basketball number?
No, actually. No one knows the basketball number. But nah, 3's a good one. 3's a good one. 3, baby. $75. Let's go.
Right on.
All right. $110. 30% chance you hit 400. Or you could take 110 right now. The highest somebody's walked away with today is $43.
I think I want to keep going, but I think I'm gonna take the deal, take the monies, and take the monies.
Are you sure? Why do you want what's making you? I thought you were gonna push it.
Well, you're right, Josh. Thank you for reassuring me. Let's run it. Let's go. We're 2-1.
No. Take a step back. Let's just take a step back. I wasn't trying to do that. I just wanted to talk. You've been great so far. You've been awesome. We could talk about it for you. Know, I think I rushed. What are you feeling right now? You already asked the chat. You got to talk with the chat a little bit. Why?
Okay.
What are you feeling?
I'm feeling I should go for it, and if I hit the 400, if I pulled up in the California, maybe Josh, you let me drive the Lambo with you for an hour.
You should listen, man. I was open to Miami. I was open to the gym, but that was the offer. I can't. I mean,
okay.
You already used the counter.
I'd rather train anyways. I'd rather train.
I would too. I like that one. But we'll see. I don't know. I'm just. I don't want. Don't let me confuse the deal too much. I just.
Okay.
110. Or go for the 400. You initially just said you wanted to go, and then you said deal, and then you had the little YOLO Josh speak in your ear. He was like, why? And you were like, yo, I remember the odds. Is that what happens when I say shit on stream? Is this what? Oh, that's scary, man. I don't know what's going to happen. What are you feeling, man? You could break out a coin. See, now I'm just giving you too many options. What do you feel, man? What do you feel? Chad?
I think I'm going to run it. 2-1 odds. Let's do it. No deal.
The 2-1 odds are against you.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, so I remember you have a 33% chance of hitting 33 of 400, or you could take 110, or you're walking away with $5.
I think I want to keep playing, but I'm gonna final answer. Take the monies, Josh, and buy some food this weekend instead of leaving empty-handed.
So double final.
Yes,
Double
sir.
final. Amen? We good?
Amen.
Amen, baby. Let's go. The highest so far, 110. I like it. I like it. I like it. That's a good deal. That's a good deal. You know? It's a good deal. So and if I do go to Miami, I will remember you, my friend. I will. We will. But now tell me this. What would have been the next case? Let's say we went with the YOLO demon. What would have happened?
I would have sniped the 19 next.
You would have sniped the 19. Oh, what you got? What you got? Oh, 1 cent. The offer would have went to 150. So then what would you have done?
I would have stayed with my one.
You would have stayed with the case.
Yep.
All right, well, let's look at the option chain. The moment where you're going to be like, I made a good decision, or you're being like, damn it, I regret it. Either way, you're blessed, baby. Case number 1, good vibes. $50,000. You walked away a real big winner there.
Cool, man. Cool.
There you go. There you go. I'll take it. I'll take it. All right, DH, I love you. God bless you,
man.
Bro. Immaculate vibes. I appreciate you heavily. You're very keep those vibes up, man. Keep the respect, everything. You're great. You're like just amazing. So I love it. I love it.
Same to you. And I repent. I repent for any bads.
All right, tell me this. He said I repent. He said, "Call. I repent, man. Yo, I repent." All right, we got one more game and we got to make it quick. So DH, tell me when to stop.
Stop.
Jamie Woo or Jack Owen? It was kind of in the middle. Kind of in the middle. How are we going to do this? I think, Chad, how do we feel about this? What do we do? What do we do? Jamie? Did we get Jamie? Chad, they're saying the Wooster. Get him in. All right, let's get him. All right, DH, Devin, I appreciate you, man. God bless you, bro.
Appreciate you too. I'll pray for you guys.
Amen. Amen. That's my guy right there, baby. Let's go. Amen.
Woo.
Amen. Jamie. Oh. Jamie, the name. The name looks familiar. The man looks familiar. What do we got? Where'd you go? You just left me. Jamie, you left me. Why did you leave? Yo, Devin was great, bro. That was great. The most positive, the most respectful player we've had. He's, bro, a living legend. A true living legend. Bro, he's thank you. No thank you. He said, open the case, please. I was, woo. Jamie.
Yo.
How you living, bro? How you living?
I'm good, man.
It's good to see you again. It's good to see you again.
Good to be here.
You feeling good?
Thank you.
You won last time, so I think you got some odds in your favor. But last time I said that I jinxed it, so I'm just gonna shut up. I don't want to influence too much. But we got to make this game quick, all right? So I need a power. I need the speed, all right? All right, you want number 2 as your case?
Yeah. No. I mean, I'm coming for number 2.
Oh, number 2.
The second win.
All right, babe. Which one? What case do you want?
Wait, give me 1 second. Super lag.
Say what?
It's kind of lag right now. Give me 1 second. Yeah, I'm ready. So can you give me number 8?
That's the case you want to play with.
Correct.
All right, 8 is going to be your case. Let's open 6 of them and see what we got.
Can I get 2?
Number 2. 300,000. All right, not too that bad. Decent. Let's see what happens. 5 cases. Pick another one. Yalla.
Can I get 6?
Number 6. 2, 6. 1 cent. That's a good number to knock out. 1 more. 4 more.
Can I get 3?
Number 3. Oh, it's a good number. It's going to work for you, baby. Oh, $1 million. Damn. Bro, I told you at the morning number 3 was it. Damn, that's crazy. All right, millions out of there. Millions out of there quick. 3 more K. You still got 750. You still got 750. You're still big numbers. Yalla.
Give me 26.
Number 26. Get the end out of there. $1. See, that's a good number. 2 more cases.
Give me 20.
Number 20. 25,000. Not bad. Final case and you get an offer.
25.
25. 300. First offer is $23. Deal or no deal, my friend?
Let's keep going.
Keep going. Run it. 5 cases.
Can I get number 5?
5. $500. Let's go.
Can I get 10?
10. 25. Let's go. Okay, this is still a game. This is still a game. Don't underestimate this game.
Number 1?
Number 1. The very first. 0. $50. Let's go. Let's go. Keep it low. This is good vibes.
16?
16. 400. Could be worse. Could be worse. One more case.
22.
22. 10,000. Offer is $44. That's pretty decent. You got 4 cases to open, $750 and $500 still on the table.
Let's carry on.
Let's carry on. Let's go. All right. You got 4 more.
Give me number 13.
14?
13.
13 is bad luck. So it was good to get it out of the way. Get it out the way. 0. $100. I keep saying 0. I don't even know what that means. 3 cases, baby. Let's go.
Get 9.
Number 9. 50,000. This is looking good. 2 more.
Can I get 14?
14.75. Last case.
18.
18. Keep it low. $474. You got $750, $500, $200, and $100. And the offer is $75, and you have 3 cases to open.
Let's continue.
All right, 3 more.
Can I get 11?
11. 1. 200,000. All right. Again, could be worse. 750 is keeping you. That's a great number to have up there.
Can I get 15?
15?
Yep.
Run it. 75. Oh, 1 case. Oh, this is going to be, the next offer is going to be nuts. It's going to be one to make you think. If you get a low number, ooh.
Give me 12.
12?
Yeah.
12, baby. $10. $104 right now. 2 cases to open. $750 and $500 on the table.
Nah, let's go. Let's continue.
No deal. Final answer.
Nope. Yeah.
All right. 2 cases. You could also counter too. Maybe he's saving it. I think Jamie, I think he's feeling it. I think he's feeling it. I think he knows. What do you got?
19.
19. Good vibes, baby. Good vibes. 750. Are we going to close this out on a high note? 1 case, baby. All you got to do, knock anything but 750 out. You don't have to aim that good. Anything but 750. Anything but 750.
Give me number 4.
Number 4. That Chris Webber. Let's go. Chris Webber. Do you know Chris Webber? Do you know who Chris Webber is?
Nah.
Chad, he's a famous I grew up liking Chris Webber a lot. I don't know why. He's like a random go. He's on TV now. But Chris Webber he went hard in the paint. And he came in clutch a couple times. I'm just trying to give background into why I say Chris Webber. So run it. $5, baby. That fucking Chris Webber, baby. Let's go. Let's go. The offer's $150. 1 case to open. You still got $750 and $500. 1 case. $150. You could counter. Oh, man. Look at the board. The board, only $200 on the left. Woo! You got 3 cases above $100. And there's only 6 left.
No deal.
No deal. No counter? No counter?
No, it's good so far.
Okay, final answer. Okay. I see.
Yes.
He's good. He's trying not. He's like, I don't want to talk to you, Josh. He said, stop talking, Josh. He said, I saw what you did to the last guy. Stop talking. Just tell me I want the next case. Give me the next fucking case. All right, what's the next case, baby? One more case.
Give me
One more
17.
case. 17?
Yes.
All right, baby. What do we got? $1,000. Woo!
Let's go.
Dog, it's $182. $182. You still have your counter offer, and you still have $750 on the board, along with $500. Oh man, what do you want, man? I won't say anything. Just tell me. Let me know when you have your decision.
Let's continue. No deal.
Final answer.
Yes.
Final answer. So I'm not gonna talk to you real quick. Chat. Let me talk to the chat real quick. Hey, Chad, what do you guys think about this so far? Are you more nervous for him or me right now, Chad? I'm just checking in with you guys. I just want to see how Chad. Don't look at the chat. Don't look at the chat, Jamie. Don't look at the chat. Don't. Oh, they say woo. They believe in woo, man. They like it. He seems. I know he has his counter. Are you nervous for me? I mean, I'm excited. I think Jamie. I'm either way. I think it's a win-win situation. But I'm just, I'm gonna see. All right. One case, baby. One case. What you got, Jamie?
Give me number 21.
21. 500 is off the table. Now, this is still good, and this one made it interesting. This one just now made it where the stakes are a lot higher, because 500 would have been your life vest if 750 went off the table. The offer came down a little bit. It's like 150 or 170. In between.
This is tough. Are we still playing for the $1,000? Is that still kind of something I can move around for the price?
Well, you have 750. So that's 750. It's like 200 less than that. I mean, listen, if you have a counter offer, I'm open to listen, but I am going to take into account the odds on the table right now. So there's a 50-50. You're walking away with less than $100. That's a coin flip, and I love coin flips. So you got it. But if you have an offer, you got to offer, So just let me know. If you have. I'm open to hear anything. You still got I still have a lot of risk on the table here.
I'll throw in a counter right now.
Okay, what you got?
I'll do 305. 305.
Oh, did you do that on purpose?
I mean,
for Miami?
Right there.
Mr. 305.
Yeah.
Mr. 305. Mr. Worldwide. Oh, 305 counter. Chad. So 50% likely you walk away with less than 100. 75% likely you walk away with less than 300. Yeah, last round, I'll tell you, last round. This is like the stock market, kind of like real estate. Like last round, I would have taken that offer.
Damn.
Because then because right now it's a 75% chance that you're walking away with less than 100. I can't panic sell. This is like selling premium, and it goes against me. So I can't. The odds are still in my favor greatly. So unfortunately, I'm gonna have to no deal. But have faith, because this may help you. Because if this case is not 750, you might get a higher offer. It could, who knows how high. So,
all right.
What do you got for me?
Can I get number 7?
Number 7, baby. Let's see what we got. 100,000. The offer is 160. So now you will have either 5,000. You're either $5, $167, or $750. Whew! This is just like last game. High offer, Same 30% odds. You're playing for a little more money. But then I think the downside, I guess you're either going to walk away with a little or a lot, or you could stash 167. Call it a day. Deal or no deal, my friend?
Deal. I would take the money.
You're going to take the money.
Yep.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
All right. You know, how you feeling? You just
I mean, I came in for the win and I got the highest score. I think I'm pretty happy with my deal.
I think
the odds are pretty bad for me.
I like it too. I mean, I'm not, I'm a little, I always get worried in these instances. So let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. What case would you have chosen next? 23 or 24? Kobe or Jordan?
For sure, 23.
Oh, he said Jordan and then Kobe. So what would have happened? We would have got 5,000 and the offer would have went to 230. Ooh. So then you would have had 230 for the final case. That's a good amount. Now it would have became 50-50. Would you? Oh, hey, did you do this on purpose?
Yes.
Did you do this on purpose? Oh, that's why it was a good game. That's why it was a good game. Wow. I got goosebumps there. Wow. 8 and 2. Oh, amen, man. Amen. Wow. Wow. So what would you have done? Would you have gone with OG Kobe or what?
I would have liked the 8 for the sentimental value. But I mean, I think I have to switch right now to 24.
Oh, you would have switched. Oh,
Sadly.
He said sentimentally, I want the 8. But in this case, I have to switch for the stats. He's putting it to the test. Let's see if we regret our 167 offer. 750. Oh!
That's good.
Oh! You still walked away with a lot, baby. Hey, it happens. Again, the 2 highest cases, they've always taken the profits and had the wise decision. Isn't that funny? This is a lot like this year. It's just one of those. You can't get mad at the smart decision, baby. So I love it, Jamie. God bless you. Thank you for playing and thank you for everything. It's good seeing you again, man. Awesome, often and awesome. So I love it. God bless you, bro.
You.
Peace out.
Thanks.
Everybody else, I love you all. But that is it. We only had time for 4. Surprisingly, it's already been an hour. I was only supposed to stay here for 30 minutes. I didn't think it would take that long. And my voice is semi-clapped. But that's it. We did it. We did it, baby. Woo! But that is all. Go read the books. You know what it is. Enjoy your weekend. I didn't even get to ask you what you guys were going to do this weekend, but I do have to get going. So unfortunately, I hope the game was worth it. But if anything, best of all, I still get to see you on Monday and next Friday, God willing. But don't forget the PHILO, okay, baby? Don't forget that tower. Just think of that tower this weekend. And no staying in the same place. Be fruitful. Multiply. Spread a call. Come on, baby. I'll get too hyped. My voice is already clapped. It's the headphones. That's what it does. But I love you guys. God bless you. Have a wonderful evening, a wonderful weekend. Be safe out there. I will see you on Monday. And don't forget why we keep going, why we play, whether it's win or lose, deal or no deal, why we love the game, and why we love our opportunities, baby. Finger to the sky. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone, baby. Amen. Amen. My voice is cracked like crazy. Woo! I love you. God bless you guys. I'll see you guys over the weekend and on Monday. Peace out. Oh, hey.